calling this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lago Vista City Council to order at 1:02 p.m. Susie, please note that we've got all of our council members in attendance. Mr. Song is virtual. Mr. Roberts might be joining us later.
Yes.
We'll note that if he does. And we are going to convene into executive session to discuss the following. 2A, consultation with legal counsel concerning all regular meeting agenda items requiring confidential attorney-client advice as needed pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. 2B, consultation with legal counsel concerning the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of an employee pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074. Nicole Navarro, Finance Director, and legal advice related thereto concerning pending or contemplated litigation pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. 2C, consultation with legal counsel concerning the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of an employee pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074. David Scott Montgomery, Parks and Recreations Director, and legal advice related thereto concerning pending or contemplated litigation pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. And 2D, consultation with legal counsel concerning the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of an employee pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, City Secretary, and legal advice related thereto concerning pending or contemplated litigation pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. And we will convene at 1:04 p.m. into executive session. We are reconvening from executive session into regular session at 3:02 p.m. To act as deliberated on in the following agenda items. 3A, consultation with legal counsel concerning all regular meeting agenda items requiring confidential attorney-client advice as needed pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Any action? No action. Very good. 3B, consultation with legal counsel concerning the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of an employee pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074. David Scott Montgomery, Parks and Rec Director, and legal advice related thereto concerning pending or contemplated litigation pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. And I will point out, this is actually a follow-on from 2C. We got them backwards, but bottom line is this one is related to David Scott Montgomery. Any action?
Yes, Mayor, I want to move that we approve the direction or proposal by City Manager West to hire David Scott Montgomery as the Director of Parks and Recreation.
I've got a motion by Mr. Prince. Do I have a second?
Second.
I've got a second by Mr. Durbin. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Hearing none, it
Staff
passes.
is further directed to bring back potential amendments to the PID for council consideration based on the legal.
There's your AI interlude.
Okay, we will move on to item 3C. And again, this is a follow-on from 2B when we went into executive session. Consultation with legal counsel concerning the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of an employee pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074. Nicole Navarro, Finance Director, and legal advice related thereto concerning pending or contemplated litigation pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Any action?
Yes, Mayor. Oh, you got it, Rob?
Go ahead.
Okay. I want to move that we approve the direction proposed by City Manager West to promote Nicole Navarro to the position of Finance Director.
Okay, I've got a motion by Mr. Prince, and I've got a second by Mr. Durbin. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. And Ms. Navarro, we thank you for all of your service and look forward to service in the future. And then 3D, consultation with legal counsel concerning the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of an employee pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074. city secretary, and legal advice related thereto concerning pending or contemplated litigation pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Any action?
Yes, Mayor, I move that we approve the making of an offer by Mr. West, as he recommended, to the potential city secretary.
Very good. I've got a motion by Mr. Durbin. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Got a second by Mr. Prince. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Very good. And Mr. Bullock, I'll turn to you. If you've got maybe a summary of what we discussed in executive session.
Yes, sir. The right page here. So there was also discussion on item 8D, public parkland disclosure and communication requirements, and we gave some legal advice related to that item. Then we also discussed item 9B, which relates to a concept plan that's on your agenda tonight, and answered some legal questions related thereto concerning what are the requirements of a concept plan under your ordinances. We also discussed item 10A, which is related to the safety plan and questions related to the scope of a resolution and what it can obligate a city to do. We also discussed item 10B regarding local preference, and I will be making some edits to that proposed legislation and providing that to you either tonight or tomorrow morning so that it can be on the agenda for next week. And then we also discussed item 10C, which relates to the city's PID policy and questions related to the scope of what some of the changes that ought to be made to it. And I believe we're also going to reach out to your bond counsel for their input on that as well because of the technical subject matter. And I believe that was it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, sir. If y'all will join me, we're going to stand. We're going to say the pledge to the U.S. and the Texas flags.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Oh, I'm sorry. And please remain standing. We're going to have the invocation. Mr. Prince, I'm going to let you introduce our...
We're honored tonight to have Elaine Mingus with us, and Elaine serves as the United States of America's Mrs. Texas for 2025. She's a devoted wife and mother of 7 children. Her powerful story of overcoming childhood sexual abuse, bulimia, and heroin addiction has inspired countless individuals to rise from even the darkest situations and to share their own stories of healing and resilience. Elaine works with numerous nonprofits, including Not on Our Watch Texas, Room, Redux, and Zonta of Austin, working to improve the lives of women and children against sexual violence. Professionally, she runs a vintage furniture company, Curb Vulture, which aimed to keep history out of the landfill and combat the 12 million tons of furniture discarded annually. Elaine's life is a testament to the power of resilience, advocacy, and action, inspiring others to rise above adversity and create meaningful change. And I invite Elaine to the microphone for our invocation.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate all that you do here, and I just wanted to kind of take a moment and introduce myself a little bit more than what he talked about and why I do what I do. So as you heard, I was the victim of childhood sexual abuse, and which led to an eating disorder, which ultimately led to a heroin addiction that almost ruined my life. And one day I walked into a church, and by faith, I was completely changed. And now I have 7 beautiful children, a successful marriage, and I'm Mrs. Texas. So I do all of this, and I'm able to share my story even up into Capitol Hill, where I was invited to go with RAIN, which is Rape, Abuse, Incest National Network, to talk to legislators in Washington. And my Cinderella story has a potential to impact other women and children who've experienced, and men who have experienced what I've experienced. And so I just want to challenge you to realize that your story, every single thing that got you here today, is important and needs to be shared. And so as you continue to make rulings and you go about your day, that make sure that your story shapes what you do, and make sure you're sharing your story and trying to infuse it in every single part of what you do. And so, thank you. I would like to if we could bow our heads and say a prayer. Lord, I thank you so much for today, and I thank you for these council people who stand before me, and I pray that you would direct every single step. Lord, I thank you that you help them share their stories and inspire people. And Lord, I thank you that they would remember that there is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside of you. And I thank you that as they go forward today, that everything would be in your will. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. But take a seat. Okay, we are going to move on. My glasses. To item number 11, items of community interest. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0415, the City Council may report on any of the following items. 11A, expression of thanks, gratitude, and condolences. 11B, information regarding holiday schedules. 11C, recognition of individuals, i.e. proclamations. 11D, reminders regarding City Council events. 11E, reminders regarding community events. And 11F, health and safety announcements. And I've got 3 items to read out. Item number 1, applications for City Council will officially open this Saturday, July 19th, 2025. There will be 4 seats up for this election cycle. Please see the city website for more details, including eligibility requirements and filing instructions. The second item, volunteers are needed. The North Shore United Response Shoreline Cleanup. The Lago Vista Lions Club is calling for volunteers to join us for the North Shore United Response community-wide shoreline cleanup this Saturday, July 19th from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're asking for help to restore our beautiful parks and shorelines across Lago Vista, Jonestown, Point Venture, and the greater North Shore area following the recent flooding events. The check-in will be here at Lago Vista City Hall in the parking lot at 8 a.m. this Saturday. And what to bring is gloves, trash bags, sunscreen, bug spray. Extras will be available if they are needed. This community-wide event, wide effort led by local volunteers, churches, and civic groups committed to making a difference. And to sign up to volunteer, you can go to www.givepulse.com event/631-366. And then finally, on a sadder note, I want to pass along some information about a local community citizen, Scott Daglish. He was on our EDAC. His wife was on the Parks and Recs committee. He recently passed away, and I just want to recognize him and say that he and his family are in our thoughts and prayers. And with that, I'm going to move back to items of community interest. I'm sorry, citizens' comments. Item number 6. Citizen comments. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, council is prohibited from acting or discussing, other than factual responses to specific questions, any items not on the agenda. And I've got several people who have signed up to speak. I've got Mr. Von Olerking. You signed up to speak in public comments. Okay.
Good evening, Lago Vista. I am David Von Olerking, your neighbor, local business owner, the guy with the messy bun, and the guy who fought back against some government overreach, showed up hauling sandbags when the floods hit. With multiple seats that are now opening, I'm stepping up to continue the council's current momentum. I don't need the title, but I do bring tools that work. That being said, do not vote for me if you'd prefer an empty suit who's only appearing for photo ops and speaking in buzzwords and rubber stamping every memo. Don't vote for me if "we'll look into it later" is your idea of progress. Don't vote for me if your primary qualifications are cosmetics over merit. I'm not your candidate. I've spent the last year in code enforcement battles, challenging opaque procedures, never chasing headlines. I currently run a consulting agency and a construction outfit, so I know both the bureaucracy and the heavy machinery that move mountains. I've lectured state leaders on sustainable energy and optimized Fortune 500 workflows. Now I'm bringing that vision home to Lago Vista. So imagine safe, connected streets where strollers and bikes don't have to hit potholes and get run over. Local entertainment, film nights, youth festivals. You don't have to drive out of town every time you want some entertainment. accountable city hall where clear workflows, tight deadlines, and no oversight rubber stamping occurs. Water management so that the lake doesn't visit your living room or cut your road in half. And if that sounds like too much, again, don't vote for me. Authority isn't a perk, it's a public trust. If you have a kid screaming and terrorizing patrons in a restaurant, do you judge the child or the parent? Regardless, I believe the one with the authority has a responsibility to resolve that situation and improve it. That's what a position of authority is for. This month's flood did teach us that neighbors and contractors local to Lago have handled 80% of its cleanup efforts because our city plan wasn't exactly ready. I brought trucks, volunteers, other contractors, but without a seat at the table, I was always 2 steps behind. On council, like others currently here, I will also push for pre-storm prep, drainage upgrades funded by smart retail growth, and preferably a trained volunteer network plan that's on standby. So please take advantage of my broad background in construction, sustainability, consulting, festivals, entertainment industry, you name it, and my ability to synthesize these plans together. They're not bullet points on a resume, they're just tools that we'll use. So again, if you want the short-haired politician fueled by buzzwords and reactive fixes, do not vote for me. But if you want solutions delivered, community life that shines, and a council member who actually answers your call, let's talk. Also, I do not wish to be combative. I think we have a ton of really great candidates up, and I hope the person with the best merit fills these seats.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Rebecca Stone.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for talking about the North Shore United Response. I'm here to, as a resident of Lago Vista, to echo your sentiments and to also ask for every council member and everybody in this room's support for coming out this Saturday. I know that we have the information out on the City Council site. I'm asking that you continue to support us because we all know that if our leadership is front and center, that a lot more people are usually on point to help us out and volunteer. Of course, this cleanup is around our shorelines, which provide economic and recreational assets. And so this quick, organized recovery protects property values, preserves what makes our community special, and it helps, with the foundation that brings all of our neighbors together, as many people in here for the last couple of weeks have been echoing. So again, I thank you for your support, and to please help us rally our volunteers for Saturday.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I just say something?
Sure, absolutely.
Rebecca, I just wanted to publicly thank you for all the excellent work you've been doing. I mean, obviously a lot of hands are in the cookie jar, but there's no bigger hand in there than you. And appreciate all the hard work you're doing on it, and just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Springfield.
Oh, and a positive. There will be Round Rock Donuts there on Saturday morning. So we have 50 dozen donuts being delivered. So if that's a little incentive to show up at 8 a.m., then I don't know what is.
Absolutely. We should push that on social media. People love donuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Melanie Russell.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, this is the first time doing it. I got some notes up here to keep me honest. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Melanie Russell, and I've recently been activated and involved in the community relief efforts during the recent flood response and ongoing flood response and recovery in the Sandy area. I am a resident of Lago Vista, and I came here to speak to you guys today about a few things. So, one, I want to begin by recognizing the hard work of our emergency responders, local leaders, and the volunteers who stepped up when our neighbors were in need. One particular site at Round Mountain Baptist Church quickly became a central rally point for displaced families. It evolved into a key distribution and coordination hub almost overnight. While this wasn't an official shelter or command post initially, it filled a major gap in those early hours. What concerns me, and what I believe deserves our attention moving forward, is how that site functioned without a formal incident command for several days. A volunteer group ultimately stepped in to lead operations, and while their intentions were strong and are strong, it raised some important questions about safety, accountability, and coordination. Now, I spoke to Kyle just before I got here, the executive director of Grindstone Ministries, who is now the de facto incident commander as of yesterday, and has since reported that there are no current unmet needs, which is excellent news. But we shouldn't wait for the next crisis to ask. 3 questions. Is Lago Vista's emergency operation plan accounting for the very real possibility that first response may be a volunteer agency leading as incident commander at a site coordinating resources for the public? How can we better integrate spontaneous community-led sites into our official response structure so they're supported and not isolated? How can the city of Lago Vista better communicate and coordinate public information with consideration to continuity of operations and various levels of access to formal and informal channels that currently exist to our community members? These aren't criticisms. They are opportunities for us, opportunities to formalize relationships with trusted community groups, to pre-identify coordination sites, and to make sure we never again have to improvise command in the middle of an ongoing disaster response. I'm asking this council to support a review of our local emergency response protocols, particularly around site-level ICS activation, volunteer coordination, and communication in the first 24 to 48 hours. Our community did something incredible under pressure, but we can't rely on improvisation next time. Let's build the systems that match the strength and the heart we saw on the ground, and I'm still seeing on the ground today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mel, can you just repeat the 3 questions one more time?
Sure thing.
I was writing them down, but
First one, is Lago Vista's emergency operating plan accounting for the very real possibility that first response may be a volunteer agency leading as the incident commander at a site that's coordinating resources for the public? 2, how can we better integrate spontaneous community-led sites into our official response structure so they're supported and not isolated? 3, how can the city of Lago Vista better communicate and coordinate public information with consideration to continuity of operations and various levels of access to formal and informal channels that currently exist to community members?
excellent. Thank you so much.
I'm just going to say one more thing. So just so the counselors know, Melanie is going to stay here as long as she can so that when Counselor Somm, your item comes up about our planning, I asked if she was still here, we could bend her ear a little bit or ask some questions. So thank you. Thank you, Melanie.
Armincy McDonald?
Armine.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Armine McDonald. I'm speaking to you today as a concerned citizen and advocate for public safety. Recent flooding tragedies across our state, especially in riverfront communities, have made one thing painfully clear. We are not doing enough to protect the people before disaster strikes. I'm urging this council to consider 2 proactive, life-saving initiatives. First, the installation of flood warning signs in vulnerable areas, just as we do for tornadoes. These sirens could save lives by giving people crucial time to escape, especially at night when flash floods can catch families off guard. Second, we need to require accessible life preservers in riverside cabins, RV parks, short-term rentals, the same way we mandate fire extinguishers. Life jackets are simple, affordable, and can make a difference between life and death. This is not about overreach. It's about readiness. I also urge you to reach out to other river communities, state representatives, senators, the governor, to create broader awareness and stronger safety standards across Texas. Let's lead the way in protecting our residents and visitors, not just in recovery, but through prevention. Let Lago Vista set the standard and be the leader in public safety. Thank you for your time and for your leadership in our Lago Vista, in keeping Lago Vista safe. I do appreciate everything that y'all do for us in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And then Mr. Gene Harris.
afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff, and Lago Vista. My name is Gene Harris. During the council meeting on Thursday, June 26, 2025, an ordinance was proposed to reaffirm the U.S. Constitution. Adam Benefield, at that time, presented himself as a staunch defender of the Constitution, specifically the First Amendment. I exercised my First Amendment right that night by respectfully commenting the ordinance was unnecessary. I said the Constitution should be read, studied, and followed, especially by leadership, a statement I stand by. I did not attack Adam, just said I disagreed with the ordinance and offered what I felt was needed. Adam professed his support of and belief in the First Amendment, yet a few short minutes later, he attacked me personally for doing exactly what he said should be protected. He berated me, even bringing my wife into a matter she was not involved in. What was my crime? Evidently, disagreement is not to be tolerated. Adam made it quite clear he did not like being disagreed with, telling me, "How dare you?" Why? To try and publicly embarrass, humiliate, and silence me? If so, isn't that called cancel culture? Adam's behavior was disrespectful to me and my wife. By treating me the way he did, I believe he failed as a council member. As an elected representative, Adam doesn't have to agree, but he should be listening to citizens, not attacking us. We deserve better and should expect better. Don't take my word for what happened that day. It is a matter of public record preserved in video. I encourage everyone to watch that video. It's easy to find. Due to the excellent work of Stan Heston, who broke it out in the section directly below the video. It's titled Item 10G. One thing that came out as a positive, I think, is the incident did point out why the mayor should remain a voting member and not be allowed to ride the fence, but have to fall off one way or the other. Finally, from Sean Ryan, the truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. Set it free, and it will defend itself. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Those were all the folks that I had who signed up for citizen comments. So we're going to move on to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are to be considered routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. And so I'll ask at this point, does anybody want to remove any items from the consent agenda?
I know we talked about shortening the meetings, but I would like to remove both 7A and 7B.
Okay, fair enough. Then what we're going to do is, now that I know that, we're actually going to move to a different item because I want to take care of item 10E, and that is the audit. We've got our auditor here, and I want to take care of that item. So I'm going to read in item 10E, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 25-2142. Susie? 2142? Okay. Please note that what's in the agenda is incorrect. It is 2142. So when a motion is made, that is the number that should be used. A resolution by the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, accepting the fiscal year 2024 audit as prepared by Singleton, Clark and Company. And I've got Mr. Dale Cruz. Did you want to introduce anything?
Good evening. I actually have Robert Gatilla, our CPA and auditor from Singleton and Clark, who will give a presentation on the final audit.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to join you again. My name is Robert Gatilla. I'm with Singleton Clark, the city's independent auditor. I'm joining you today to present for council's acceptance the city's audit for the fiscal year ended September 30, 2024. Everyone should have a bound copy of the audit in front of them in case we need to open it up. I'm going to try to be brief. I like to stick to three things. Over the years, I think I have kind of going to sound like a broken record maybe, but I do kind of the same thing that we've done in the past. The three things being the opinion, why it's important, how we got to the opinion, so were there other conclusions of the audit, coming by way of findings, written comments, and/or audit adjustments, and then we'll wrap up with a quick look at calculated reserves and the general fund's ending fund balance. So I'll start with the opinion. It's very important to us. It's a letter at the front of the report. It supports most of, if not all of the information in the report. It summarizes what we did, what we're responsible for, what the city is responsible for, and then ultimately makes a statement, and that statement is, in the opinion of the auditor, that the information in the report is fairly stated in all material respects and presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. The city received a clean opinion for the year ended September 30, 2024. That's the common term. The technical term is unmodified, which simply means that letter hasn't been changed in any way, so it's not limited. It's important to consider how we got to a clean opinion. Most auditees do receive clean opinion, and that comes by way of were there findings, which come in two types, control and compliance, were there recommendations made by the auditor, which generally relate to perceived inadequacy related to controls or procedures, or failure to adhere. And then were there audit adjustments, and if so, were they reasonable or egregious? And that speaks directly to that idea of fairly stated in all material respects and presented in accordance with GAAP. So for the year under audit, we did have one finding. It related to payroll procedures. We had 5 recommendations, and these have been discussed extensively with the city and the new city manager. They were related to expenditure controls, year-end procedures, bank reconciliations, the recording of capital outlay and depreciation, and lastly, grant administration. We did have 14 audit adjustments, which is higher year over year. Last year we had 8, but I think 14 as a number is not an egregious amount. So if we combine these 3 things, 1 finding, 5 recommendations, and 14 audit adjustments, I think that the city does have some work to do related to its accounting function. And I believe that the most important part of that relating to the finding and the payroll issue is underway or has been completed. The last thing that I want to take a look at with you is this idea of calculated reserves. In order to do that, we take the total expenditures in the general fund for the year under audit, remove capital outlay, divide by 12, and come up with an average monthly amount. When I was here last year, that amount was $840,000, which then equaled about 11 months of reserves. As a firm, we recommend having between 3 and 6 months, and so at 11 you had a very healthy fund balance in the general fund. Year over year, for the year under audit, the amount increased to about $900,000, so there was a slight increase. But there was a positive net change in the general fund, and so your amount did not decrease, it rather increased to 14.4 months. So if the expectation is 3 to 6 months, we have a very healthy general fund balance and shouldn't have any issues related to operations. Before I summarize and ask for questions, I'd just like to thank the city for allowing us to serve as your independent auditor. I certainly appreciate everyone who participated in the audit. I'm grateful for their help. So in conclusion or summary, clean opinion, gotten to by way of 1 finding, 5 recommendations, and 14 adjustments, but nothing that I would consider egregious or concerning, and then a very healthy ending fund balance in the general fund. Does anyone have any questions about the audit?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so you listed, thank you for that, Robert. You listed the clean recommendation, the finding, the 5 recommendations. Can I find those written in here somewhere?
Your copies, there's a letter in the back.
In the back?
Written down.
Okay. Because I had not
They're
seen
not
it.
part of the audit technically, but
I see. Okay. And then I had just a couple of things that occurred to me that maybe you can help me with. And this is page 31 of your booklet, page 816 of the packet. This is general fund revenues. There's a table in here. I think it would be page 31 in that booklet if I've got it right. Yeah.
budget to actual schedule.
Right. So in the table of revenues, in actual, I'm a little confused by about halfway down in the revenue section, intergovernmental revenues. There's a budgeted amount of 42,000, an actual of 803,000 and change, and then variance with budget 58. Those numbers don't seem to add up, and I'm a little confused by that. Let me throw in this as well. Further down in the same table, contributions and donations, private sources, the same issue that the final budget, the actual spent, and the variance doesn't seem to add up, and maybe those two things tie together. Can you help me understand that?
The intergovernmental, I believe, relates to Cap Metro. I don't know how it was budgeted in the city's budget. And so when we construct financials, we have the obligation to put together, an income statement that's competent as far as classification. And so I couldn't speak to, I certainly could research it and get back to you, but I don't know where that Cap Metro amount was budgeted.
But the actual amount of 803, you believe to be accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
The Cap Metro amount, I believe, was close to 700,000. So it's the vast majority.
Okay. And then further down, contributions and donations, private sources. Do you have some idea what that is?
I couldn't speak to what was budgeted, but there wasn't anything
that we
classified as such. I certainly can go back and look if I can touch base with Nicole and see perhaps if that was something specific that just was delayed.
Yeah, I guess the thing that confuses me is the variance with budget of 812,000, where the budget was nowhere close to that, and the actual was zero, and so the variance to budget seems confusing.
I think the formulas are.
It's just a.
I didn't realize.
Yeah. And maybe it's just a typo. Yeah.
I think it's a formula issue. I'm sorry.
Okay, maybe we can verify that. That'd be great. And then this is a definition question. Down in expenditures, there are these categories. I'm on the same page, and I'm just trying to figure out culture and recreation, economic development and assistance. I'm not sure what's in that. Are those defined somewhere in this document? What departments, for example, are in those? Because that's not a terms I'm used to for departments.
They would be defined by the city's chart of accounts as far as department level items that are then funneled to different categories or functions.
Okay, so that's not a definition that you all made up. Okay, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Well, my question actually was for Councilor Prince. I know you had given us a presentation on sort of where in the budget we had over budgeted and where we underspent. And do you feel like those numbers lined up with what we saw in this audit? I think we're a surplus of $492,000, and some of that was increased revenue that came in, and then expenditures were under by 200 and some thousand. I just couldn't recall from your presentation if that was generally what you found as well.
Yeah, it's a great question. I had, to be honest, this came in late enough that I had not done an in-depth analysis of the numbers to compare with what my expectations were. Really what I did was just kind of look through and said, does this look like it's, is there anything that caught my eye as being, a red flag or unreasonable? I didn't see anything, but again, it was pretty quick. So unfortunately, I can't answer your question yet.
Yeah.
But I would expect to before too long.
Yeah, I figured this would be, a useful discussion point when we get to the budget conversations. Yeah, and so I was trying to figure out, so if we, expenditures were under by 231,000 and revenues were up, I assume those revenues are tax collection, right? So the delta between what we underspent and what we had as a surplus is a result of our taxation. Is that correct? Or are there other sources of revenue that could have led to that?
It would depend. So property tax and sales tax look fairly close as far as the budget to actual. I think the intergovernmental with that 800,000 is probably, and I don't know if it's something that wasn't budgeted but expected nonetheless. This is something that if we need to going forward, we can work with you to try to get, it would depend, on if you had started with an idea of, are we going to be balanced, are we going to throw a deficit, and then how does that move in time, and if you do have an increase or a decrease or have an emergency, that you have to move in relation to that. And so from the perspective of adopted, you had a deficit, you've got 12.2 in revenues and expenditures are 13.4. And then we move to the amended where revenues stay the same, but expenditures increased. And so your deficit increased to 2.6, but then your actuals were 12 million. And so I'm not sure what's driving that.
Mm-hmm. I guess for the mayor, the question is, do you think that Cap Metro is that Build Central Texas money that we carried? Okay.
I was going to make that comment. I absolutely think that's what it was because we knew we were going to get
This year we got a large number.
Some money. Normally it's 40, 50,000, and all of a sudden they come up with 700,000. I think that was the year we had the election, and they decided to us more money, and so it was unexpected.
And I'll just make a couple of comments since Mr. Somia addressed to me initially. The budget of $42,000 for Cap Metro would have been typical of what they had done, and so that was the big surprise upside. The other big upside, and just again looking at the page that I was referring to here, page 31 or 816 of the packet, there's quite a bit of upside variance on the revenue in licenses and permits. That's one of the big drivers from that year. Now, I think the year we're in, that's slowed down, so we probably won't see that again in next year's audit. And then on the expense side, across the board in all of these areas, the actuals are significantly below the budget, and that's so a variant total expenditures of 2.8 million. So the total expenditures was 2.8 million less than, and that is in fact consistent with the theme that I've been calling out, that what we see, or at least we saw in this year, or I was expecting to see in the audit, and now we do, is that the actual expenses were significantly less than what staff asked for, and we need to tighten that up in our budgeting going forward. But again, that's not an audit thing, that's an internal budget comment.
Mrs. Psalm, did you have any other questions for?
No, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, just kind of, and being that we got this a little bit late, I didn't do an in-depth either, but I'm going to make a few notes and then make a comment, and really no questions for sure, I think, other than if it spurs up questions. As of this audit, our utility fund is really in an extremely strong financial health condition, well above peer cities. As I was interested in knowing how we ranked with other cities of similar size, and I am again going to caveat say, as of this fiscal year, yes. Our capital assets, we are continuing to invest in long-term infrastructure, although I think some of what has happened here were expenditures that we were going to do but hadn't done yet. So again, I say caveat being that I think we have some upcoming investment that we are going to be doing. Overall, from a peer city comparison, some cities of similar sizes right now are struggling to maintain adequate reserves, so kudos to the city of Lago Vista. But I will say Lago Vista's utility fund strength and infrastructure investment do exceed peer averages at this moment in time. So that said, that's a good place to be, but we have got some pretty significant CIP projects that we're going to be looking at going forward, and so I always look at it going, yay team, we're going really good now, and with a mindful eye that we need to watch what we're doing because we're doing something right when we do that. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? I just noticed on page 13 you had a paragraph, economic factors, next year's budget and rates, and you listed out what the tax rate was. And you indicated that the total tax rate was 63, the 0.63, but I believe last year we were in the 0.42 range. So that might be a typo. Our overall tax rate was not 0.63 last year.
Good catch.
So with that, if there's not any other further comments or questions.
Can I make? I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I just wanted to follow up and mention that your question related to Cap Metro and then the discussion subsequent made me think. So if you look at the written, and we don't need to open it up, but the written written that I made related to grant administration relates to Cap Metro. And so every year we have an obligation to look to see if a single audit is required, which is a separate set of procedures related to compliance, generally performed for federal programs. But there is a state requirement if you cross $750,000 to do a state single audit. And so the written that I made was to try to tighten up the administration of grants in that if you get a reimbursement grant, which the most significant one you've had recently was not, in that you've got ARPA, where they gave you the money in 2 tranches and you have a very long window to spend through it, and I think you are in this current fiscal year spending through those resources. And so that Cap Metro money, it took us a while to figure out what it was, and I thought that it was a state program and I was going to have to perform a state single audit. And so after going through that, I did go back and start to look at the classifications of revenue, and I tweaked them in relation to the titles of accounts. And so if they're different year over year, and I know that you've looked, it may mean that we need to get back on the same page as far as how the city thinks of those versus how I approach them as far as title. So, and I certainly encourage all of my cities to participate in the drafting of, and oftentimes I give that schedule to you to kind of help us put together. That's certainly something that we can do going forward. So I apologize if it was confusing and that it was for us too.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
Very good. If there's no further comments or questions, I am open to motion on this item.
I'm sorry, were you about to say something on page 13, Mayor? Did I miss what that was?
No, I said it.
You said it, okay.
and I will address that and your comment. I think it's just a formula issue on that. So I apologize.
Thank you.
Again, I'm open to a motion. And just recognizing whoever makes it, it's
It's the right
25-2142.
Yeah, I'll do it. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution number 25-2142 to accept the fiscal year 2024 audit.
Got a motion by Mr. Prince. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Got a second by Mr. Durbin. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, so we will go back. And we'll pick up with item 7A. Discussion, consideration, and possible action awarding Mills construction bid for RFP 25-05 in the amount of $500,064.75 for the construction of Sunset Park driveway and authorizing city manager to sign the contract. And I've got Mr. Dylan Cruz as our liaison, staff liaison.
Hello. So this was an item that was tabled in a prior meeting and brought back to this council in this meeting. Mills was awarded the RFP for 2505, the construction of Sunset Park, in the amount of $500,064.75. It was found that they were not TxDOT permitted, and we have since settled that, and we're ready to move forward with this one.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Mr. Benfield, you'd asked for this to be removed. Do you have some comments? Questions?
The only comment, I guess, that I have is there's been a lot of discussions about our financial standings within the city. We're about to go into budget season. We're talking about tax rates. Even just today, we talked about, where and how we save money. I drove out to Sunset today. We have a very functioning access into the park. This looks like an auxiliary access point, and where there is suitable access into the park, I'm having a hard time understanding why we spend $500,000 on a secondary access while we're having discussions about how we save money.
So I can add some comment to that. We've had nothing but complaints from citizens about the danger associated with the current access to Sunset Park. And so we took this on as a change that we needed to make things safer for our citizens going in and out of the park. And so the new entrance isn't going to be an auxiliary one. It will become the primary entrance to Sunset Park. And it's purely a safety issue was the reason why we did it. It gets debatable whether or not the current one is a safety hazard. I personally believe it is, and so I'm in favor of this item because I think it makes our citizens safer and those other people who utilize Sunset Park.
I don't, has there been anything to tell us that there is a safety concern other than complaints? Like when this was put together, like who decided that this was going to reduce safety? Or that was going to increase safety, improve safety?
Here.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I'll just say that council for at least 3, maybe 4 years has had numerous discussions on this with lots of citizen input. And the council, I think, 3 years ago decided this was important and we needed to do it. And it's been on the plan for 3 years. And unfortunately, the amount that had been projected to what it would cost, $375,000, which was in the budget, significantly less than the $500,000 that the actual cost is. I'll point out that Parks and Rec this year is trending to be significantly under budget, and this increase of $125,000 is probably fully offset by the underspending on the personnel and benefits side within park, so that at a macro level, the total park budget would come in within budget. But I'll just say, rather than revisiting the 3 years ago discussion about the relevance, I think, Mayor, you and I may be the only ones, I guess Mr. Durbin, you were there probably, and Mr. Roberts, so at least 4 of us were at the time and concluded this was the right thing to do for our citizens.
I don't know if Chief is out there. I can't remember if he had any comments.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant, okay. Sir, Lieutenant? Do you have any comments on the entrance to Sunset Park and our move to this new entrance? It was for safety purposes. I don't know if y'all had any internal discussions where you could comment on it.
Well, I know
If you could, yeah, come forward.
I know the chief was working on that, but I have exactly no idea what he was planning yet. So
Okay.
he will be here at 6 o'clock. So.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Stone.
I thought it'd be helpful if Eric could maybe run through where this new driveway is going to be, so citizens, when they watch this, can see where it is and what we're talking about. And then it's going to relay into my question: was there never just a consideration of expanding the road where the current entrance is and creating a turn lane?
So I know TxDOT was involved in this. I wasn't the, I guess, head person. I just RFP'd it. I was hoping Victor would be here to speak on it, or the Public Works Director, but I don't know the specific reasons why.
Okay. Well, it could be helpful to project, at least up here, because I know on 2 pages of the packet, it shows you the actual location of where they're proposing to put the new driveway. If we could put that up, possibly, just for the record.
I'm not on yet.
And that would be page 421 of the packet. And then maybe 423 could be the better one for people to see.
Mr. Durbin, did you have a comment?
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say to Adam's point, it probably felt and is quite a bit safer at the moment because the Cow Creek Bridge is gone. So there's nobody coming from Marble Falls, which is the folks coming around that blind corner at 50, 55 miles an hour. So it probably did feel safer. It probably is safer right now. But it's going to be needed for safety reasons anyway, and we're already paying about $135,000 in delay, in penalties basically for delaying it, and which was not necessarily the city's fault, it was more TxDOT's fault. And the previous mayor, I know, had lots of discussions with TxDOT trying to get them to build a better entrance and to Shane's point, to expand the road and make it wider. And to my knowledge, he got nowhere. I mean, I listened to all his reports even before I was on city council, and he was frustrated, got nowhere with TxDOT. And so this, rather than wait for a bunch of wrecks at that spot. Council basically decided to go forward, but as you drove in, I could see how you would feel. Yeah, this isn't bad, but there's nobody coming from that other direction right now, and it won't get any cheaper if we were to delay it until they fix the Cow Creek Bridge.
And I actually, looking at it on 423, there actually is a left-hand turn lane in the drawings for that new entrance, and there is not currently one on the entrance that is Sunset Park.
I guess that's just my question. Is it seems like a bunch of the cost of this $500,000 is going to be to lay this entire new drive. If you see on the screen here, that entire dirt area, when we already have an existing one, just around the bend. It's just interesting to me that, and I would love an explanation as to why they didn't just put turning lanes on either side of the current drive. Because you're still. It's a valid question. Yeah.
I think the issue is that the existing entrance was on a curve in the road, and the new entrance was on a portion of the road that's straighter. And I believe that's the reason why they chose that as where they were going to put it. And I think the other reason why is in the new one, it's on flatter ground, and the existing one, it drops off significantly. So bottom line is it's somewhat difficult coming from Lago Vista out towards the park to see exactly where the entrance is, because it drops off so precipitously on the other side, and you've got a lane between you. It's just difficult to see. And the whole idea is that by putting it in the new location, it would flatter road, and you could put the turn lanes in, and no curve in the road. All those things added up to the reason why the new location was chosen.
Yeah, to add turn lanes up there in that curve would be astronomical.
Really?
On cost, yes.
So what are they going to do with the current entrance? I guess you're going to have to put a barrier or something, or we're not going to let anybody use that anymore?
That's a good question. I don't know. Are we planning on closing the...
My deal would be close it, dig it up, and close it, so we don't have any fatalities or other accidents occur at that location.
And does this new driveway interject some of those trails that go around? Because you can pretty much make a loop, around Sunset Park here. I just couldn't tell. Is this cut through that? And so then we have to create some sort of crosswalk or anything?
So when I went out there and actually drove the new trail, there's actually a trail. I don't know if it's city-owned or not, but there's a trailhead off the side of that road, so it wouldn't intersect it.
Okay. Well, we just want to make sure that they're thinking about that. If it does cross over, that they have some sort of some markers of some way that people might be walking through that.
It was a trailhead, so it was a start.
I was just going to make a comment. I know I've also listened and been listening for these for several years. I wasn't on council, but heard numerous times when there were tournaments and such, the challenges going into the current entrance. And most people know who have been watching these here. I am not a proponent of just throwing money around, for sure. Watch that pretty tight. But in this case, when I also looked through our upcoming agenda item where it had the safety plan for reducing or getting to zero fatalities, one of the big expressed areas that is mentioned in there is 1431. So anything that we can do to enhance safety on that, I think, is in the benefit, especially in light of this on this park. We're wanting to do more activities there. I think we want to be able to protect our kids and our families. Thank you. I just wanted to make that comment.
I guess my heartburn is this $500,000 expense is being shielded under safety. And I want safety as well. If it saves one life, it's the cheapest $500,000 we ever spent, right? I echo the gentleman's concern back over here. I mean, how old is the entryway that's there now? I mean, why was this not thought of before we spent $500,000 building the last one? And then I also think about, this $500,000 is how many people go in and out of Sunset Park on an annual basis versus how many people would benefit from having sirens in our neighborhood. Like, if we only had $500,000 available, we didn't have an unlimited supply of money where we could just say, you know what, we want you to pay more, we want you to pay more, and we're just going to tax everybody another $500,000. If we only had $500,000 to spend total, is this the absolute most important place, the number one greatest safety problem we have in the city? Because from what I've been told, our police chief has been asking for ballistic helmets and shields, and you know what the answer was to those? No. We've been asking for other types of safety features, and the answer is no, because we don't have the money. But yet somewhere, somehow, we build these roads. Years later, it's like, oh, just $500,000, do it again. You know, I agree with everything that's been said, but and I'm going to vote yes for this because I'm not going to be responsible for someone getting killed on that corner. But for me, I feel like this is a complete waste of 3 years. Whenever that original entrance was built, whoever did that wasted $500,000.
Be good to know how much it was. I mean, I think just for the transparency, citizens should know what was the cost of the original, and you know, I guess what did we lose out on by doing this? I just still question. I mean, when I look at this picture, I still see. I get the elevation difference, but this is still on the backside of a corner.
It's on a hill.
Yeah, it's on a hill. It's on the back. You're still got to have traffic coming around at what's the speed limit over there? 55. 55. You're still coming around this corner, and then that's where the turn lane's going to be. I mean, it's just obviously it's going to be a little bit safer because you have turn lanes, but there's still a risk there. But
is there going to be turn lanes there?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, they're going to restripe the highway there.
Yeah,
is the way I understand it. It'll be a turn lane there.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm with Councilman Benefield on this. I'm obviously going to vote yes because I'm not going to be responsible for somebody dying here and saying we had an opportunity to do it. But just a hard lesson for the city to have to handle that. You know, a few years ago you put a drive there that's useless now, and we're going to have to pay to dig it up and close it off, and we're going to move the driveway slightly around the bend and just hope that no one ever gets in an accident there.
I think one thing that you have to remember is that this facility has been there for a long time. Cedar Breaks has been there for our effluent disposal for quite some time. And I believe what they did was the entrance that's there now was the original entrance to Cedar Breaks, when only people that were turning in there were the public works folks who were going over to that facility, the pond, the effluent dispersal. And so I believe what they probably did was just tag on to use what was already there. And that's the reason why we have what we have. But now that you have much more traffic coming and going from that entrance, the decision was made. It was important to put a safer entrance in there than what was needed when there was just a few public works officials going in and out occasionally. I also believe that was the entrance that was used for the police officers when they were going over to the shooting range that is over on that ground as well. So they reused something that was already there, and the traffic was much lower, and people who were familiar with it versus lay public that are going in, maybe have never been to the park before, and don't go in as often. So just keep that in mind. So.
I was going to say, and I'm going to say that this is historical knowledge and conversations. I don't have the papers in front of me. But what I was told was exactly that to get the park established, they went ahead and used an existing entrance that was there. The monies were allocated at that particular time to do exactly what we're doing today. Those funds were diverted at the time for what they thought was a better use. So anyway, I just wanted to reiterate what you were saying, Kevin. That's my understanding of it. Again, I haven't seen the actual documents and gone back through all the footage to see that that's what happened, but I understand that's the case.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I mean, park opened 5 or 6 years ago, and it was a previous council, and I don't think, Kevin, you might have been on it at the time. I wasn't. I don't think anybody else was. And they took a beating because of this entrance and just in opening up this park and not having a safe way to get into it. So you're right. It's a lesson that should have been learned. It was learned by the fact that a lot of those folks aren't up there anymore. So, you know, this is something that should have been thought of, and it actually was thought of at the time, but they couldn't get it done, and apparently TxDOT was no help whatsoever. So, it was a mess. I agree with you. And, but it was thought of at the time. Everybody since the day it opened has thought that the entrance that's there now is dangerous, a death trap. It's going to get somebody killed. So, it isn't like it's a lesson that should have been learned, but it hadn't been. And I think it probably was learned. It just hadn't been talked about for a while. There's been spending money on it. So, just to y'all's point, I agree with you. Lesson should have been learned, and we build a new park, we'll know better.
Sir? Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, hang on. Mr. Song has his hand up. Please let him make this comment.
Thank you, Mayor. The other one is just guidance for Charles. Since we spent money on paving this new parking lot over there, can we ask them not to stage on that new parking lot area? Can they stage over here to the left as if they were heading towards the...
Yeah, they won't stage on that new parking lot, because if I catch them out there, we'll be looking for a new contractor.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, sir.
I guess my last comment is as we do other projects in the future, it would be nice to know what the total cost of the project's going to be in advance. Instead of a month ago saying, oh, we just need $55,000 and we promise that's it, and give us this new parking lot and everybody's going to be so happy, and you give $500,000 more and it's going to be safe. It would just be nice to know up front, look, the project's going to cost $5 million. Do you want to do it, yes or no? But don't say it's going to be $1 million. Oh, it's $1 more million. It's $1 more million, and all of a sudden we're $3 million into it. You can't say no to another $50,000. Try to, because we've got two other agendas tonight where the same things happen, where we've approved huge monies and we're being forced to approve more monies because we didn't understand the full scope of the project in the beginning.
Sir?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve 7A, awarding Mills construction bid, RFP 25-05 in the amount of $500,064.75 for the construction of Sunset Park driveway, and authorizing the city manager to sign the contract.
Thank you, ma'am. We've got a motion by Ms. Owen. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We've got a second by Mr. Prince. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. 7B, discussion and possible action regarding the award of RFQ 25-06 for engineering design of water treatment plant number 3, upgrade to 6 million gallons to Walker Partners, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement for such services. And I've got Mr. Dylan Cruz as our staff liaison.
All right, so for this one, we went out for a RFQ to upgrade our water treatment plant number 3 to 6 million gallons per day. That we ended up getting 7 firms that proposed, and out of the scoring committee, Walker Partner was scored the highest, and we are trying to get to use them as the award for this one.
Great. Thanks, sir. Ms. Benfield, you'd asked for this to be removed. I'll turn it to you.
This is obviously a massive project, and what we're talking about here is which firm is going to engineer this very expensive project, right? And so we're not necessarily approving that big project, but whoever engineers it is basically going to be who we're going to be spending the money. Whoever engineered it, we're going to be, utilizing their advice to spend the money. And my concern here is on this scoring system, and maybe this question is specifically for Councilor Somm, is he very clearly thought that a different engineering firm was substantially better. He scored it as a 96, while others scored it a little bit lower. And then this other firm who ultimately is being recommended, it seems like particularly one individual gave a very, very high score, a score that nobody else used. It was an above average style score. And because of that above average style score, that made the evaluation peak for that particular company, and it put them in the number one slot, right? No offense to the other three people that made the evaluation, but the person's opinion that I care most about is Counselor Soms. And with him giving that company a 96, I would like to hear from him why he gave them a 96, and ultimately we're not going with that engineering firm. Because ultimately I think this company is we're going to spend a lot of money based on their recommendations. And I want to get this right.
Yeah. I didn't know the scores until at the end when I tallied it up. But I thought that B&W was a more fleshed out plan. And when I looked at the Walker Partners one, I'm not saying there's anything necessarily wrong with it, but there seemed to be a lot of add-ons. You know, they talked a lot about while we are expanding to 6 MGD, there's enough space that we could expand further. And they had a conversation about if we should go ahead and do that now, and then you're going to have to get a reevaluation with TCEQ to be qualified to be over 8 MGD. And I thought there just seemed to be a lot of extras that they're recommending, and I hate to see us in a situation where we go down this process and then they say, well, it's no longer a request or a recommendation, it's now a requirement, and now we're going to come in with a change order. And I'm very sensitive to the change orders that occasionally come in here, and I just thought I saw the prospect of a change order coming in with this bid. And so before we go forward with it, maybe I would like to hear the council discuss a little bit more some of their potential recommendations that they did put in there about should we be planning for a further growth, and is this the time to do that now, and do we have to go through this whole TCEQ process now? And so I just wanted to hear council's consideration on that, but that's why they scored lower to me. I just thought I saw some hidden parts in there that could turn out to be quite expensive for us.
And, before we all move forward, I have Jason Christensen, our chief principal engineer for Walker Partner, if y'all have any questions.
Perfect.
Somebody you comment?
Actually, I had a question for Charles. I know you've been digging into our current capacities. So based on the updated and current water treatment capacity levels or condition of the water treatment plant 3, do you feel this particular expansion at this level is needed at this time? And if not, do we have an estimated timetable of a needed expansion or upgrade?
I don't have an estimated time of when we will need this. I mean, I know we're going to need it in the future, but I'm not sure now is the right time to be spending a bunch of money on engineering that, because I don't want to see us engineer a plant that we can't afford to build. Because that, to me, that we just wasted a whole bunch of money. And I would like to gather more information on where we're at on water and wastewater before we start spending design money to find out we can't afford to build something, if that makes sense.
I guess I would just follow that up and say that, I mean, we've talked about this the last 2-3 years have been nothing but focused on, what is our capacity and how much of that are we utilizing. And the answer that we've always gotten back from staff is that, we're getting towards the 75% utilization, so that we need to be in design, and that within 3 to 4 years, we're going to be at 90% with growth, so that we have to be in construction. And so what I don't want to do is hesitate. We've already done this analysis multiple times. Unless it was just drastically wrong, I don't want us to hesitate and get behind the 8 ball to where the point where we are not on schedule with regard to TCEQ, and we're not doing things the way the state is directing cities to do, so that you have capacity when you need it.
Well, here's what I've got, and this came straight from our plant operator. Water Plant 1. It's got 2 trains rated at 1.03 MGD each, for a total of 2.075. Train 1 is currently being repaired, so we only have Train 2 in service, and our average flow is 0.324 MGD, million gallons a day. 0.324 out of a possible 2 million, that ain't very much. Plant 3 is rated at 2 million gallons. The average flow for the last 7 days on this was 0.7. That tells me I still got 1.3 million to go. So I say we got plenty of capacity to vet this out a little more on the water side. Now on the wastewater side, I'm getting varying answers, but I'm going to go with my plant operator since he's the one out there. He says our current wastewater plant is rated at 1 million gallons a day. Our average flow during all the rain events was 1.038, but our normal average flow is 0.62, which tells me we're at 62% of our deal. At 70% is when we have to be in design. So we still have a little breathing room here. So that's why I'm saying I would like for us on some of these projects, let's step back because I think we're jumping the gun a little bit. And I'm not sure, I don't want to say anything bad about our current water plan or our wastewater plan that was just completed. But I have some real concerns that some inflated numbers were used and that we didn't get good engineering data.
It's extremely disappointing given the amount of money that we spend on those plans.
I totally agree with you, Mayor.
And I'll come your way in just a second.
Very upset with this.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that those numbers are counter to what we've heard over the last 2-3 years, in that we were being told that we were at 65 to 75% of capacity. 2 years ago, we were hearing that number. Obviously, there's been some growth since then. So it just that concerns me. But the one last point I would make is I don't know how fair it is with regard to the water capacity to use the last 7 days, because I guarantee you, no one has had to irrigate their yard for the last
Well, I understand
month.
that.
Given the rains that we've had, and I would just suggest that we probably need to take a look at numbers outside of this strange period we're in right now, where we've been dumped on so much.
Yeah, I was going to say essentially the same thing, that there have been public works reports about, for years, right, about how much was being, through the wastewater plant and how much was being produced in water, and the numbers that those reports show are significantly more than the numbers you just quoted. And then also we had extensive discussions about what are the TCEQ requirements, about the assumption of flow per connection, and those are even higher numbers than what we actually see. And we explicitly had the conversation of, okay, if our actual numbers are lower than what TCEQ says we have to supply, are we better off to take the whipping from TCEQ and just say we're okay, even though TCEQ might tell us you've got to be in design phase, maybe we could wait another 6 months or another year, whatever. So we had a lot of those discussions, but it was always, how close to the edge are we? The numbers you're quoting us are radically different than the numbers we've seen for the last 2 or 3 years, and not just being quoted here in council, but in the monthly reports from staff. So, I recognize this is a big spend, and I'm 100% with you. Let's not spend a lot of engineering on something that we really don't need or we can't afford to pull off anyway. I would just say that if we're going to pull this ripcord and re-look at it, I'd say we need to have this answer, in a matter of 2 to 3 months, not another year or so.
I think we need the answer in a matter of weeks, not months.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, and hey, this might be a question for Shane, and that is, I know you've been looking at getting some grants towards water and wastewater. Do they require us to be in engineering? Do they need plans? What all do they need to get the grants? Do we have to do something like this to get the grants?
The Water Development Board wants it to be shovel ready. But I will say the waste treatment plant is the 2 applications that are the furthest along that are more likely to get approved if they do, and the drinking water wasn't. This is the first year we applied to the Water Development Board for that, so I didn't anticipate us getting approved this year for them. So not an issue on this one. Now, if we have the same conversation with the water treatment plant, it may be trickier because I think we are in competitive running to get approved by the Water Development Board and by the federal grant if the monies are there. So we'll have to have a more serious conversation on that one if this is the route we go.
Thank you. Wastewater.
On wastewater.
Yeah. And we're already in design on that.
Yeah, we're already in design on wastewater, and I got a report. I haven't fully vetted it out, but we got some serious issues at the current wastewater plant that has got structural deficiencies, I should say. So that plant's going to probably have to be rebuilt from the ground up.
and kind of related back to this, I had wondered, Dave Stewart gave his presentation the last meeting or 2 meetings ago, and there's been a lot of discussion about looking over at what Marble Falls did. Marble Falls is doing a big reuse project, and I had wondered, how do these two plants tie in a reuse situation? If you set up your waste facility to be reused, is that going to tie into the drinking water plant so that it can be actually reused? Or how does that work? Are these two projects needing to be a little bit more coordinated together if we were to be able to consider that type of a project?
Oh, I agree. I mean, I'm very interested in the Marble Falls plant and their deals. I believe some of y'all are going to go take a tour tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'm going to be out of town, but I plan on making a trip over there in the next couple of weeks to ask questions and do some research.
I think we rescheduled it so that we could make sure that you are there.
Okay, good.
We haven't picked a new date yet, but yeah, I mean, if we're going to delay things, like that is a good reason why I want us to delay things. If we could maybe reconsider the reuse part of it, because you're now seeing El Paso and you're seeing Marble Falls. If you're out ahead of it, which we still would be as one of the first communities doing it, they seem to be throwing money at these communities that are trying to go forward with these types of projects.
I do have Mr. Dave Stewart who has signed up to speak, and then we can have the gentleman from Walker Partners come up and speak as well. The council would like to hear from him.
You can put them in the minutes if you want to. Okay, so based upon Mr. West's comments, I'm probably not going to speak for 8B, but I will show you this. 39 years of working utilities, I have never seen an engineer provide a final copy without signing it. Now, that's real sloppy engineering work, or the engineer whose seal is on this report refused to sign it because he didn't like it. Either way, it's a no confidence vote in your water and wastewater master plans. Okay, so one of the problems that we have with this Plant 3 expansion is that the main transmission main is maxed out at 12 inches, which is 2 MGD. You build a 6 million gallon plant, are you going to be buying everybody water trailers so we can get the water to the house? We need to run the water line that Tim Haney had put together that we got the easements for between Plant 3 going down Alfalfa to Paseo de Vaca and teeing off and heading over to the Viking tank. Without those transmission lines, you can make water plant 3 10 million gallons, but you ain't getting any water out of it. So this isn't a balanced project. I would say go with a 2 million gallon plant and then make the transmission line distributions, and you'd spend a whole lot less money. Those items that are tipped in pink is Freeze and Nichols' estimate, and it comes out to be $15.5 million to get water from Plant 3 to Paseo de Vaca. The route that Tim and I came up with, we can do it for less than $4.3 million. And a lot of the stuff that Freeze and Nichols is saying needs to be done to Plant 3 doesn't need to be done. If you go with the 2 MGD, your raw water line is good. It's when you go over 4 MGD combined that you have to put the last 2,100 feet of the other raw water line in. But either way, whether you go 4 or you go 6, build out to 4, build out to 6, you have to have a new transmission line that goes to the Viking tank and the Paseo de Vaca tanks, or the water goes nowhere. Now, as far as the wastewater treatment plant, it's rated for 1 MGD, and I told you last time it's permitted for 0.75. You have to add 40 acres of irrigated cedars, or you're going to max out at 0.75, and when you hit that, you're issuing, when you get to 96%, you're going to be issuing a building moratorium unless you're under construction. So I lost my train of thought.
So to make your permit match your rating, you have to have that 40 acres. Now, I'm real concerned about the K factor for the golf course irrigation system. You lower that K factor, the application rate's going to drop. And if it drops from 345 or 3.45 acre feet per acre to 3.35 acre feet per acre, you have to replace that with irrigated cedar trees to keep your 1.0. So this would be, when you add your 40 acres to the cedar break, I would give a buffer to cover in case there's a re-rating on the golf course. And when you're talking about re-rating the Lago Vista golf course application rate, you're also talking about re-rating the application rate for the Highland Lakes golf course, the ball fields over at the middle school, and Sunset Park's application, all which would be at 345 right now. So getting the sprinkler heads right on the Lago Vista golf course is extremely important. It's not a simple make the golf course happy. It's a domino. You knock that domino over, you take out Highlands and you take out the others, and you have to replace it with cedar trees. So I think there needs to be a step back, and if you are talking about expanding a water plant, then let's get the water from it. Let's get the true cost of the project. And when this reuse water project that Marble Falls is doing has also been adopted and is being permitted for Liberty Hill too. And it completely removes pharmaceuticals. The only question I have right now is what's the PFAS load? But Lake Travis is rainwater. There's no PFAS in lake water. So what did we introduce in our sewer system? But I don't think it's going to be enough. I've been asking previous directors of public works to run PFAS and pharmaceutical tests on our effluent, and Marble Falls is doing the same, so we could actually have something to compare with them on this. But if you do the reuse water, do what we used to call tap to tap, but you go from the reuse water from the wastewater plant up to plant 1, then the way the permit's working at Marble Falls is that if you recycle 1.5 million gallons, you don't have to build a 45 million gallon 30-day storage pond. I mean, that's huge for the city. We only have, with pond 3.
Hang on 1 second. So he's hit his 6 minutes. I just want to check with the rest of the council. Do you want me to continue here? I think we see enough heads nodding.
Yeah.
I can wrap it up.
If I just ask a quick question, because he just said it. But
yeah, no, he said he's going to wrap up, and then we'll let you ask a question, and then I have a question for him. Go ahead.
Okay, so effluent disposal has been the biggest problem the city has. You go with this technology, which is a smaller footprint, cheaper to build, and cheaper to run, and it's surge lake friendly. It will operate during a flood. I don't know what they're trying to build down there, but it scares me because I think it's going to crater. I just haven't seen it. But you lose your 45 million gallons. Instead of 81 million, you can now get by with, 46 million gallons of storage ponds. By the same token, if you're recycling 1.5 million gallons a day, then you don't have to have the cedar trees to irrigate that 1.5 million gallons. So now we don't have to buy more cedar trees. And we're closer to be able to take care of what we have right now. So you need to tie all this stuff together and have a cohesive plan instead of a bunch of pieces where it's cherry-picked and you're being given projects that won't work. The savings to the city are huge.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 questions for you. One is on the PFAS. TCQ, LCRA claim there is none in Lake Travis. So where would our PFAS be coming from that isn't going into the lake? And then a second question is, do you agree, if we are going to consider this reuse project, do we need to be kind of coordinating these 2 projects together?
Okay, first, the PFAS, would be coming in with the sewage. It'd be introduced. People are using soap, okay, drain cleaners, whatever else. There's going to be a chemical induction, and no matter how you try, some of them are going to be permanent. But I don't think the concentration is going to be high enough, and the plant that we're looking at may actually remove them. But there is an MCL, and there's a good chance that even if we did have a slight contamination, it's going to be well below minimum detection in an EPA water analysis. So that's why I feel comfortable going with it. Do they need to be coordinated? Yeah, I'd say definitely, because you can expand Water Plant 1 on its current raw water intake, 1 more MGD. But if you wanted to do another 1.5 million, which you would have to step up to, because if you do it now, you're going to starve the golf course. But this is a long-range plan. You could build the plant to process this up there, and you could take a 3.5 million gallon plant to 5 MGD, which is huge. The thing about reuse water, and this is what's got TCEQ in a scramble, is once you bring it into the system and you reuse it, you don't have to pay LCRA to use it again. And because it's reuse water, it's not regulated by a drought contingency plan. So you could say, I'm simply irrigating my golf course with reuse water and give it all the water it needs in the middle of a drought and keep it green without having to do any water restrictions on it. This whole plan is just, it's got to be tied together like you said.
Sir, my question for you is, when you were Public Works Director, you worked directly with Walker Partners on multiple projects here in Lago Vista. And that's what this item was about, was Walker Partners potentially getting the design. Do you have any comments you want to make about your work with Walker Partners and whether you believe that they're a firm that we should use for these types of projects?
Walker Partners is my preferred engineering firm. I would highly recommend them. The other thing that you guys don't know is that Gary Graham, on his term here when he was with Walker Partners, we were trying to get Plant 3 open, and they were talking about hitting us with a building moratorium. So Gary re-rated our plant based upon water conservation. And we don't use a 0.6 gallon per minute. We got re-rated to 0.54. And that has never been taken away. So everybody, particularly Freeze and Nichols, who's given you your plant capacities, is giving you the wrong capacity because they're dividing by 0.6. We have a get out of jail free card which says we use 0.54. And it adds like 200 taps for every 1 million gallons or something like that. So I would start doing the math correctly. And I forget who said it, but you don't rate your water on to the low flows. You go with, you take a look at your 3 highest days of the year and you see how you are, and then you look at your national average. But in the wastewater, it's the reverse. You take a look at it. The other thing about the wastewater treatment plant that they're doing when they're telling you that you need to go to 2.7, because that's your build-out flow, they forgot to leave the room for the I&I. They gave you a price for 2.7, but you need a 10% reserve for I&I. So they should have given you the budget numbers for a 3.0, a 3 million gallon water plant, which means that if you went down that road and TCEQ went to review and you're already committed, you got to cough up more money to get it to the 3.0.
Dave, what's I&I?
Infiltration and inflow. Evidently, the infiltration and inflow that we had during this last event is double the max I've ever seen. It was somewhere between 300 and 400 million a day, or 100,000 a day. The max we ever had was 195,000 in a day. And then we spent months looking for the I&I and fixing it. It's telling me that we need to start smoke bombing our manholes again to find this stuff. And I'd start at the shores because all those PVC cleanouts in the grass are gone. It rains, it floods, it goes straight into our system.
Any other questions from Mr. Stewart?
I guess it's kind of more, I'm interested on the I&I discussion. So what happens during a flood event that creates that? It's just that we have so much flowing into the system that shouldn't be flowing into the system?
Okay, it comes in two different ways. So we found that the gaskets around the gravity mains going into the manholes had deteriorated over time and either completely collapsed or shrunk. And you have your pipes bedded in sand and gravel. So when it rains, it floods the ditch. When the water gets higher than the pipe, then it flows in where the seal used to be. So we fixed a whole bunch of those. But the other thing that happens is that on your gravity systems, you have these PVC cleanouts that rot in sun, and you step on them, and the little nut goes. And when it rains, the water goes down where the opening is. And the other one is that Building Services is supposed to be making sure that all grinder pumps are at least 8 inches above finished grade. And people are building them flush. And if they go in there to clean the grease off, people are lazy. They don't put the bolts back on. If they don't put the bolts back on, then water leaks into the grinder pump. So it comes from a number of places. But we used to do an I&I sweep about every 5 years. But until we hit a drought, then we didn't do it at all. But it's, you know, there's a way to do what you want to do and put yourself out, but, you know, I think the wastewater treatment plant could probably be put for construction in 2033 to 2035. You have some other problems with the wastewater treatment plant in that we had no reason not to. So all the backwash water and sludge water from plant 1 is going into the wastewater treatment plant because we didn't have any other way to deal with it. You filter it, you send it to pond 17, and you reduce your inflow. The other one is that when they backwash or when they press sludge and they're pulling 40,000 gallons out of the digester every time they fill up the dumpster, that 40,000 gallons is going back into the plant as an inflow. You pull these two items out, you drop your average daily flow by 50 to 65,000 gallons a day. It's cheaper to do something like that than to try to rebuild a plant that's got 2 years left on its safe life expectancy. Because I told Mr. West that we have an engineering report that says at 2027 we should be prepared for the plant to fail at any time.
Sir, appreciate it. Mr.
If I would hold off on the wastewater treatment plant, but I think I would add the 2 million gallon train and do the distribution transmission lines at this time, and then you would be ready to really take care of the rest on the second one. You're taking too big of a bite.
Great, thank you, sir. Mr. Christensen. Yeah, come on forward. Walker Partners.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm Jason Christensen with Walker Partners. And first of all, I just appreciate consideration for the water plant project and be happy to answer any questions about our SOQ.
Questions? Yes, ma'am.
So in regard to this quote, and I know there's timelines based on material costs and engineering costs, et cetera, people. How long? I mean, you've heard the discussions that are going on here. This is a priority, but yet we're looking at potentially maybe a few weeks or a month or so. Will that have any bearing in regard to your quote? How long is it? Okay.
Well, we didn't make a quote. It's a qualifications based submittal, so there's no money involved at this point.
I think you're still asking the question, how long is this quote good for the design work?
Design
Oh.
Design work.
I mean,
Whenever,
as good as I'm
we're ready
alive,
to
I
go.
guess.
Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. And the question I have is, I'm assuming that what you put forward as far as your the project plan and what you would be designing, that was a direct reflection of the water master plan that we had done, indicating that we needed a certain amount of new capacity to come online. Is that an accurate statement or no?
A more accurate statement is we simply responded to the RFQ, which said an expansion of 6 MGD.
Got it.
You know, my firm was not involved with the master plan.
Okay.
I do have it. I have read portions of it.
Right.
But because the RFQ is from 2 to 6,
That's what you
responding to the capital improvements required to do that.
Okay, fair enough. Questions down here?
Not for him.
Okay. Very good. I think that's it as far as questions for you, sir. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
So I'll bring it back to council, and I guess my question is, it seems like everybody would like to hold off on this, maybe not make a decision tonight, and let's get some additional information. Mr. West working with the plant operators and so forth to get the numbers so that we know where we are, and then bring it back, August, September, and have this discussion again once we have a little bit better handle on the numbers that he's presented tonight versus what we've seen over the past few years. Is that a safe?
August could be good because we're supposed to find out this month on the Water Development Board applications.
Okay.
I was thinking the same thing, that in August.
Okay. Mr. Benefield?
Just unrelated, yes. I do like the idea of doing the smoke test, Dave. You'll find that homeowners, they're trying to fix drainage at their homes, and they'll tie their gutter downspouts into the cleanouts, and then it rains, and all that water from their house goes right into the sewer. And so whenever you do that smoke test, you'll all of a sudden see smoke coming right out of the roof of their, right from their gutter systems, and it's just so easy for the city to see who has tapped into that water line or to that sewer line. And to Dave's point, I've been to several drainage homes this week where people's had a lot of water and their grinder pumps were underwater, and that water was just pouring right into those underground tanks, and then their pumps are just pumping nonstop. So if you see a spike in that wastewater during rain events, that's an indication it's time to do a smoke test.
Yes, sir.
So I'm there. Let's not engineer something that we don't need. And I think Mr. Stewart raises a lot of great points of the holistic approach, and make sure and think about the transmission and the storage, and not just the plant, all those things. And so we need a holistic plan. And back to Mr. Benefield's comment earlier, don't tell us it's going to be $5 million and then come back with, it's really 7, and then it's really 9, and then it's really 12. So let's get it done right. So I'm there with getting it right, and if we can be ready for that discussion in August, fantastic. I do wonder whether we can avoid going back through another RFQ cycle for the engineering firm. I don't want to kind of totally screw that up by whatever we decide tonight. And back to the one of your original concerns, Mr. Benefield, was why did Mr. Somm rate them higher? When I look at the rating in here, one of the ways that I tend to look at evaluation scores is I'll say, okay, if I throw out the high and the low, what does it look like? And I think it's if you take that approach, Walker Partners seems like it's a pretty strong recommendation out of here. So. In addition to the other feedback that we heard from Mr. Stewart and others, I personally am very comfortable with saying Walker Partners is the right firm to do this engineering work for us, but we don't want them to start until we fully scope the job. So I don't know if there's a place in here where we should approve this RFQ, or we're going to have to revisit it again, and that maybe is a question for the city manager.
Well, I know I talked to Victor about this yesterday, and he asked if there was a way we could approve the RFQ, but don't commit them to designing this yet.
That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
And I was going to bring that to council, so.
Mr. Christensen, is that an option?
Well, the way
More
it's,
questions?
yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Song.
I guess the question is to his point of, can we approve y'all for the RFQ, but we don't really have a timeline yet exactly when the work would actually begin. We kind of approve you, and then we'll come back later and say how and when we want to start this. Is that correct?
Yeah, and the scope of work, too.
Yeah.
Right, so scope, what we're hearing up here is we're not comfortable with the scope of work, and it's going to take us a while to figure that out, and so obviously that would impact your timeline. But can we go ahead and, from your perspective and from our lawyer's perspective, go ahead and approve Walker Partners as the engineering firm when we finally figure out what we need to be done in details? Go ahead and make that decision tonight and defer the details of the scope of work.
If you're asking, can you just approve the selection of the yes, you can do that part tonight with the specific scope to be determined at a later date.
And then from your perspective, are you comfortable with that process?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to be selected, honestly. And we're available to start whenever you're ready.
I'll just add from my scoring too. It's not reflected in it, but it is impressive. You guys have worked on a number of projects here along Lake Travis, so you're very familiar with the area and these types of projects. So I think that's a good positive.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, then I will entertain a motion along that lines. I'm certainly in favor of that. I would have nothing but good things to say about Walker Partners. I'm one of the few up here that was here when y'all were doing work at the city. And I've taken a look at the numbers. I don't really have a concern. I mean, their numbers were consistently high, and versus the other vendors that were all over the place. And so my personal experience and what I see here, I have no problems whatsoever selecting them tonight. So, yes, sir.
You looking for a motion?
I certainly am.
I move that we accept and approve the RFQ 2506 for engineering design work at water treatment plant number 3 to Walker Partners, and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with such vendors. I guess we'll do that at a little later date, just to once we know what we want to do.
Very good. Got a motion by Mr. Durbin. Do I have a second?
Second.
We got a second by Ms. Owen. Any discussion on that motion?
Can I just suggest a clarification? So I think we're not authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement until we know what the scope of work is. So
No, that's not it.
Well,
I
maybe
didn't say scope of work. That's it.
Okay, but you did say you authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement. But we're saying don't negotiate and execute an agreement yet, but we go ahead and award the RFQ to the to Walker Partners.
That was my intent, yes.
Accepted.
Very good. Okay, so again, motion and a second. Any other discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 8A, a discussion regarding possible recommended changes to the City of Lago Vista City Charter as suggested by the Charter Review Committee. And I've got Mr. Solomon and Mr. Prince, I believe, are our two liaisons. And I believe we've got Mr. Robert Owen here from the CRC to speak. And I also think we've got some input from Mr. Bullock and Mr. West. So I'll let everybody decide what order they want to go in.
I was just going to add the echo what Councilor Prince said at the last time we talked about this, is that we are not really expounding on our own opinions on these. We're just saying, do we think the citizens should vote on this on the ballot? And I hope we keep that same mindset as we move this along.
Thank you. Mr. West, Mr. Bullock, I think y'all have some thoughts. I'd love for you to give
I'm looking for the notes.
Okay.
I wrote out a whole bunch of notes earlier today on this. Well, I can't find them right offhand. You know, I've listened to what the Charter Review Committee has done, and I think they have done a fantastic job and come up with some fantastic ideas. But if we're going to have the amount of items on there that are needed to cover everything that they've come up with, I really think it might behoove the city to go ahead and look at creating a whole new charter, doing a complete rewrite. I mean, that's my opinion, because there's so many. It has been amended, several times here over the years, and I think some of it has gotten to where it just doesn't flow. And I asked Brad about this, and he agreed with me. So hopefully he still agrees with me that a lot of it doesn't flow, and it kind of leaves a lot of things up for interpretation on what it is. And I think as we're moving forward and we're going to do this correctly, I would rather see us do it all in one big swoop instead of piecemealing it here and there and coming back every 2 years with amendment after amendment after amendment.
What's that look like?
Real quick, do you want to chime in?
Yes, sir. So the question was posed to me about that issue specifically of are the number of ballot propositions, is that going to be an issue for voters? And I know that issue has been addressed. I think conservatively we're looking at least 15, maybe 20. I'd have to go back and look. Ballot propositions. I understand that there was investigation into whether or not those are approved or not. I think the larger the number you get, I mean, there is a belief that there could be fatigue, and whether they're approved or not, the question is always how well are they being understood when you have that volume. That's always the concern, and and that's not to take again. I mean, I echo Mr. West. It's not to take away from the work that the Charter Committee has done. I think all of the recommendations that they're making are good ones. The problem is that at some point you have a blanket that has been mended so many times, sometimes the stitches don't match up, right? And so, the question is it better to have a large number of amendments to do the cleanup that I agree completely is necessary, or do you have basically one, which is have a whole rewrite, have it conformed, and represent it to the voters basically as one ballot proposition. Those are policy considerations. From a legal perspective, you can do whatever you want to do. If you're going to do a rewrite, then it's probably, it's not going to be, that would not be ready for this ballot. It would go on, a future one. But again, those are considerations that are policy considerations for y'all to think about. My concern is just the volume of ballot propositions necessary to sort of encapsulate all of the recommendations, which I think are good ones from the Charter Review Committee. So that's the concern. I don't have an answer for you whether or not there's one that's a better or another. But there are still some inconsistencies, I think, potentially in interpretation. One that I brought up with Mr. West that we talked about was that's been discussed at previous council meetings is kind of the interplay between sections 3.21 and 3.23, which are not addressed in the Charter Review Committee. So there are still some things that the way that because they were amended or adopted at different times, they don't really necessarily conform to each other. And so that has led to some questions on interpretation. And when you're having to apply the rules of statutory interpretation to your own charter to figure out how do we resolve what could be apparent differences between these two sections, it might be time to think about conforming them and being clear. What is the intent of the scope of the powers granted or reserved, for example, under those two sections? Because that, and again, just because that's come up. So those are my thoughts. Ultimately, you can move forward with either one, and we'll certainly take the direction that council wants. But it's just something to think about, from Mr. West's perspective and from a pure legal perspective. Those were our thoughts.
And Mr. Son, to answer your question, what would that look like? I just spoke with Mr. West real briefly about it. His thought was to keep the current Charter Review Committee together. Obviously, we wouldn't be expecting them to meet every 2 weeks like they are now, but that they would work towards coming up with a new draft, and that if we had it available ready for May election, we could do that. And if it's not ready by then, it could happen next November. I think that's kind of the thought process behind how it might work.
I'm going to ask the CRC members that are here what they think.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mayor, councilors, you're 100% right. In fact, our lessons learned document that we're putting together, one of the last items on that lessons learned is for the next Charter Review Committee to do a total rewrite. As we got into the charter, and you could tell the different authors and the different uses of terms and things that didn't match up, it was clear to us that it needed a rewrite. Now, at the time, we were advised that, well, each issue you want to rewrite has to stand on its own. And so we didn't realize until perhaps last week when we looked at the TML guidance, it says, if you want to do a charter rewrite, you can, but it can't be done by council alone. It has to be done by a charter review committee. And so you have a standing charter review committee. I'm one of 5, but I'm confidently standing before you, feeling like we have another meeting on the 23rd, and if you need a recommendation from that committee that we rewrite the charter entirely and not shoot for this November ballot, I am confident the committee would offer that recommendation. Again, not speaking for them, but I'm 99% sure that's where they would land.
Gotcha. And do you feel like the members of the committee would be willing to hang tough and work on a rewrite?
Again, can't speak for them all. Well, the committee that you have, the 5 of us, have been very dedicated and working thoroughly. And I don't know if there would need to be any substitutions of somebody that wants to step down, but I think the bulk of the committee would certainly hang in there. Our appointments actually go until the end of the year anyway. And so I don't know if we could commit to having it done by the end of the year. There may need to be some reappointment or substitution of people that need to step down for whatever reason. But I think most of the members would be excited to tackle it from a new angle, which is kind of what we wanted to do months ago.
And if you don't mind, Mr. Harris, I know you're also here from the Charter Review Committee. Would you echo that? Do you believe that the committee would say a rewrite is necessary, and do you believe that most members would be willing to participate on something like that?
I think we're good now.
Wait a minute.
I think I got them on.
I agree that the committee would be in favor to say all of them could stay on. I'm kind of with Robert. I'm not going to go there because several of them work full time, and I don't know. But I believe the consensus would be yes, a rewrite is the preferred course of action.
Okay.
The chairwoman texted me that she's on board.
Okay.
So we have 60% of the members now.
Yeah.
My recommendation was instead of them meeting every 2 weeks, once a month, or let them pick their work schedule on how they want to do it. I think it would be behoove the city a lot better. Let them pick their work.
Okay. And maybe what we want to do is have this item, and I don't know how much we could talk about this underneath what's on the agenda tonight, but authorizing the extension of the Charter Review Committee and who it is that would like to stay of the 5 members that are there. I think we need that input so that we could then do an extension, potentially have them authorized through middle of next year, to try and rewrite the charter. Do you think if we had till, like next summer, that would be enough time to do a rewrite? You doubted whether you could do it by the end of the year, but.
Yeah, end of this year, but,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we're targeting the May election cycle.
You think that's
presumably
realistic?
that means you need it in March.
Yeah.
Or middle of February. And so, in some ways, I think starting over and maybe using the National Civics League model charter as a starting point, and then filling in the things that are unique to us, might be a way to expedite it quickly. Of course, our chairperson would need to speak with our city attorney to find out his feelings, and obviously our city manager on the National Civic League model charter. But that would certainly speed things up. So it really just depends on, what is our starting point and end point as to how long it would take. But I think we could definitely shoot for the May election if that's what you want. Our appointments are in place till the end of the year. We have a special call meeting as a follow-up to this meeting on the 23rd next week. So we can poll the members at that point, gain commitment, and have a formal recommendation to do a rewrite next Wednesday, I'm sure.
Okay. And so if we had this item on the agenda for our next Thursday's meeting, you will have already met and have some results that you could report to us, and then we could potentially take action depending on what came out of your meeting.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Yes.
I was just going to say, I'm not sure that a May election is the right place to aim, because if you look at November of 2026, that will be a federal election. Yeah. The population of voters who will vote in November of 26 may be 10 times the number of voters who vote in May. This is such a big thing for us. I wonder whether we should not try to sneak it in May, but aim for November. I see Mr. Owen has an opinion.
One thought on that, Councilor, is if you do a May election and we do go to 3-year terms, then you could start executing the transition to 3-year terms with the next November.
It's a trade-off, yeah.
Sorry, Ms. Aird is texting me as well. She said, let's target our completion next March, keeping you guys apprised to key points along the way. My thought process is, again, depending on what happens at y'all's meeting next Wednesday, we could reauthorize or extend whatever we want to do. And then just do checkpoints along the way to see where y'all get. And if it's available for the May election, I do agree with you. There will be far more people voting in November than May. But we can see where y'all are and determine, as we move through the spring, as y'all move through the spring, because I won't be here, what needs to happen and whether it needs to go in a May election or a November election. Okay.
Anything else?
Ms. Benfield.
It's my understanding you're one individual short on your committee?
No, we're constituted by charter to have 3 to 6. We were originally constituted with 6, one dropped off, so we have 5. So we're in the window.
I would just be interested in the recommendation, like in your discussion next week, if you feel like having a reappointment of a 6th person back on would be noteworthy. I appreciate writing a new one probably is easier than doing what you guys have been doing, which is trying to fix something that was very broken.
Right.
But knowing that you're going to rewrite it, there may be somebody out there that is right up their specialty,
right.
And you might be able to find someone that could assist you on that.
I will say when the one individual left, it felt like it would have been disruptive to try to bring somebody new up to speed.
Agree, but
given the fact we're starting over now with a
Yeah.
baseline of 0, if you're going to make it a 6th appointment, then yes, do it before we get into it.
I would just be interested in what your recommendation would be there.
So yeah, if y'all could talk about that next Wednesday, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
Mr. Song?
And could you also include in your recommendation what involvement you would like to have the city attorney or his office? Because I know, at least from my perspective, if he could be online or someone from his office could be online at those meetings, I think that would have sped up some of the conversations. But you guys discussed
I
that.
think you must have read our lessons learned draft, right?
Oh.
That was a city attorney or an associate presence, even if only virtual, would have sped up our process. And that is in our draft lessons learned.
Is that possible, Brad?
It is. So there's a couple of things I'll point out. So the TML, for example, has their comprehensive guide on home rule charters. And so so the TML has resources out there that are excellent, for guidance for that. We've helped write and rewrite charters before, so happy to participate to whatever level city wants us to. I don't know if I personally can attend every one of these meetings, but I can certainly attend some of them and certainly review proposed language and make comments or edits or suggestions as desired. So that's not a problem.
Do you have a recent charter that we could use as a
We do, and we do. In fact, we just the city of Rockport, where we are also city attorney, just went through a charter election, I guess last year, and updates. But so yes, we can certainly. We've got ample, and that's just the most recent one that I know of out of the Austin office. I know that our Frisco office has done some recently as well. I don't know off the top of my head who else, but for sure we've got at least 2 or 3 examples of charters that have just been adopted by voters for 2 or 3 cities within the last couple of years that we can certainly provide as templates if you want or not, whatever y'all prefer.
That would be good.
Certainly.
You can send it to Linda.
Sure.
Or I guess the whole committee.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody else have? Oh, yes, Mr. Durbin.
Yeah, as the immediate old chairman of the Charter Review Committee, I wish we'd been told to write a new one too. So putting Band-Aids on that thing is getting tough.
I'm just glad there's some consensus on this. I was worried that we'd bring this forward and y'all would be pissed. I'm glad you came to the same conclusion.
No, we want to get it done right, and we recognize early on a rewrite should have been the course of action. So if we get a do-over here, again, I think most of us are looking forward to taking another swing.
Excellent.
Yeah.
My guess is you guys have come to consensus on a lot of things, or maybe even you talked about things and you thought, geez, how would we even be able to bring that into our current charter, right? And you probably have come to some level of agreements on what you would like to see, and so plugging that into a new one, I think, is going to be just a really great opportunity for you.
No, I welcome it. I think the whole committee does.
I'm going to echo the mayor. I'm just glad there's consensus on this because I was a little nervous bringing it up, but I felt like it needed to be.
Yeah. So we'll absolutely have this on our agenda for next Thursday. We'll look forward to hearing from y'all what comes out of your meeting on Wednesday. My only question is, do we anticipate that we would want to take some kind of action next Thursday based on what we hear from them? I mean, they already have 5 of them. They're already commissioned through the end of this year. So I don't know that there's any particular action we might need to take other than just announce we're not going to put anything on the ballot this November, which doesn't take any kind of action from the council's part. But is there any action that you would anticipate we could or would need to take?
The only one that I would see is Mr. Benefield's leading question of should we consider appointing a 6th person, or if some of the current 5 decide they can't sign up to do this.
Yeah.
So we could potentially need to maybe authorize a liaison to go out and city to advertise for applicants and a liaison to go review, and we could potentially do that at a later date as well.
You could. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if any of your committee members know that they cannot commit beyond the end of this year, then that would be good information to know as soon as possible. So.
But my thought process is that if we get that information back from them, we'll be able to give direction to staff that says, hey, you need to go out and publish this again, looking for applications, or please bring us back the applications where we didn't choose folks, and we can bring that back for action where we actually appoint someone.
Is there any action required to do a rewrite versus a modification?
You mean tonight?
Or even next week, if the consensus is, that the recommendation is to truly do a rewrite, that's what they come back and say. Is there any action we have to do next city council meeting to make that happen?
I don't believe so. I mean, we will just give them the direction that that's what we'd like to do. They're already saying that they believe that's the right thing to do, so
Okay.
it would just be direction. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Definitely appreciate
Well,
it.
there were 4 questions that came out of the last meeting and on the message board. So I just want to point out, in the interest of time, I'm not going to address them, but you can go read the packet.
Oh.
And I guess our chairperson is listening in. You need to revise the agenda.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And again, thank all of y'all for your efforts on this. We definitely appreciate what you're going to do moving forward. I'm certainly. Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay. We're going to move on from 8A, and we're going to take a quick jump to 8C, discussion and possible action regarding recent flood events concerning establishing any needed assistance centers, actions taken by the city, and future needs. And I've got Mr. West as our liaison on this item to give us an update and obviously a discussion after that.
All right, let me find my notes again here. A lot of things worked well, but I did see some things that we have definitely got to improve on, which is the number one thing is communicating with the public. We failed the public on getting the message out to them, in my opinion. As far as emergency responses, I think the ESD did a fantastic job. I spent some time in the EOC. Councilman Som spent some time up there. Those guys and gals were doing a bang-up job. They did a fantastic job. They need to be commended. The fire chief and police chief both, kudos to them for the job they did. But I do think we failed on being able to get the communication out, and I'm already looking at ways to improve our communications from the city to get the message out. I'm going to agree that even though the outdoor warning system is for people outdoors only, I do think it would be beneficial for the city to look for some grants to get some of the storm sirens, and let's place them in some key areas where the flooding events might occur, just to give anybody that's outside or their house isn't insulated well enough, they'll know to seek information on what's going on. But and then we do need to work on, as far as our staff goes, I think everybody responded well. We were fortunate we didn't have that much damage within the city limits, and our guys have been working their tail ends off the last 2 weeks to get the roads cleaned up and fixed. I do think that out of this, and I have a meeting next week, and at the August meeting we'll be bringing back a proposal, hopefully at the first August meeting, to conduct a citywide drainage study so we can start addressing some of the major needs. In the meantime, city staff is looking at some key areas, because we did have some areas of failure and some mishaps. As I look at it, we've got lots of opportunities to improve.
Yes, so.
I just think if you had any more, Charles?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, no, I wanted to echo what you said there about the ESD. I mean, obviously, did an amazing job, and we trust a lot in them, and I think they stepped up. And I think I was thinking more about our citizens' comments here. Is there's no criticism to be made during this event. There's just opportunities, and there's opportunities to look at how things happened, and then what can we do from there to improve for the next time. And I think I told you all at the Lions Club, I spent, 2.5 years on this, after Hurricane Harvey. I was a part of the Ida Storm Report, which included flood and hurricane, and actually helped pass the big bill, SB 6, that was supposed to create this huge disaster guidebook that Tatum was going to put out. And part of it was all about the local response. And part of that was about how do you coordinate with local volunteers and nonprofits. And so it's unfortunate to hear, as someone who helped write that bill, that I don't think that part has been fleshed out still. And I don't think that was isolated to us. From everything I read from Kerrville to here in Georgetown, there seemed to be just a lot of disconnect from how do you jump from one phase of the emergency to the next, right? So we killed it on the initial phase. The ESD jumped right in. They had the EOC already operating on, like midnight, 1 a.m. of that disaster. That is flawless. How we transferred from what their efforts are to how we're communicating with citizens to how do we coordinate with volunteers to how do we coordinate with the county and state. That's where improvement can be made. And no two disasters are ever the same. We're not going to see that same flood again. And I think the new flood threat is that we're now one storm away from Lake Travis flooding. We're at 88%, I think. It is a real possibility, and it's something that I think citizens are expecting us to plan for. So one of my reasons for bringing this agenda item up was to create another agenda item probably at some point, or to talk about, I think we should all work seriously on what our plan is. Right now, whenever I ask, what is the emergency operation plan or guide, I get that 77-page Travis County document that covers us and Jonestown and Point Venture and a bunch of other communities, but it isn't very specific. And so I think what I would like to see from the city is a plan as far as what is our role outside of the ESD in coordination with the ESD. What are we doing during these disasters, and how do we improve? And I'd love to work with them, and maybe I know we don't like this term, but maybe we have a subcommittee of the council that maybe wants to work with the ESD and kind of flesh that out, and work with Charles on how do we better communicate with one another. I can tell you from the council's perspective, I did think that there was a lack of communication amongst us that could have benefited the citizens. I know the reasons, for that is you don't want anybody to be giving wrong information, but for better or worse, the citizens do look to each of us during these events, and they're trying to get information. And so one thing that we can improve as a council is find out how are we able to share information and follow the Open Meetings Act, and then convey that message out to the citizens. So I'd love to hear from people, where you think we can improve. And obviously, to Charles' point and our citizens' point, there was much to, praise, and a lot did go right, but, there's always an opportunity to get better.
Yeah, I didn't hear anybody, including myself, feel like the actual response from ESD wasn't flawless, or anybody really. So I don't think I think there's no criticism at all to the actual response. The overwhelming criticism that I've received is what Mr. West pointed out, the notifications, the communications. To me, it seemed like it was July 4th. Everybody was out having a good time. It was Friday night. Then it was Saturday. It was Sunday. And the first notification that I saw of any significance didn't occur till Monday, when everybody was back at work. And I hesitate swearing and using the word subcommittee, but it almost seems like there should be an emergency response subcommittee, potentially made up of volunteers within the community, maybe some city council members, that if there ever is a point in time where that button is pushed by ESD to sound the alarms and say, hey, we have a natural disaster going on, whether that's flood, fire, whatever, then there needs to be a plan in place on exactly how we respond. Certain people get called in, communications start getting sent out the door. It doesn't matter if we communicate once an hour. We give people what we know as fast as we know it. And speed is everything. So if ESD has very, very little information, we put that out, and we drop it as fast as we can. And whoever is responsible for that communication, they're here at this office, or they're in a capacity where they can post or do that immediately. And I would love to see a plan in place. I would love to see a plan that if there's a flood, and I know you made the comment, and I agree. I don't really think that for the vast majority of Lago Vista, we're at just get to a little bit higher ground, But there are a lot of people that live on the lake, I know for me, when I had 13 people in my house, and I didn't sleep that night. I literally went and sat on my back porch because I was afraid that if the water did come up, I wanted to be able to notify my family. I wasn't going to allow myself to sleep, right? I was going to be there, and if the water came high enough, I was going to wake my family up. And there would have been a lot of comfort to know that someone like Donnie Norman would have pushed that button, and there would have been an alarm sound saying, I could have slept that night had that occurred. And but also with tornadoes, there has to be a plan in place. If there is a tornado ripping down the river, if there is a tornado, what do we do? Where do we go? What's our protocol? Who's gonna put out the communication? I wanted to do it. I knew to do it, but I was afraid to do it. I didn't want to say something wrong. I didn't want Charles calling me up saying, Adam, what the heck are you doing, dude? And so having those plans in place, and then probably, honestly, the one that we're probably most at risk for is fire. If a fire was to rip down Loman, I mean, we talk about one way in and one way on 1431. If one was to hit Loman, I was even talking to one fire expert down in Austin, and people have this mentality that they'll just get in their boat and rip down the river. And they said, man, if you had a real fire, the kind of heat that would be generated even 200, 300, 400, 500, 600 yards away, you're just not going to be able to rip down the river the way you think you're going to rip down the river, And having some kind of contingency in place for these types of things, some plan, it has to be in place. And I would love to have a subcommittee made up of residents or individuals, staff, city council, to have that kind of mindset. But I do agree with Mr. West. I think it was flawless on execution.
So I'm going to agree with you, Mr. Benefield, Councilor Benefield, and I'm further going to say we have in the midst of us, there's been ongoing communication between myself and Melanie since this thing has started. And just before she came up here tonight, I'll tell you, in terms of a work session, I've already got the outline of what that work session item would be. But if it's okay, as she's been listening here, I would like, if it's okay with you fellow counselors, I would like her to come up and just give a few thoughts about how we could begin that process and really maybe put in a emergency plan ourselves. And part of that is that initial emergency communication plan. Part of that is our local handoff, because I will tell you, as a person, president of the Lions, there were 3 calls that people made. The first was to the Red Cross, the second was to the Austin Disaster Relief Network, and when they couldn't get through to them, guess whose phone number got put out there to call? And that was the Lions. So it was an interesting and sad and horroring there for a little while, trying to make sure that those that were needing services did get to them. But as we were saying, we really were relatively blessed not to have the same devastation that Sandy Creek did, but we have a fire or something else, then we are in trouble. So with that, if it's okay, Melanie, I had her stay here and asked her babysitter to go a little bit later. If she wouldn't mind just saying a few points, and then maybe we could continue that conversation.
Sure, come up with
Thank you again for having me. So I didn't clarify earlier because I was trying to beat the timer, but I'm actually a certified emergency manager. It's what I do for a living, and just so happen to be out here. So actually both on the civilian and the military side. So I served in Texas State Guard and led over multiple different units. And one of them, my last one before I went on inactive because I had my baby, was search and rescue. So just to give a little bit of legitimacy to the credentials and where I'm coming from in this. So I don't know if any of you have ever been part of a natural disaster, either experienced it or responded to it, but I have been and fulfilled multiple roles as an incident commander, liaison, and first responder, and in this case, anything and everything that they need over there. So first one, I had to download Facebook in order to understand what was going on in Lago Vista. I haven't had Facebook for a lot of reasons for about 5 years. But sometimes I grab my husband's phone, and I know that you make some announcements on one of the Lago Vista groups, which is very, very helpful, and ultimately why I reached out to you to figure out what was going on. So genuinely tried to go down formal and official channels, passed me over to Norma Owen, and also tried to figure out what was going on with our EOC over here. Because I was not formally deployed, of course, there wasn't a ton of information that was going on, but I immediately recognized that there was a major gap between the efforts and the magnitude and damages that were happening over in the Sandy Creek area versus the response. Now, typically, and this isn't me trying to over-explain, but since we have people in the room, it's probably helpful for education, the county at that point, especially in a disaster, is usually working with some sort of emergency management coordinator, and working, if it's beyond the point of the city, they're working on ordinances and declarations. When I arrived on scene, at Round Mountain Baptist Church, which was the de facto family reunification point of distribution. I mean, anything and everything that was there. There weren't any auxiliary points set up on any of the roads yet. It was Pastor Mike and 3 other local residents that were doing anything and everything they could, not formally trained, to help people find their family members, loved ones, anything. And of course, they hadn't had any predetermined or pre-identified connections with the city, the county, the state. So one of the things, if we can, if there is a subcommittee that gets recommended, first and foremost, I don't think that we can count out anymore the dense population of first responders, firemen, prior service, EMS, so on and so forth, that live in this area. We are the first responders, and that's effectively what a lot of us, when we first showed up, who we were, just not in uniform. And I think we need to really prioritize how we're going to manage that and allow them to play a more formal role, even if they weren't part of the original, EOP, emergency operating plan, and whatever else. I'll pause. Any specific questions or comments on that part?
I guess the question is, and that's where I was thinking too, is that point of where the volunteers are already engaging, and what are you seeing other cities do or other counties do to help streamline that process or make it more structured? For us, like I try to be very sensitive of it because the EDC is obviously our emergency manager, and so I'm not trying to step on those toes. We have to just coordinate with them on how that works. But I don't see that in this larger plan that Travis County puts out for all these communities. I don't see any section in there about that.
I think there's a few conversations I would be a lot more comfortable with having, not when it's recorded, especially because the incident is still ongoing. And so there's a lot of lessons learned, and out of respect for the my peers and colleagues, friends and residents that are still out there, I'm going to give them a chance to catch a breather. And there's, like I said, there's a ton of information I think I can give you guys, but I don't want to do it in a formal capacity at this point. If and when there is a hot wash, an after action review meeting with the folks here, I think it would be extremely helpful at that point to share the information that just don't, again, it's not typically a public environment when you share it. But I can give you some bullet points regarding every phase up until day 13 or 15, whichever one I'm on right now, from day 1 to day 15.
And I'm interested in the phase that we're going into now, because that was one of the points that stuck with me that Greg Johnson told me was, as far as I'm trying to ask him about volunteers, where can they go? And at the time, he was like, they're just trying to funnel everyone to the Red Cross and the Austin Disaster Reports Network. And then he said, but wait till week 3 or 4, all these other groups go away, and that's where I really need the local volunteers who are still going to be here. And so what are we seeing in the next 14 days from the volunteer side?
Sure thing. So Austin Disaster Relief Network took over, I would say, the de facto incident command, I believe, on day 5. Now, their capability is typically in the recovery space, and so they are responders, typically not at the incident command or command staff level. They're a box, a little bit farther over, and I think usually under personnel. But they are working with Travis County officials through Plain Elementary as the volunteer reception site to get volunteers, and ideally at this point, volunteers to specific areas and have a little bit more accountability and obviously to help ensure more safety of the people that are going there. And they are discouraging spontaneous volunteers from going to the specific, unofficial auxiliary points that, we had 8 or 9 hot spots over the last 14 days. Round Mountain Baptist Church is where right now they will land, and there's kind of 2 tents. One tent is for volunteers that are not trained equipment or trained in heavy operation equipment or are not comfortable operating heavy equipment. And so there may be other tasks up at the church, points of distribution, handing out materials and whatnot. If they are an operator, that's kind of the big effort, and where Grindstone Ministries has taken over the lead at this point. in making sure that the homes have access to heavy equipment to clear out debris and meet all the requirements from Travis County that put out, their or issue their ordinances and whatnot for the debris pickup. So right now, the Twitter version there is heavy equipment and people are trained or comfortable operating handheld equipment is a big deal. And as we kind of move past the big brush debris clearing and ultimately get cleared from search and rescue for missing persons, I do suspect that we'll start getting closer into the actual home, what we call muck out cleaning phase. And there's tons of agencies that can do that, but if someone feels compelled to volunteer, I'm sure that there will be a clear sign up for that.
How about the boring bureaucracy part of it? Like afterwards, like people have been telling me it's really hard to fill out the FEMA assistance stuff. Is that something where like the city could step in and help on that, or is that still volunteers? I did find out today that there is a FEMA tent over there at the church, and so I didn't know if people could just go there and get help with it, or will they be told to go online?
If they know it's there and they feel comfortable going, absolutely they should. I mean, some of that information is available online, but to the point about communication, we have to remember that some of these people, when we say they lost everything, they literally lost everything, including internet, including their cell phones, including their computers. So important information that was being pushed out and continues to be pushed out is not reaching some of the folks in the back. In fact, it wasn't until day 4 or 5 when I was driving back on my side-by-side and we physically took government officials back into several of the other areas that hadn't been accounted for. There were creek crossings that weren't marked or visible or clear, and we had families stuck back there, weren't able to get to critical doctor's appointments and everything, and so the full scope and again, the magnitude of the disaster wasn't clear. Again, that said, how are they supposed to know that there's a reception site that has showers and now laundry units and resources and potential reunification? They don't. How are they supposed to know that?
If I could, so on a daily basis, I get an email from Travis County and also from LCRA. I generally send them to Amanda. She's our communications person. She posts them. But they did have some information vis-a-vis what you just asked, which is the FEMA Disaster Outreach Center, a federal disaster assistance available to survivors of the devastating floods. Representatives from the Federal Emergency Management Agency are available through next Wednesday, not open on Sunday, at Round Mountain Baptist Church from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to assist residents to apply for disaster aid. Those impacted by the flood can also apply for federal assistance at disasterassistance.gov, the FEMA mobile app, or FEMA helpline, and they give a phone number.
Do any of you know what that means? Disaster assistance? And not in a mean way, but like genuinely, if you receive that email, you just experience a life-altering, you lost everything, you lost your baby, you lost your house, you lost your car, and someone somewhere said, hey, there's an email and you can get disaster assistance from FEMA. Do you know what that actually means?
I don't think a lot of people do. Yeah, like I said, I don't think they know you can go out and get unemployment benefits. You can get housing. All
So,
that stuff.
assuming positive intent going into this, and before this incident happened, and it's my due diligence as a resident here to see if there's subcommittees that already exist. I have my family here, and I want to keep them safe. My husband's active duty, so this is a priority in our household. I think one of the top 3 priorities that we can do as a city is provide, 1, show that it is a priority for preparedness and response activities, and 2, provide that public education so that the first time people are seeing these things isn't after they've just lost everything, because we have to keep in mind trauma-informed care. We have to keep in mind that we're holding people accountable for everything after they just they lost everything. So when I've inquired before about emergency operating plans, exercises, ways to get involved, it was behind closed doors. It was not publicly available. There were no references to exercises that were happening that opened it up to the residents here. There haven't, that I've seen personally, and I'm only one person, any plans. So again, in emergency management, our goal is to genuinely try and connect people with resources and educate the public in these preparedness activities before an incident ever happens. They are more likely to use it. We are better off and better coordinated when we know each other and I show up on scene and you're like, I know Mel, I know exactly what she can do, or at least I've seen her before, I'm more willing to work with her. And I think a lot of the folks over there in the Sandy Creek area, unfortunately, never got any of that public information, public education, to the point that it has been detrimental. So now that there's state and federal resources there, some of the folks are significantly less inclined to use those resources or trust those resources.
Why?
So Saturday, I don't even know how many days in that was, I was just getting a self-deployed search and rescue team to a family who had been waiting and asking. 2 days before that, there was a leaking propane tank that, one of the sites was like, we've been calling 911 and letting them know for a week and no one's gotten to us. The morning of, there were several folks that, ESD, I think, responded to in one section of Sandy Creek. But again, unfortunately, there was a significant other portion of Sandy Creek that was impacted and many lives lost and home and property lost over there. So the public perception is that they were left behind. I'm not speaking for everyone, but some of the feedback I got was we feel left behind. We feel forgotten about. No one's been here to check in. No one's knocked on our door. No one's told us anything. We've just been waiting for help, and I don't know what to do. And so actually that's part of the reason I'm here today. I feel like it is a great responsibility of mine to take the information I've seen and advocate for the folks that I've been on the ground with and bring it back in a language that hopefully the people in this room can understand so that we can take care of the folks in Lago Vista if this ever happens here.
But that was the part that I didn't understand.
Sure.
They've been waiting for help, and help is now coming. Why would they not want to take advantage of it?
Have you ever taken a drive back there, Mayor?
I'm not.
Okay. I want to word this so that I'm not saying anything out of turn here. Some of the folks back there are back there for a reason. It's lower. Some of the areas are lower income. Some of the residents have shared with me personally, that it's just there's a lack of trust in the system, lack of trust in the government, and this very interesting dichotomy where it's we don't want your help, but we need your help. So what I would personally translate what the feedback I've heard is, I just didn't hear from you, so I thought you didn't care. And, I know in emergency response, I need to be self-sufficient for 72 hours at least. But I'm in this field. I know that. And so I planned for it. That's not the general perception that I think is shared, not just over there, but in general. I don't know, you guys know that, but in first response, it's 72 hours before you may or may not get help. So again, we call it public perception of threat. And then, the public perception of being willing to take those resources. Some of them were saying that they wouldn't talk to anyone unless they spoke their language. So, I was signing one day and we had Spanish speakers another day, but that's not, those volunteers come and go. So you're gonna feel a little bit more inclined to work with someone that you relate to. And I think that may have been part of the problem. There was a bunch of people that I don't know why you're here, what you're doing. You're wearing a uniform that scares me. Or you don't even speak the same language as I do, so how am I supposed to know what you're saying? Yeah.
I also saw the TDM alerts, and I know this was an issue in any disaster, but there's the scam people that go out there and they're trying to hawk something.
Stats, or?
Yeah, they're trying to take money up front and say, I'll be back here to help you rebuild this, but you got to...
Yeah, the poaching.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a known unfortunate incident that happens, and there's books written about it, and we've seen it in Maui, and unfortunately it's the land grabs, and part of the reason why I hope that we can pre-identify some local community leaders for a response is to help better vet the people that will show up and have a system to help vet, because we absolutely had a community-led response for the immediate part, but there are many more downstream impacts that weren't accounted for or couldn't be accounted for right up front. And one of those is we have no way to vet who's been at that house, what they're doing, receipts, who needs receipts, who doesn't need receipts, the work that they did, if they took pictures, didn't take pictures, like all those things are important for a reimbursement.
And Mayor, I don't know, or maybe Chief knows, is our CERT still set up, or did that not get reestablished?
Yeah, if you know.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. First, I'm going to apologize for not being dressed a little bit more professional. We've been doing hands-on training all day today, so please excuse that.
Still a polo.
Yeah. To answer your question, sir, CERT is still established. I know when we were in the EOC during the flood event, they were talking about using CERT for some certain things like assisting with water distribution and things like that. That's kind of what your CERT team is really good for, right? It's the little things like that, like assisting with water distribution, with food distribution, things like that, that frees up responders to be able to work on more major issues. So you don't have to have, say, a fire crew manning a water distribution station. That's what your community emergency response team can do.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know how to best use them. If they were a potential liaison for the local nonprofits as well, or they're just their own thing that's activated when you guys say.
Yeah, so they're managed by the ESD and activated when that's needed, and that's really kind of more the function of that is just being able to take care of a lot of those little tasks to free up responders to work on other things.
Okay. Yeah, just trying to think of if we are going to problem solve here, problem shoot, and throw ideas out, not duplicate things that already exist. So I want to make sure, obviously CERT is something that's a tool out there. What are some others that you're aware of that already exist that we could be possibly looking at?
Yeah, CERT is a great one. I've actually had a few people reach out to me over the last couple weeks and say, hey, how can I, potentially be in a position to help for the next time something like this happens, or, a similar emergency. And that's kind of where I've directed them to is, reach out to the ESD, see about getting, on the CERT team. I'm going to apologize. I walked in mid-conversation, so when you're asking about other organizations, if you maybe put in a little more context for me, I might be able to answer the question a little bit better.
It was more so I laid it out that I just want to make sure that we use this event as a learning tool and something that we can build upon. And I asked, do we need a subcommittee to maybe look at how the city specifically responds or prepares for emergencies? Not the ESD, because we feel like they did a great job and you did a great job. Mm-hmm. It's how do we work together and have a plan on what we're doing to communicate to the citizens. And so my first idea was the dreaded subcommittee that we hate. But I thought that was a possibility. And then I thought, is there any of our committees that could be working on this? And I don't think that there is. So I guess that's another idea. Should we create a committee for it, or is a subcommittee good enough because that's not permanent? Are there other organizations or something that are already existing that could be looking at this that I'm not thinking of?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so I don't know if a committee or a subcommittee is really would be a necessity. I think, the big thing is, and this is something, Mr. West and I can definitely work on, is just making sure, at the city level, everybody on staff understands what the responsibilities are in an emergency. And, if it is an emergency situation, it's all hands on deck. I know at one point, pretty early into the event on Saturday, I got a hold of Eric Zeno because I needed Amanda's number to get her to be able to push out information, and I was blowing her phone up for several hours like, hey, post this, post this, post this, post this. So just making sure everybody, understands those roles and functions if we do have an event like this again. And I think that's, something staff is easily able to work on, and, also coordinate with the ESD as well, as far as, because they are our emergency management for the city. So also coordinating with them on, what we can do to assist and be a good partner with them in that as well.
That was a great reminder. I think it's worth noting. Amanda, I thought, did an amazing job. Once she was looped in, and she just started firing out information, and it hasn't stopped still. So,
yeah,
a big thank you to her.
She's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, what I was going to say, well, thank you, Chief, and I'm going to go back to Melanie there. As someone who's done quite a bit of scenario planning in the past, this is not something that's going to be a quick session. And you want to have some expertise in the area. I actually was thinking about bringing in that. Now, where I'm going with this is really that ESD, and the EOC was operating. But I'll tell you, as president of the Lions Club, who was the third in the line getting the calls, what we were getting was stand down, don't do anything, and that's all we got told. Well, when we tell our people that are coming to us, stand down, don't do anything, or wait, let me find out who it is, two things occur. Either the person who is needing the assistance loses trust, or the second thing is we've got people who are rogue going down to where they shouldn't be, actually getting in the way. And so I don't think again, I want to reiterate what Councilor Benefield said, Ben, that the plan with the ESD and the EOC and stuff like that, I mean, that went rocking and rolling. But simultaneously, what was happening is that people were reaching out to people that they knew. So I think there's another layer that we need to add to this plan. And I think that it is not just just a short, let's throw it together thing. I think it potentially is something larger. Now, I will say, whether that is done at the city, one of the reasons why I was very active in forming what we're calling the North Shore United Response, in addition, was to create a mechanism by which we began to pull, basically piggybacking on the President's Council, that we can go, okay, here's additional information for you guys right out in the field right now. And so I really appreciate maybe a little bit longer of whatever we call this, maybe even a planning session. I think leading with Melanie, we might be, with a Melanie, we can accomplish a lot in a very short amount of time.
I want to be included. Would you call it a hot wash? What's that from?
It's shocked. It's a terminology we use in emergency management. It's you usually do like a few ups and downs, but it's the debrief after an exercise or an incident where you go over what went well and what didn't.
So there you go. I think maybe it not an ongoing and never-ending subcommittee, but I definitely think having at least a session of major stakeholders in the community, and along with the city, along with Melanie, and I think we could have a much adding a deeper level to our plans, so that people felt like they were included, they had the information where they wanted, and the people on the ground were receiving the information they needed. I'm sorry, Chief, you had your hand up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's very standard practice in emergency management that sometime after the event, you get all the key stakeholders together and you do what's called an after-action review. So that's coming in the future. Just the reason that probably hasn't happened yet with our partners at the ESD coordinating that is really the event's kind of still going on. So but that'll happen at some point in the future, and there'll be a lot of people involved in that. We can work on organizing that, but that's pretty standard practice in emergency management.
Is that something we could be involved in? And at least in my other question for Brad is, during emergencies, like what restrictions does the OMA still have on us? I would have to imagine that under emergencies you don't necessarily have to worry about quorums, or do you still have to?
So that once an emergency has been declared, there are certain actions that can be taken with. Let me pull it up.
While he's pulling that up, Chief, going beyond president of the Lions Club is also a city council member sitting up here. I also noticed through the boards and stuff, Shane was out there, Council Benefield, I think Paul Roberts. I mean, those of us, I don't count myself in that because they are so much better at that. We're out there, and so the questions were coming to them fast and furious, and then so. A communication plan to include the council members. I know even Kevin, being mayor, is also longtime Lion and much in the community. All of us also being in those communication plans helps to get that word out, because again, people know us and they're asking us.
Yes, calling and asking you questions.
Yes, yeah, right.
Absolutely.
So the applicable section is 551.045, and in the case of an emergency or urgent public necessity, the notice requirement for a council meeting is 1 hour before the meeting is convened. And so, but the caveat is that you can only take action in such a circumstance on matters directly related to responding to the emergency or urgent public necessity. So you're cabined by only dealing with emergency management response and so forth. You have to, so just so everyone here is, an emergency or urgent public necessity under TOMA is defined as an imminent threat to public health and safety, and it is imminent or unreasonably unforeseeable situation, including fires, floods, earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, wind, rain, snowstorm, power failure, transportation failure, interruption of communication facilities, epidemics, riots, civil disturbance, enemy attack, or other actual or threatened acts of lawlessness or violence. So,
and who would declare the emergency that would allow us to take advantage of that? Is it the governor, the county commissioner, or the judge?
The mayor of a home rule city has the authority to declare emergencies. If the governor has declared an emergency, then that imbues certain powers under various state laws and the mayor to act in certain ways. So yeah, for purposes of this, you'd have to declare an emergency. If it's been declared by the state, then that triggers other laws. So I mean, I can provide you a more fulsome answer on that, but I mean that's the short.
Or the county as well.
I believe that's true.
I think that's right.
I think that's right.
Because I wondered that too. I didn't know.
It could be a county judge. It could be, I mean, obviously the governor, a county judge, or the mayor. So if you're in a jurisdiction in which an emergency has been declared, then you can declare that yourself, or you can declare. I mean, if it is something very local, like for example, it could be a flood, I suppose, but a tornado or some, or power loss or any of those things that I just read off that are specific to Lago Vista, for example, that aren't really more widespread. The mayor has the authority to declare that emergency and then to, convene a open meeting.
What about a situation like what we just had, which was, Lago Vista really didn't experience what east of us and west of us did, Sandy Creek and Cow Creek. Mm-hmm. There was no real emergency here in Lago Vista proper. Do I still have the latitude, if we're going to try and support our neighbors to the east and west, to declare that kind of emergency and take action, or does it have to be an emergency within our jurisdiction?
It's going to be an emergency within your jurisdiction. Okay. Yeah, if you're going outside your jurisdiction for the actual disaster or the act or then that's not. It's got to be really an emergency within the corporate boundary here for you to be able to declare that. For a city to be able to declare that an emergency. If it's not directly affecting your citizens, then it's not an emergency within your jurisdiction.
But I would think in this incident, we qualify because we are in the storm, so we couldn't predict that there wasn't going to be damage. I mean, it could have, but we had the county judge had declared it. I think of the declarations, the need for them in terms of FEMA. I'm trying to qualify for FEMA funds, but since the county judge did it, it didn't matter. We didn't need to.
And I wasn't suggesting that this was, I'm not suggesting that this particular instance was not something that you could have declared, but just as a general principle, if you know that the emergency is occurring, it's localized and it's occurring outside your jurisdiction, you can't really declare an emergency if you know that it's not affecting your jurisdiction. So there's some latitude there, but it has to be an actual emergency within your jurisdiction.
I can provide a really quick, because I know you guys are at time, some clarification. So formally, we always say local first. Disasters start with local and end with local. So as mayor in this area, and like he was saying, yes, like if it's in your jurisdiction, and actually I think you'll find if you participate in that after action review, that is an ongoing issue right now about who actually had jurisdiction and who has jurisdiction, who the responsible party is. But typically, I'm not saying it actually is here, and that's something you guys can work on. Your local elected official is to partner with your emergency management coordinator who is obtaining information about the damages and assessments and from the constituents around here. And if the response goes beyond the local capability, you're working with your county to, if they haven't already stated something, but making sure there's a contact with the county with Judge Andy Brown. I met with him one-on-one one of the days, and we chatted for a minute. And then that county local elected official working obviously with the state to push up for that declaration. But if something's going on here and you meet a certain threshold and you believe it's exceeding, then in your jurisdiction, that's one of the primary duties as a local elected official. And so if there's not already a plan in place for you specifically to work with, it sounds like ESD, the emergency managers through ESD, and that's a great person to have a strong relationship with, because they should be one of the first folks to communicate with you if there's not already an incident commander.
So just FYI,
Yeah.
they declared, the EOC got stood up shortly after midnight. I talked with Greg Johnson at 6 o'clock that morning and talked to him, and he already had my contact information.
Sure.
And we could communicate. I
Great.
communicated with the chief when he was over there at the EOC. So bottom line is those communications were happening. The problem is that the disasters were outside of our corporate limits.
Yeah.
And I did get some feedback from other folks in the community asking about the Sandy Creek stuff, and was giving the feedback that, doesn't Lago Vista have a fire department that shouldn't be over there? And the answer is no, Lago Vista doesn't. We depend on the ESD for fire and EMS and response and that kind of thing. And so there certainly was some misconceptions about what we could and should do, and the entities that we had in place that could have responded.
Absolutely. And, this isn't the only area, I think, that's sitting in a meeting that started at approximately 3 p.m. today, trying to figure out the, that command and control. And just so everyone here knows, this isn't, an isolated event where this never happens. I'm sure you would agree that this is pretty common afterwards, but there's no reason, given the resources that we have and the people willing to participate, that we shouldn't, even if we're not, invited directly into that after action review, to have our own meeting, because again, public safety and the concerns of the public here is, this is what we do and what you guys do, and you have several people in the area that are concerned, and we're talking about flooding today. But if you do look at the EOP, I want to say from Travis County, wildfires is our great threat. So there's other conversations to be had, and I hope to be part of them at some point. But your emergency management coordinator is a great resource to continue to help clarify some of the roles and responsibilities of what we do, even if it's simply public communication, because what we were doing here directly impacted either the operations that were going on over there, whether it was those of us who were supporting, or potentially some folks that were spreading additional information for better or for worse. So,
thank you, Melanie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments?
So if it's all right, Mayor, I'll just sum up. Thank you, Melanie, for sticking it out and being here. And I just wanted to say we haven't, the talent we have in this community still continues to amaze me. And I agree. I think, what was happening, it's obvious that you guys have planned and you're communicating, et cetera. I'm just saying, wow, what an opportunity for us to kind of take that and really take it one step further. So whether that is we get engaged after y'all have a debrief, because I think that's a definite insight from that, can inform. But I think we do need to have that on our agenda as like I said, it can be as simple as a work session to get that started, in my opinion, Councilor Saul. And with that, thank you.
Thank you.
Again, that was my question, is how, what are our next steps? How are we actually going to work on this? And I guess, is that the consensus as a work group?
If you want us to put it on the next, we're not putting it out until tomorrow, right? The agenda for next Thursday. We could put some on there to create a subcommittee or whatever. But we'll need that language very quickly, depending on what it is that you want to do.
I mean, considering it's still an active event, I don't know that I want to put it on just next week, because I really want Chief Norman's input on it, and it's too soon and too involved to pull him away from what he's doing.
I think I'd give it a few weeks, let things settle down before we start jumping in there.
Okay.
Maybe a meeting in August.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, so Melanie, thank you. Rich amount of information. In terms of resources in the community, I'm liaison to the Library Advisory Board, and one of the members of that is actually an employee at Travis County Emergency Response. And so we have some amazing talents here. I do think, from my perspective, it's appropriate for us to request for the chief, and that he would pass this along to Chief Norman, that at least one or two of the most active and most qualified citizens, with Melanie certainly being at the top of the list here, I think, that they be included in the after action, the team that's working the after action report, so that external voice gets brought in. And it does seem to me that the analogy is not a good analogy, but the analogy that comes to mind is like a neighborhood watch program, right, where you have the local captain that's in charge. They know their neighbors, they know what's going on. So then if something comes up, the emergency response team can contact that local captain and get the word out. And it seems to me what I'm hearing is that connection link is broken. And so that's something that certainly I would say needs to get addressed. And this is part of the communication and how we organize it. But I think it's important for us to obviously let things settle down a little bit, but not let it go too far where we don't learn from it and actually change our behavior and get more extensive plans that include things like, what happened at Round Mountain and how could we or should we have done that better in coordinating from the actual emergency management coordination all the way down to these citizens who said, we're willing to help. Where do we, what can we do? And I kind of heard the response from the professionals was, we're too busy. Maybe you could just pass out water. Right? Now that's an oversimplification, but I think let's take better advantage of our citizens and enable our professionals for that to be a light load, not a heavy load, to take advantage of the citizens.
Yeah, unless there's anything else, I'm just going to move on, and we'll just anticipate it's coming back in the August time frame. Things settle down a little bit, and we can take further action at that time.
Sounds good. I guess I
Thank
keep
you.
thinking of new things every time you look at me, though, and I feel like we talked a lot about a lot of great people that did things. I wanted to make sure that Lance got a shout out because I was super impressed with how quickly he coordinated, and they were collecting stuff like Saturday night or Sunday morning. I don't even know how they knew what to do or how they got involved, but appreciate it, and they deserve a shout out. Impressive.
Again, thank you everybody for the conversation. Definitely appreciate it. And we will be back to it again. Okay, we're going to move to 8B, discussion, consideration, and possible action on concerns regarding water and wastewater master plan. This is Mr. Roberts that had asked for this item to be on the agenda. He is not here tonight, but Mr. West, I think you've had some conversations and maybe you've got some input on this particular item.
I think we've already addressed most of that from our conversation earlier tonight.
We might have.
Walker Partners.
So, Walker Partners and stuff. So I think we've covered that pretty good for tonight.
Okay, fair enough. We will move on. I have no problem short-circuiting. Okay, 8D, discussion regarding adoption of new section 10.606, public parkland disclosure and communication requirements. Mr. Song.
Thank you, Mayor. We obviously discussed this item in executive session, and I know we had it the last meeting as well, and it still have the same concerns. I guess I'll start back where this is starting from, and that is, I really want to make sure that the situation that we heard a lot from citizens about in the town hall and here at council with Tessera don't happen again. I'm just trying to throw ideas out there. So this ordinance was just the first of many ideas that people had to try to see what can we do, especially when it comes to, we know that the city owns public parkland. It happens to be within a PID. Do we have any tools in our tool belt that we can ensure that potential buyers are not being tricked into buying something that is being told is exclusive but is actually owned by us? Or are there things that we could be doing just to ensure that the developers and the realtors and the HOA and everybody is just being above board with all things? And so what I heard back initially, I think from our city attorney was that the ordinance that I put out here is mostly problematic, and that is that I'm asking for developers to give me marketing materials and possibly restricting what they are saying or what they're doing, and then possibly creating more liability for the city by saying that we're signing off on these things. And so I kind of direct this as a workshop really back to council. Then you've heard from Tresera, you've heard what the issue was. We know that we have public parkland. We know that people are purchasing property based off of what they're being told. Do we have any other creative ideas up here of how do we address this concern? This was my first stab at doing it. I do know that the legislature has just passed a bill about requiring us to put PID documents on the city website. That'll go into effect 2026, I believe. So that partially maybe could address some of it. Maybe that's a time where we loop all this in together, because I don't know that the state law was as specific as public parkland disclosure. It's mostly about the PIDs themselves, but maybe there's something under the umbrella. And I know Councilor Durbin, you had a concept of part of our ordinance where this might be more appropriate than what I had put out there. But all that to say is I think there's an issue. I hope the city has a solution for those citizens and to prevent this in the future. And I'm open to ideas on the dais if you guys have anything.
Very good. I do. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
My thoughts were, and we've got a couple of things on the agenda that relate to basically the same issues. And my thoughts are that we should concentrate our ability to provide any sort of remedies for something that's already gone wrong are very, very limited. That's not what cities and city councils do when somebody's been cheated by a business or lied to or something like that. We can't really provide any remedies. We don't have those tools in our toolbox. What we can do is prevent this from happening in the future. And my thoughts are basically two things that we put in the parkland dedication ordinance, that developers cannot use acreage that they intend to operate as their own for a while before turning it over to the city. If they're going to dedicate it to the city, then it should be part of the parkland dedication, because that's really to provide acreage to the city to do what it wants in terms of parking. And the other thing that I think ought to be in there is the city owns it. The city ought to pay for and direct and control the maintenance of it. I just think that's fair. It's not fair to say it's going to be turned over to the city and you got to keep paying for it. Particularly when it's in a pit. This is one of the reasons I don't like pits. And I really don't. But the pits are supposed to be fairly well defined. We need this much money to build this infrastructure or this amenity. And if it's in a pit and the homeowners association has to keep paying for it, then the homeowners association just has to up its dues at the time it gets turned over to the city. Or if it's anticipated that the money they get from their pit is supposed to pay for it, then it doesn't end. How much did they ask for in the pit?
Mr. Durbin.
They asked for $8 million and they got to maintain it forever.
Rob?
Yeah.
I just got a note that you're very hard to hear online, so maybe pull that a little bit closer to you.
Sorry, I was trying to talk to the Tessera folks.
Yeah.
Excuse me, this is a point of order question. So you actually introduced, Rob, that there are a couple things on the agenda that relate to each other. I think a lot of your comments relate to item 10C And I wonder whether it would be appropriate just to read that in and have this combined discussion.
Yeah, I think combining the two would be great.
I'd agree.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Here we go. 10C. Discussion, consideration, and possible action to direct staff to review and possibly suggest a potential amendment to the PID policy relating to maintenance responsibilities for public parkland. Okay, we're in.
Okay. I mean, it's the problem we have now is that, and what we need to prevent is for really what I would think are misguided agreements to be developed. And what we have now is you had a developer, and the developer's also the POA because they own all the lots. And they also are the ones seeking the PID, so they don't have to go raise money. They just create it, pass the debt on to whoever buys. But it's the same person. And that person agreed to do all of this stuff. And so it's problematic. So what I'd like to propose is that we put something in place in the parkland dedication ordinances to not allow parkland or land to be dedicated as parkland to be used as amenities. In other words, if they're going to provide amenities for their development, that's a separate batch of acreage than whatever they give the city. And they need to give the city parkland that is effectively free and clear of anything that the city can do what it wants and needs to with it. And I don't know where this would go in the ordinances, but I just do think that it ought to say somewhere in there that if the city owns the property, the city's responsible for maintaining the property. If we get those two things in there, we will prevent any of these sort of problems in the future. And that's kind of where we are. We can't provide remedies that courts can. I mean, I've been a lawyer for 30 years. I've sued a lot of people. I've been a judge, so but the city council just doesn't have the ability to order somebody to do something, particularly when it was entered into as a deal, as an agreement. So it might have been a really dumb agreement, but it was an agreement. And to undo that is going to take the agreement of both sides, and I don't know whether that's doable or not. So my goal is to prevent something really like this from happening in the future. And it's a problem I foresaw when I started griping about kids about 4 years ago. I don't like them. Most businesses, if you want to raise money, you got to go look somebody in the eye and sell them on an idea, rather than just say, "Hey, we're going to create a bid." It's like free money. I don't like that. Sorry.
Can I ask Rob a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Durbin, you had made the comment that you feel like if the city owns the property, the city should maintain the property.
I do.
Then how do you feel about public access to that amenity?
That's, I think, out of our control. If it's public property, anybody can go.
So, just so I understand, what you're saying is if the city owns the property, city maintains the property, then it should be unrestricted access for the entire community.
For the city, yeah.
Got it. Understand.
Yeah. If you're a city resident, you can go.
And Mr. Bullock, I was going to ask the question. I could swear when we had our conversation, you had indicated that this arrangement, while maybe it seems unusual, is not that unusual for the state of Texas, where a PID is formed so public funds are used to purchase a property. That property is dedicated to the city, but that private parties operate and maintain it and fund it. That's not unusual.
That's correct. It's done to varying degrees throughout the state.
Okay, and so I'm not endorsing it by asking that question.
Sure.
What I'm really getting at is Mr. Durbin has suggested maybe we try and outlaw that capability within the city limits of Lago Vista. And I guess my question is, if state law allows it, can we disallow it?
You can certainly pass a policy that puts that guardrail, for example, on your as a condition for acceptance of a dedication of property. But what you're doing, just so everyone understands, and again, I'm not endorsing one way or another, but if you do that, it is a negotiation point with developers and development agreements that you're taking out of your toolbox. Now, if you choose to do so, that's totally within your purview to do that. Just understand that that is something then that you're removing from your tool belt, and if there's a dedication of property, you are requiring your existing taxpayers and your budget to pay for that maintenance. And so, as we discussed earlier, I think I can share with everyone one of the stated purposes of the PID Act is so that new development pays for itself, and that includes amenities and roads and infrastructure and so forth. So it's totally your call, whether it's through PID or some other mechanism. It's just purely a development agreement, whether a PID is involved or not. But one of the purposes of development agreements themselves is often so that new development pays for itself. And so while there must be the rough proportionality, right, on anything that any exactions that you can require so that it doesn't become a regulatory taking, having that paid for that way is permissible under state law, but again, your call.
So just one follow-up, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Benefit. We have our PID policy, and in that PID policy, we indicate that we will give preference to those PIDs that come forward to us that evidence certain things. And so this could be one of those things. For example, we could say, we're going to give preference to those PIDs that come forward that don't try and use PID dollars for public parkland and then want to try and keep it as a semi-private amenity.
Yeah, yes. I don't want to venture too far. So one of the things you have to understand, and I think we've talked about this before, and I'm not your bond lawyer, and I tread very carefully here, but I do know enough to be able to say that because the PID law allows you to use bonds, those bonds that money must be put towards public facilities, public property. And so while it is permissible to kind of cabin that public use to certain hours or certain times and so forth, it has to be ultimately public. So who pays for its upkeep and so forth? Again, it's permissible to pass that along.
Yeah, I think the main question I'm asking is it's within our purview to say, these are the PIDs that we prefer. And if you meet this criteria, you're likely to, because we're under no obligation to approve a PID.
That's correct.
Correct. And so bottom line is if we don't want that kind of activity further in the future, we'll just make that part of our PID policy that says, these are the things that we give preference to. And if someone comes forward to us with a PID that uses a mechanism that we don't want, we don't have to approve it.
That's absolutely true. I mean, that's legislative discretion for any given PID. If you want to adopt a formal policy setting that forth, you may.
Okay. Well, the only reason why I ask it is we have a PID policy and it's got a laundry list of things that we say we prefer. This is certainly something that we could just add to the laundry list.
Add one more preference.
Mr. Benfield.
I was just going to make 3 quick comments. I think what Mr. Dermott said was very accurate in the respects of, the way, I don't think anybody on this dais was up here when this was originally approved, but from Heinz' perspective, this kind of checked all the boxes for them. They were able to do their parkland dedication, right? Dedicated to the city, so check. But they wanted to offer or be able to say that they were offering exclusive benefits, so have the HOA pay for it. I mean, in the totality of fees, having the HOA pay for it was a pretty small fee, and they're not going to incur that fee, so check. And so in the end, they end up with a win-win for them, which is they have their parkland dedication met, and they're able to advertise as exclusive amenities when they sell their properties, and we've now learned that's a failed system. And so I do agree that they either need to be public or they need to be private. They can't be they can't be hybrid, right? They either need to be owned and dedicated to that community, and the parkland has to be completely separated, or they need to be 100% public, funded by the city, dedicated to the city for city use. I know there's a lot of concerns from Brad on Councilor Som's agenda, but I do believe Councilor Som has the merits of what he's trying to accomplish is there, right? The question is how do we accomplish what you're trying to accomplish, but do it in a way that, one of the questions that would be asked, for example, is there was a brochure that got put out that said, Bar K Ranch was included as a parkland, right? And, if Mr. Bullock was to look at parkland in Lago Vista, he would see that, that's park in Lago Vista for sure, and it would be easy for that marketing material to be approved to the developer, and he doesn't live out here that's actually a POA park. I mean, something like that would be so easy to miss, right? So how do you do this in a way that's easy, it's clean? I don't have the right answer. But I do think there has to be a solution to what Mr. Soms is trying to accomplish. At a minimum, there should be a part of our website that just very clearly identifies our parkland. I mean, there should be a tab for Sunset Park or Sunset, Oaks, and this is what's there, and these are the operating hours, and this is who can use that park, and there's Bar K Ranch, and if you are part of the Lago Vista POA, you can enjoy it. And it's got a nice little marina that's available at 671, and there's just like a little line item. And so if I was looking for a house, and I was looking at Tessera, for example, and I went to Bar K, I went to the city of Lago Vista, I saw Bar K, and it said, "Oh, member of the POA. That's interesting. Am I a member of the POA? No, right?" And so there should just be a little line item for every single park within our PIDs, within our MUDs, within the public, within the POA. And as new developments come along and new parks are added, we just continue to update our website. And we can't control necessarily what the developer does, but we can control what we do. And we can control at least our website and what we put out and just have a master spot for everybody. But that's just one thought.
Yes, sir. I did have a citizen that wanted to speak, Mr. Donnelly. You signed up for AD. Would you like to come speak?
Actually, I signed up for both of them. Is that double my time?
Well, you'll get 3 minutes for 8D and 3 minutes for 10F. That's what I have on the list.
Well, thank you. It seems tonight's theme, appropriately enough, is lessons learned. So along those lines, I'd like to, first of all, thank everybody on behalf of 750 homeowners at Tessera for your efforts to undo what may have been done and searching for solutions. But if you'll permit me, let's move the focus off of the homeowners and onto how this impacts the city. Because the city was the issuer of tax-exempt bonds used in this PID. The city is responsible for IRS compliance. Among other things, the IRS requires full disclosure of public park land and public park facilities constructed with those tax-exempt bonds in order to avoid what they call masked private use. Now, admittedly, this type of arrangement is common. I mean, the Woodlands started this out in Houston years ago. They had a public park and a public pool that the HOA subsidized and paid the cost for. This whole PID scheme has been replicated across not just Texas, but across the country by developers who found it an easy way to not use their own capital. Okay? That's not the issue. The issue is how the result is executed going forward. And in our case here, the city has you've already got a PID policy. There's a section on disclosure to homeowners that includes a fact sheet at point of sale, among other things. But for whatever reason, I'm told that this policy doesn't apply to the largest PID development in Lago Vista because the RDA for Tessera was executed 10 years prior. Mention on the city website simply isn't enough. And over the course of the last several months, it's been demonstrated how the city cannot rely on developers or home builders to provide the required full disclosure, whether it's pre-sale, post-sale, on-site, etc., who in fact continue to provide deceptive information to this day. Just this week, one of the home builders told a prospective buyer that the developer owns the pool. So let's talk about, in relationship with the IRS, they've got some tests. They've got a 10% rule. The other thing's called masked private use. When we come to the 10% rule, if a public facility has been financed using tax-exempt PID bonds, the IRS 10% rule dictates that private usage cannot exceed 10%. The developer's own presentation.
Quick question. You had 8D and 10F. The second one that we're talking about is 10C.
Okay, you know which ones I'm talking about.
Okay, I just want to make sure that
the ones you combined.
Well, so all I'm getting at is
I get a letter wrong.
No, you mean 10C for your other one. Is what you?
He's correct in the record.
10C or 10F?
Well, you put 10F on your
it's
form.
10C. Okay.
It's 10C is what you wanted.
My apologies. If that has to do with the HOA involvement.
Yeah, 3 more minutes, Stan.
Okay.
I just recognize I won't call you a 10F though.
No, I don't want 10F.
Okay.
You can have that one.
So, please go. I apologize for interrupting.
All right, back to the 10% rule. The developer's own slide sheet that was presented to the council last month actually showed public usage of the pool constitutes 4%, private use constitutes 96%. That far exceeds the IRS 10% rule. The lack of signage, the way that advertising presents the amenities in both sales and marketing, websites, MLS listings, qualifies for the masked private use regulations. So, and I sent you guys a very long summary information the other day, so I won't delve into that, but it is related to this. And that becomes, what are the risks to the city? Well, if the bonds issued lose their tax-exempt status because the IRS determines that the way these things are being operated are not within their requirements, the primary risk to the city is financial liability of the bondholders and the IRS. Bondholders purchase the bonds expecting tax-exempt interest income. If that status is lost retroactively, the bonds become taxable. The IRS may require the issuer, you, to compensate bondholders for their increased tax burden. The IRS may impose penalties or require the user to take corrective action. In severe cases, the city could be barred from issuing future exempt bonds. Loss of tax-exempt status could lead to lawsuits from investors. The list goes on. The addition of the things that Councilman Somm proposed could mitigate those risks. The city, you're covering your butts. You're putting forth the effort saying that you have to disclose this. You have to follow these rules. And you don't even have to make your own. Follow the IRS rules. That even brings us to the PID disclosure. I would also recommend you consider enhancement to that current PID disclosure that everybody's been talking about, which, although it meets minimum state requirements, it's vague and ambiguous. It simply refers to authorized improvements. That's it. It doesn't tell you that you got to go dig up a 2012 SAP that you can only get through public information request to determine what those public improvements are. But subsection B of the same property code 5.014 states, the seller or the municipality that created the public improvement district may provide additional information regarding the district in the notice prescribed. That's it. That's what you can do. This allows you to add an Exhibit A page that identifies the authorized improvements built with tax-exempt PID bonds, further enhancing compliance. And that could be included to all of them as part of the PID disclosure. You'll have that opportunity next month when P3 brings the 2025 SAP to you for approval. You can simply have them add an Appendix A to the disclosure. Now, as this...
Hang on. So you now have gone beyond your second 3 minutes.
I'm moving to the next one.
No, you've had your 6 minutes. You had 2. And so, but hang on a second. I'm going to look. Do people want to continue to hear Mr. Donald? Yeah. So if I see enough heads nodding, yes. So please go ahead.
Okay.
Just trying to keep the record straight.
You said the other one is 10.
10C.
10C. Okay, let me move into that one then. Because you've heard. Okay, you've heard how these arrangements can encumber homeowners for upwards of a quarter century. Okay. Tessera's already been there 10 years. Darlene told you the last time it's probably going to be HOA control or developer controlled for another 10 or 15 years. The homeowners have no input at all. Okay? No recourse. But here's the deal. The current HOA operation and maintenance agreement with the city, it doesn't meet the IRS definition of a qualified management contract. Because the HOA pays 100% of the cost. The city has no operational or financial role. The HOA sets rules, hours, and restricts access. And the contract gives exclusive control to the HOA. That violates the IRS tax-exempt requirements. They would likely consider this to be a private business use, especially if public access is minimal. Remember the 4% versus 96%. This jeopardizes the tax-exempt status of the PID bonds used and exposes the city to all of the risks I outlined earlier. So I would also recommend seeking guidance from staff and the city attorney on how to make the existing city PID policy retroactive. Otherwise, it is insignificant if it doesn't apply to the city's largest active development. Now, the mayor cautioned me not to stray off topic, so I've tried not to. So at this point, I would simply say, if there's anything you want to ask me, I'd be glad to answer your questions. All right.
Not a question, just that I did forward your IRS analysis on to the city attorney, and he said he thinks it's something that the bond council would need to look at if we were to get an answer.
I was going to make a formal request for an opinion from the bond council.
I will not provide such an opinion, not because I don't want to, because I can barely spell IRS, so I'm the wrong guy. For those questions, you need Mr. Fowler and his team to answer those questions.
Could we shoot that over to them, to Mr. Fowler?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently there's a process to request an opinion, have them render an opinion as far as what it meets, and I can outline those.
And I'll just point out that the council, I'm sure you all recall that in order for those types of bonds to be issued, you do have to provide that information and get an AG opinion back that it passes muster. So those bonds have been run through the AG's office, and they've reviewed it and given the thumbs up for them to go forward. Now, I'm not suggesting that this IRS analysis is right or wrong or anything like that. I'm just reminding the council of the state law requirement that those be submitted to the AG for review.
Yes, sir. Spinfield.
It's a question for you. It was mentioned that we could require an amendment or an addendum to the PID disclosures at closing. Is that accurate?
I'm not aware of any such provision under the PID Act that would permit something like that. But again, I hesitate to put that as some sort of authoritative opinion. That act is very complex and dense and difficult to read, and it also there are separate laws that address disclosures, because the PID Act itself doesn't specifically address disclosures that are required at the time of sale of a property. Those are other statutes, and so I don't know. I would just caution, as a general proposition, generally speaking, when you attempt to make laws retroactive, you can run into a lot of problems. So
I'm not talking about making it retroactive, but like I'm just referring to like if somebody was to close on a property tomorrow, for example,
okay,
and there was a document, like right now, what Robert is saying is.
Can I clarify that for you, Adam?
Please.
Okay, so subsection B of Property Code 5.014, 5.014, section B, this is after where the state defines the language that needs to be in the PID disclosure provided at closing. Okay? This comes after that. Subsection B states that the seller or municipality that created the public improvement district may provide additional information regarding the district in the notice prescribed.
So, if that's true, that gives the municipality the opportunity to do a very good disclosure to every homeowner. Of course, we may not be able to do anything for the 700 previous people, but for the next 1,400 people, a very clear disclosure on what they're getting involved with, what is public, what is...
Adam, you guys have seen the PID disclosure. Darlene shared it with you. It does a good job. It says here's the lump sum amount you're going to be assessed.
Right.
And then it has an amortization schedule that shows it over 30 years. The only thing it explains is that this money was used for authorized improvements. That's as far as it goes. And what I'm suggesting is that you create an appendix or an Exhibit A that describes what those authorized improvements are.
Yeah, if that's possible, I do like that.
All right, to get back to, so that section of, that has been amended, and what I'm trying to figure out is, so let me read you that section B. He's right. The seller or the municipality or county that created the PID may provide additional information, including whether an assessment has been levied, the amount of the assessment, and the payment schedule for the assessments. Those are all of that information is provided as part of the annual SAP. So that's going to be there in the SAP, and then the new law that requires PID disclosures is all you now have to post that on your website. So you're going to have to post that information as part of that new state legislation regarding PID disclosures that's going to be on the city's website. So I think on a moving forward basis, that's already going to happen.
Okay, but Brad, I guess this says that they can add additional information, including those three specific items. Would you agree that including is not exclusive? It's just giving three examples?
There could be additional information. I don't know what it would be.
Exhibit A.
Yeah, so that would be what I would be interested in exploring is at time of close, can there be an Exhibit A, B, C, D, so that there is really nice clarity on what the PID is, what it's utilized for, what, just everything that is made up of this PID would be signed off on at closing.
You know why that's a good idea? Because the other document typically provided at closing for review is the HOA CCRs. Okay? Nothing in the Tessera HOA CCRs addresses the fact that the HOA does not own the amenities, but that the HOA pays for operation and maintenance of them. Okay? You can't fix that, understandably, but that's yet another violation against the IRS requirements. So, yeah, I mean,
Go ahead, Mr.
You can
Bullock.
update the PID.
Well, I think this is going to require some more in-depth review because there are these new provisions of the law that are not even coming into effect yet. So we're still kind of analyzing that and the degree to which I don't buy and sell homes like this. But I think my concern is, or the practical issue is, I don't know how the city knows in advance of every home purchase, and so there's some things to work through.
You could have a requirement that for every home that was sold at time of close, this document must be signed, so that there's
part of the PID disclosure.
Yeah, it's part of the PID disclosure, and so when the title company puts together their paperwork, there is their state minimum PID disclosure. That's fine. But then there's this addendum, A, B, C, D, that the municipality who produced the PID is requiring to be part of the title signage. So we don't even need to be notified when there's a sale.
No, P3 just puts it together
Right.
as part of the disclosure.
That I will defer to P3 to address the specifics of that. I will just simply say
If
that
you
for
could
this-
ask that question.
I'll just say again that what this section says again is that the city could provide additional information regarding the district in the notice. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's possible, but again, I'd want P3 to weigh in, and I'd want Bart and his team to weigh in as well.
I mean, the reason it's interesting thought, if it's possible, is it puts to rest all of this marketing. It puts to rest. I mean, even if there was bad marketing out there, that should be flushed out at time of close. I mean, it's a very beautiful, concise. I mean, we produce one perfect document that is then included in all closing documents through the title company.
I think that's permissible, and I think that's the way it would work. But the mechanics of it are a little bit beyond my expertise.
I'm not looking for approval tonight.
but yeah.
It would be an interesting discussion, and it would be what I would think a very quick, fast, and easy solution to misrepresentation.
I think that's probably true, and P3 may, because I mean they may have experience, they may have a form or something like that they do for other PIDs. They would certainly be in a position to be able to answer those questions and perhaps provide that or create that notice. I think given their hands-on administration of what that would look like. So I think they'd be the ones to help provide that information. I would ask them.
To further this, Councilman Roberts' recommendation was to send this to staff and staff review how to update the bid policy. Maybe we can add sending these questions to the bond council as part of the review, that the staff will work with them and then bring something back to us, the answers.
And P3 works as well.
And P3 works, yes.
Well, and one last thing to address the IRS mass private use issue.
Mm-hmm.
It goes back to what Councilor Prince had brought up back in April, and that was signage. There needs to be signage identifying public facilities. That is a very clear IRS requirement when it comes to the tax exempt bonds.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave you with that.
Thanks, sir. There is no action necessary on 8D. That was just a workshop item. But there is the possibility of action on 10C. So if anybody wants to, two things. Number one, we could certainly take action. Mr. Roberts isn't here tonight. Generally, I like to have the sponsor here if we're going to take some kind of action. But I'll leave it to you all to decide, do we take action tonight or wait until Mr. Roberts is here and we can discuss this again with him present.
He did ask me if I could move it forward.
Oh, fair enough. Then
Are we ready for a motion?
I think so.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we give direction to staff to review the PID policy, and that includes to work with P3 and our bond counsel to address these issues that Councilman Roberts has brought up in here and the discussion we had here tonight, and to bring that back to us the first meeting in August. Is that enough time, Charles?
Maybe second meeting?
Second meeting in August?
I don't know that we can commit Bart's team to that quick a turnaround. I don't know. I mean, I'm certain, my office is certainly willing to help and assist with that. I've got some lawyers in my office who know more about this than I do, who might be able to provide some insight, but I just don't know. I don't want to speak for Mr. Fowler and his team.
Can I say no later than the first meeting in September, and that gives some flexibility if it gets done sooner?
I like that a whole lot better.
Okay.
So that's what you want to say?
Yeah.
No later than the first meeting in September. Okay.
Yes.
So I have a motion by Mr. Somm. Do I have a second?
Second.
I've got a second by Ms. Owen. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Passes 5-0. Mr. Durbin was missing for the vote. Okay. Very good. Okay, we're going to move to item number 9A, the public hearings, project number 23-2734-R-REZ. Conduct a public hearing for consideration of a request to rezone a parcel of land from C-1A Professional Office Neighborhood Retail District to C2 General Commercial / Retail District on approximately 1.8681 acres of land addressed as 8039 Bronco Lane, Texas 78748, and being Lot 5, Block A of Lago Vista Retail Subdivision Edition, Lago Vista, Travis County, Texas. Said property generally described as approximately 685 foot east-southeast of the intersection of Bronco Lane and Barcay Ranch Road, and 242 feet northwest of the post office site. And Mr. West, I have you as our liaison.
Gosh, now I think of my memory here. P&Z heard this. They approved it with a couple of conditions that it not be storage buildings, outside storage, gas stations, car wash.
Things that we have a lot of.
Yeah, things that we have an overabundant supply of. And I don't believe that is their intentions for any of that. They have it set up for retail space. They just wanted the C2 designation so they could make it more marketable from their point of view.
Okay. Do we have the applicant here? Oh,
she's actually right there.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Could you state your name, please?
Hi, I'm Cameron Schramm. I am the owner representative for the project number 23-2734-R-REZ for the rezone from C1 to C2.
And do you have a presentation you want to make? Do you just want to make yourself available for questions? What's your...
I'm available for questions. I did submit a preliminary site plan. It's just a conceptual plan that you guys may have from the planning and zoning.
It was in the packet, yes. Okay. Does anybody have any questions for her?
Just to confirm what the city manager just said, there's no intention of those items? Okay.
We don't need any more storage buildings or gas stations or car washes.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to make a request that you try and make the fast food side of Whataburger.
I will reach out to the marketing
We've
team and
already
see
put
who I
that
can
request
connect
in.
with.
Just want to put it out there.
You don't like Sonic?
I like Sonic,
Okay.
but I like Whataburger too.
I do like their chicken.
Yes, exactly.
Options. We love options. Absolutely.
Cane's, Chick-fil-A.
There's a lot of discrepancy with the cane sauce. Like, it's a 50-50. Either people love it or hate it.
I am not picky.
Yeah, okay. I will keep that in consideration. Yes, sir.
Mr. Prince.
Not for her, so if other people have questions for her, this is more of a process question around zoning. So can we actually declare rezoning to C2 and make it basically this property a special version of C2 where we are excluding some uses that are allowed within our code of ordinances?
That was my
Mr. Bowles,
exact
that's a
question.
for you.
Could you repeat the question?
So the proposal that planning and zoning suggested is to approve the rezoning from C1 to C2, but specifically exclude certain uses which are allowed in our code of ordinances under C2. So effectively, this would be rezoning as a special C2 that we don't currently have. It's, with caveats. Is that something that is allowable?
It's permissible if the applicant agrees to it.
I agree.
And then a question back to Mr. West. So something happens with this applicant, their plans fall through, they can't get their funding, their cousin dies, whatever, and they decide that instead of doing this, they're going to sell the property as a C2 zone. How do can we reasonably maintain these effectively these riders, these carve-outs on that property so that somebody buys it from them and 5 years from now doesn't do exactly what P&Z said should not happen there?
Well, the attorney. I'll address that. So any limitations you provide or prescribe in your motion, they will be in the minutes, and the public is charged with that knowledge, and so those will continue on because that was the action approved by the city. I think, I guess what I need to think about for a moment is although it is in the minutes, how, if none of us are here in 5 years, how does staff know about that? And I don't know the answer to that. I've got to think about that. I don't know. You can do it, and it would be effective, but the question is simply a practical one, which is how is that memorialized other than the minutes so that a new city manager, a new city attorney, and a new city council would know about it.
When we record the zoning for a particular parcel,
that would be it.
Is there some place to notate notes like this so that city staff would be able to refer to that in the future?
Should be. I'm not going to say there is.
My concern would be that the only place this will be recorded, unless city staff were to go back and read the details of the minutes of this meeting, 5 years, 10 years from now, which probably won't happen, frankly. The only memorialization would be to look at the city zoning map and say, yep, that's C2, and therefore you can put in a, whatever.
And that's my question. Does the city have a more detailed recording of zoning that staff looks at that we provide that additional detail?
Like during the review process, the development review process or the permitting process, would they have any record of that?
I can tell you what I have at other cities, but I cannot tell you what we have here.
Okay.
But yes, there should be a file for that piece of property where it was rezoned with a number, with all of the notes in there. And in the future, when somebody comes to get a building permit for that piece of property, that file should be pulled following proper procedures and stuff.
Plus, if we do record it, the zoning changed, and it's got those notations on there, that also is notice to the world of the situation. That's why we do it.
Is it recorded on Travis CAD?
Well, that's not what you do. I would think you would record it at the county clerk's office. The CAD can do whatever they want to do.
Zoning would only be recorded here. It's not going to be recorded in Travis County.
No?
Right, and this one's close to me because I went through the process before I was on council of getting a property rezoned, actually from residential to C1. And when I went through planning and zoning and then city council, I had a specific use plan, just like is being shown to us here, for an art school. And that rezoning was done. I opened up an art school. I sold it. It was an art school after, but now they've sold it, and it's becoming something that is not an art school, but is allowed under C1. Right. So I would assert, Charles, that the city does not and has never had a process for tracking this level of detail around special restrictions on zoning.
Is there a rezoning ordinance that'll be passed? Is there an ordinance that it could be documented into?
Well, the rezoning would be an ordinance, wouldn't it? Yeah.
It would be an ordinance.
So in my case, you could go back and read the ordinance, but so maybe that's the way to do it. I'm actually in favor of this project. I'm just trying to figure out how we effectively put the carve-outs into our system.
I just got a text from Linda Aird. She says, tell them it should be in the ordinance. There's got to be a rezoning ordinance with the exceptions.
There you go.
So there's your
Linda
answer.
said it, I believe it.
Thank you, Linda. Okay. Yes, sir.
This is more of a question for us, I guess, as we've talked about a little bit, Bronco Lane being this town center. I mean, is there anything we can ask that, it stays looking somewhat uniform? Or are there other aspects of this project that would be more amenable to a town center kind of part of town?
So we don't have any actual design plans right now because we didn't know if we would get this rezone. But I feel like during the development process and development review, we can get swayed. We want to add value, not make a statement or just make money. We want to bring money into the city as well as the owners' pockets. So
yeah.
Quick question. I know the state disallowed the city's municipalities' ability to dictate building materials. Is that just for residential, or is that for residential and commercial?
It's a good question, Mayor.
So
I think it's for all of them.
Yeah.
I think it's for all of them.
There's only so much we can do with regard to the materials that they would.
Yeah. Because we can just make an ask, I guess.
Yeah, we can make the ask, and you move through the, development process.
Absolutely.
Approvals, but we can't dictate.
I guess more for your education. We've talked about Bronco Lane being a potential location for a town center. I don't know how realistic it is, but
It's a good location for it.
yeah.
Yeah, they have the room. So.
I did get together with Mr. Zeno this week, and we looked. I mean, there's very little land left.
Yeah.
Number one, it's very expensive, so the ability for the city to do much around that is going to be very limited.
Yeah.
Just FYI. Okay. Unless there's any further questions, comments, I'm open to.
I have a comment. I just got off the phone with our development service people, and in MyGov, it is tracked. All rezonings are tracked with no problem.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So not only will it be tracked in MyGov, but there will be an ordinance that will, codify it. Exactly. So, shit. I'm hereby opening the public hearing at 6:54 p.m. Susie, you're supposed to call me on that. Is there any additional comments or questions for the applicant? This is a public hearing, so anybody who would like to speak can speak if anybody wants to. Bueller. Okay, then I am going to close the public hearing at 6:55 p.m. And I am open to a motion on this item.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve project number 23-2734-R-REZ. Do I need to read the whole thing? Number 9A, with the stipulations that the recommendation from planning and zoning are included in the ordinances and the records.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Owen. Do I have a second?
Second.
That was Mr. Song?
Yep.
Very good. So I have a motion by Ms. Owen and a second by Mr. Song. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Hearing none, passes unanimously.
Thank you,
We're
guys.
looking forward to that Whataburger, okay? No pressure. 9B, project number 23-2816, consideration of a concept plan for approximately 32.42 acres of land out of the H&O B Railroad Survey, abstract number 2152, Lago Vista, Travis County, Texas. Said concept plan being for a proposed future 15-lot single-family subdivision. Said property currently zoned R1S and being more generally described as being on the south side of the Highland Lake Drive, approximately 100 feet plus or minus west of Santa Monica Avenue. And Mr. West, you are once again our liaison.
Yes, Mayor and Council, this concept plan went before P&Z last week. They did meet all of the requirements for a concept plan, and recommendation is approval.
Any special considerations?
Not on the concept plan.
Okay, very good. Then at 6:57, I'm going to open the public meeting.
And the applicant is present.
And if the applicant would like to come up and speak, by all means, please do. If you just give us your name before you start speaking.
Yeah, Rao Vasam Sethi, I'm the engineer on the project. And Ralph Sharp, I'm the developer and builder. We are here to answer any questions.
Any statement to make beforehand?
No.
Okay, very good. We're very appreciative of that. So questions for the applicants? Yes, sir.
A couple of questions, and this is, I recognize this is a concept plan, but you've already got the drawings. I'm trying to figure out what is the width of these lots and the frontage in your concept?
Approximately 100 to 120 feet.
Oh, really? That's a lot wider than I would have suspected.
Yeah. Well, it's only 16 homes on 32 acres.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And is all of this property below floodplain?
It is.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Forgive me, took a bite. I was wondering, by chance, have y'all gotten any feedback during this process about this road, that y'all needed to put in order to have the access?
We do. You talk about the fire marshal? Yeah. We got the fire marshal approval on this road, and we presented the approval letter to the council on this one.
Yeah, we uploaded to MyGov, and I forwarded it earlier today to Adam and Charles.
Anybody else?
One question. You mentioned 16. I only see 15 home lots.
Yeah, 15, sorry.
15, not 16.
Inflation, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I know the house you're building on Cardinal. Is it going to be similar homes to that?
I would say yes.
Yeah. How wide is that house?
That house is 62 feet, I believe.
62 feet. So, okay.
I have a combined 15 setback.
So you'll have about 40 feet in between the homes?
Oh, yeah, at least 40, yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
And the intent is 50 to 60 feet. They're very similar.
Are they going? Do you envision them being like in a straight line, or are they going to be staggered?
No, we have that. There's that row of beautiful oaks.
Right.
There's that row of beautiful oaks there.
Yeah.
We're going to stagger these we're going to try to avoid cutting. We'll probably have to do some trimming, but we're going to avoid cutting down any of those oaks.
You're going to be on the lake side of those oaks.
Yeah, well, probably the way there's some pockets.
Yeah.
To where we can do like this and probably have oaks in between each of the houses. So we're going to try to keep those oaks as pristine as we can.
Is your goal to build the houses, I don't want to say as close to the road as possible, but as close to those oaks as reasonable?
I think so. I think at least there'll be somewhere there'll be a few in front and some behind because
Yeah.
they're tall enough because of the FEMA requirement.
Yeah.
Tall enough to get over the top of them, and some of those might have to be trimmed. But we're not going to cut down anything we don't have to. That's for sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll just say it to you. I mean, obviously, if you're building what you're building on Cardinal, then these 15 homes are going to be spectacular, and it's the great type of residence that Lago Vista is looking for.
Thanks so much.
Very good. Any other comments or questions for the applicant? Thank you so much. Definitely appreciate it. This is a public hearing, so if there's anybody else that would like to get up and speak about this item, you are welcome to come forward. And if not, then I will close the public hearing at 7 o'clock. And I will say that unless there's any further discussion by the council, I'm open to a motion.
But actually, a question that I have, so putting this road in front of all these lots would actually create roads on both sides of the houses above this, right? And so I recognize there's not a lot of houses, there's a lot of empty lots still there that are on Santa Monica. So presumably, all of those houses which are numbered in our picture here, like number 15 through 23 or so, those would all still front on Santa Monica. So then they would have backing on this road. And I would guess, maybe Mr. West, is for you, as part of the process, figuring out what needs to happen on the back side of those properties in terms of fencing or something that they might be responsible for as developer. That would be a natural part of the process later on, not as part of the concept plan. Yeah. Okay.
This is a private road, so maintained by the HOA.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the properties that are on the north side of that road and the impact that this road will have on those properties. And so, as you go through the process, I would assume the planning and zoning will consider you all might have to put up fencing in order to protect the.
We intend to fence it.
Very good. Okay. Any other discussion? If not, like I said, I will entertain a motion.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Charles, I guess on this, on the concept plan, and I don't remember, I went back to the zone to look, do we send out the notices about something going on there? That's not until there's some kind of change.
No, there was notices sent out on the concept plan.
Okay.
And it was about a 50-50 split. You had, I think there was a total of 4, 2 against, and 2 for it.
Okay. Did any of them express any concerns about the road or how it intersected?
No. The biggest complaint was the view.
Figured that would be, yes. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And my only comment is that generally when we've got items that have come to us from planning and zoning, we get the planning and zoning packet and their recommendations and so forth in our packet. And I didn't see that in the items tonight, so if we could try and get those in.
We will make sure that is in there.
I really want a 1,500-page packet instead of 900.
I could have swore it was in there, but
Yeah.
when we changed that packet so many times, I don't know if they fell out or what, because that
Okay.
was my biggest concern when I was doing that, was making sure it was there.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm looking at section 1020 procedural requirements under the subdivision ordinance, and it has under section F a list of requirements for the concept plan, which include the total acreage, a survey, the general through-fair layout, that's there. The development standards from base zoning district, minimum lot area, minimum lot width and depth, and then the existing conditions, which is topographic, contours of 10 feet or less, the floodplain. I don't know that all of those are in there. I know concept plans are supposed to be very, very basic, but we have specific requirements under our concept plan. And some of the things that are laid out in there, I haven't seen.
I think when you look in the MGO, they did meet all of the requirements of the concept plan. Everything that, because when I went through the list, I was able to locate everything in the packets and stuff.
Okay.
And I just would go back to the comment I made.
Yes.
With the PNC packet there, we can assure ourselves that all these things are met. It just makes it helpful.
And Mr. West, before I make a motion here, I had a question. I know it was discussed at P&Z. I just don't remember the answer. I think I know the answer, but I want to be clear. There's no parkland dedication with these homes, and I know P&Z asked about that. Do you remember what the conclusion was?
I do not.
We're going to pay in blue.
You're going to pay the fee?
If there's nothing further, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that City Council approves agenda item number 9B, project number 23-2816, concept plan as displayed in the packet.
Thanks, sir. Got a motion by Mr. Benfield. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Got a second by Mr. Prince. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Okay. I tell you what, Mr. Strickler, I apologize, but I've got to make a quick break here. We're going to take a short recess for 5 minutes, and I promise we'll come back and take care of your two items. So,
all right. That sounds fantastic.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We're going to recess at 7:00.
Thank you.
Norma? We are reconvening from recess at 7:11 p.m. and we're going to continue on with item number 9C, project number 23-2777-R-REZ, conduct a public hearing for consideration of a request to rezone a parcel of land from TR-1, temporary restricted, to C2, general commercial retail. Said rezoning is proposed for approximately 4.035 acre tract of land, identified as property ID number 984238 by the Travis County Appraisal District and situated in the Mary Campbell Survey, abstract number 129 in the city of Lago Vista, Travis County, Texas. Said tract was conveyed to Leonard Strickler and is more generally described as being along the west side of Loman Ford Road, approximately 380 feet south of the intersection of Loman Ford Road and Travis Drive. And Mr. West, I've got you as our liaison.
I'm going to have to plead the fifth on these because these were, I think, before my time, and I was just asked to put them on the agenda.
You're right. And these are two requests. Mr. Strickler had come before us before and actually had part of his land rezoned. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Strickler.
That's correct.
And the other two parts, I think, were supposed to be, and for whatever reason, did not get zoned the same as the first one. And he's come back. This item 9C and 9D is to take care of those other two parcels that were part of a bigger parcel that didn't get rezoned the same way.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, and I tell you what, I'm going to open the public hearing at 7:13. Thank God it's not 9 o'clock yet. And Mr. Strickland, I'll open up to you. If you've got any additional information you want to provide, please do.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you so much for your time. I think this has all been covered pretty substantially. We've been through staff recommendation for approval, and we've been through P&Z with a unanimous recommendation for approval. So I really don't have a lot to add to that.
Okay, fair enough, no problem. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody else that would like to speak at this public hearing? Very good. If that's the case, then I am going to close the public hearing at 7:13 p.m. and I'll bring it to council. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I'm just curious, Leonard. You know, I was involved, I think, on P&C on your first property, and I wondered why you didn't do the other two at the same time. Was there a reason why you didn't just bring that forward?
Yes, there was. I was given guidance by city at the time when Mr. Jambor was Director of Development Services to go this route. It's not the route that it should have taken, but it's the route we ended up on.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, sir.
Just a tactical one. Mr. Strickland, I looked on TCAD, and it shows your name on the property, the two properties we're looking at tonight. It doesn't show your name on the middle property, but you, in fact, do own that middle property as well?
No, the middle property has been sold. It's owned by another party.
I see. And there also was slightly different shape of lot shown on the one that's to the northeast, I guess, so farther north property there. In TCAD, it shows kind of a flag portion of that lot coming down south behind the middle property. Is that true?
No, TCAD is incredibly slow at getting their files updated.
So the picture we're seeing tonight is accurate of the shape of the lots?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Any other comments or questions?
Well, I'll just say that, I mean, this being C2 is consistent with the future land use map, so I think it's entirely appropriate. So I'm not surprised that Planning and Zoning unanimously recommended approval of this.
Okay, very good. If there's no further comments, I will entertain a motion.
Is there interest to put any of the same stipulations as we did earlier on the C2?
Were there any recommendations from Planning and Zoning?
This is in a different location. This is on Loman, just south of the
same areas.
Right, but I think there's still probably uniform consensus that we're not looking for another storage facility or a gas station.
I can assure you there will be no gas station or storage facility.
I would just be interested in adding that same stipulation.
You can jump forward and make a motion if you want to.
Leonard, before we do, are you okay with that? Did you hear the earlier stipulation?
Pardon me? I'm sorry.
Did you hear the earlier stipulation?
Regarding convenience store and storage or gas station and storage? Yes, I did. As the property is deeded, no gas station. The 3 acres that is sold was set aside for a convenience store and restaurant. As the original plan was a drive-through fast food hot chicken restaurant. But as part of the deeding of that particular process in the agreement, I couldn't. It's deeded that no other gas station would be allowed on the balance of the property. So if you're asking me if I have an issue with it, no, I do not. I couldn't do it if I wanted to. I'm legally obligated to not allow another, contractually obligated to not allow another gas station or convenience store.
And the extension that you said, Mr. Benefield, was the storage facility as well, which Mr. Strickland, you.
Absolutely no issue with that. This is purely earmarked for hospitality and general retail.
Okay.
We're on 9C.
9C.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve project number 23-2777-R-REZ to 2C, general commercial retail with the stipulation of no gas station or storage facility.
Very good. I've got a motion by Mr. Benfield. Do I have a second?
Second.
I've got a second by Ms. Owen. Any discussion on that motion?
Question, did you read in both 9C and 9D?
I just did C.
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay,
have to
so
read-
we'll do it separately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
I'm sorry, who said that?
That was Ms. Owen. Yeah. Okay, so I will read in 9D, project number 23-2778-R-REZ. Conduct a public hearing for consideration of a request to rezone a parcel of land from TR1 temporary restricted to C2 general commercial retail. Said rezoning proposed for approximately 3.776 acre tract of land identified as property ID number 999032 by the Travis Central Appraisal District and situated in the Mary Campbell Survey abstract number 129 in the city of Lago Vista, Travis County, Texas. Said tract having been conveyed to Leonard Strickler and more generally described as being along the west side of Loman Ford Road, approximately 954 feet south of the intersection of Loman Ford Road and Travis Drive. And Mr. West, you're once again designated, but I will alleviate you of that need. I will open the public hearing at 7:19 p.m. Mr. Strickler, I'm assuming that you really don't have anything more to say other than what's already been said.
That's correct. Thank you, sir.
Very good. I will ask if there's anybody who would like to speak in the public hearing. Absent that, I will close the public hearing at 7:20 p.m. And I will open it up to council for discussion. Yes, sir.
Mr. Strickler, would you be all right with the same stipulation of no gas station or storage facility on this property as well?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'm willing to make a motion if you're ready.
I'd love one.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve project number 23-2778-R-REZ, that we approve C2 general commercial retail with the stipulation of no storage facility or gas station.
Very good. I've got a motion by Mr. Benefield. Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a second by Ms. Owen. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Hearing none, passes unanimously.
All right, Mr. Mayor and Council, I thank you so much for your time and effort in looking this over. And I want to say that I will be calling the Director of Development Services for Whataburger in the very near future.
You are my hero. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
You have a great evening.
You too. Okay, we are going to move on to item number 10A. Well, I'm going to keep pushing those Whataburgers. Consideration and possible action on adopting resolution number 25-2141, committing to zero roadway fatalities and serious injuries and adopting the Safe Streets and Roads for All SS4A Travis County Safety Action Plan. And this is on me. This was when Taylor was here. Travis County had a consultant that came out and they visited all the communities that you see in the report that is attached in the packet to take a look at intersections and possible problems with traffic and unsafe locations. And they documented multiple ones in our community, but they also put out the overall plan talking about the fact that Travis County has an objective to get to zero traffic fatalities in a certain time frame. And they had encouraged each one of the districts that was in their Travis County that they surveyed to pass the same type of resolution. So I brought it forward. Mr. Wichard and I worked with them. They sent it to me at the end, and so I'm bringing this forward. I think it is a good aspirational goal, and it doesn't restrict us or force us to do anything that we feasibly financially cannot do. And so I would just encourage us to consider this and possibly pass it this evening. And with that, I'll open it up to council.
I had a question. When I was reading through here, I was looking for specifics about within the city of Lago Vista. Are there some in here that I missed?
Yes.
And are there any that are not under TxDOT control?
Yes, two.
Which are, if you don't mind?
I think we had stuff at Dawn and Loman, if I remember correctly. And
Another road.
Don't have my page.
sorry, I'm looking at it right now.
It's way down in the packet.
Page 694.
That's it.
Yeah, 694. Oh, okay, I see it now.
Yeah. So you can see them all there. There was like 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
You bet. Yeah, and I remember, number one, we didn't meet or talk at Mean Trail, but we certainly were looking at Loman Ford, Boggy. We looked at 1431, both the Loman's intersection and the Barkay intersection. Of course, everybody's aware of the possible TxDOT action this fall at both those 1431 intersections. The others would be on us, and there really were things that I think the city was already considering, and considering the fact that this talks about actions over until 2050, there's plenty of time for us to potentially take action to remediate these issues. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
So, a couple of the things that I do have 2 items. First is Charles on there. It does say any actions. I didn't realize it was till 2050. I guess we really do have some time. So in that amount of time, we would be able to allocate staff, because this does have a or where they want this to be reported back up the chain. And I wasn't sure. It said monitor and report back up the chain. And so I was going to say, were you aware of that, Charles? And okay.
And just to clarify, we want to reduce fatalities and serious injuries by 50% by 2035 and 100% by 2050. So we've got about a 10-year timeline to try and cut it in half, and then 25 years to get rid of all of them. And I did identify that as an aspirational goal. Just knowing, well, nobody would be driving cars anymore. It'll all be autonomous vehicles by then, so probably flying cars and things like that.
We're going to be the Jetsons.
Exactly.
Right. And then I think there was a phrase in there that you pointed out, Kevin, as we had discussions. Would you mind bringing that back forward?
Absolutely. So 2 things you have to keep in mind. There was information in the cover sheet recommendations that are listed there, but what really governs is what's in the resolution. And it states in the resolution that we intend to do these things, be it further resolved, adopt the Travis County Safety Action Plan, and intend to implement project strategies and policies from the plan. So we are putting ourselves behind this plan, but we are not putting ourselves in a box that forces us to do anything that we are not physically able to do financially.
Thank you. And then, just as a matter of public record, are we able to, or would the rest of the council be amenable for Brad to kind of restate in a broad general way about our, just reinforcing that particular, that we are not putting ourselves into a box in regard to if we put this resolution forward that we absolutely have to, and then that create a liability of we didn't do that.
No, a resolution can't bind the city to expend funds.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
You bet. Anybody else?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, the aspirations of this program, obviously, I think we all support. We want to reduce crashes and fatalities as much as we can. I do remember watching this item, when the Commissioner's Court was bringing it up, and it's been a long project. And my concerns are there are some things in here that I don't agree with. There was a big part of this push of the entire program, and luckily I didn't see any of that, and this is my caveat. None of that is in their recommendations for Lago Vista, but ultimately their goal is for the greater Austin metro area to move towards more mass transit, more bike lanes, get rid of roads, and get rid of cars. And so I don't want to sit in the be it further resolved section. I don't necessarily want to do a broad brush approval of the entire plan. I don't want to speak for the other communities that are listed in there and the recommendations that they made for them. So my ask is that in that be it further resolved line, can we be more specific rather than adopts the entire Travis County Safety Action Plan, intends to implement project strategies and policies from the plan? Can we say we support the recommendations made by the Travis County Safety Action Plan for Lago Vista?
I'm perfectly fine with that.
Okay.
Any other? Yeah. Yeah. I would just say whoever makes the motion, just make that part of your motion. Absolutely.
I just had a couple comments.
Sure.
I was quite surprised by slide 690 on page 697, 27 total fatalities and serious injuries, 5 crashes that resulted in 1 or more deaths, and another 22 crashes that resulted in 1 or more serious injuries. Those are some pretty strong numbers. They're staggering. I'm afraid that I'm going to get yelled at here in a minute, but if you look at page 696, part of the engineering remedies is lowering speed limits, better safety, intersection, things like that. And then if you go to page 694, it shows the portion of 1431 that's passing right by the park that we just approved $500,000 for. So one thing that I would like to do after this motion is I'd like to file a motion to reconsider. And what I would like to do is to go to TxDOT and say, look, based on these recommendations and your own engineering, instead of putting in a new road for $500,000, let's take your recommendation. Let's lower the speed limit in front of Sunset Oaks at that section so that we mitigate crashing that way, and that would be a whole lot less expensive than shelling out $500,000.
But now this report is from Travis County.
No, I know.
TxDOT doesn't have anything
But
to do
you
with it.
use this as a conversation piece with TxDOT to see if they would be willing to abide by these recommendations, because they specifically outline number 3 right in front of Sunset Oaks. They show the remedy of what could be used to mitigate that. If the TxDOT says yes, then that could be a potential benefit for us. If they say no, then perhaps we have our solution in our back pocket.
And I think the response you'll get is yes, we can do that in 2052. That's my fear.
Yeah.
Because
No, I agree. I wouldn't want that either.
It's not programmed in Capo's 2045 plan or any of that stuff.
You don't think that's something they would be willing to, based on these recommendations, you don't think that would be something they would be willing to look at?
Even though they're participating agents.
Not within 20 years. Yes, but I think it will be way down.
20 years.
Yeah,
huh?
20 years.
We could potentially add what you're asking into this resolution, right? If we're adopting into this, 4 or 5 of the recommendations for Lago are 1431. We should add a line. One of them should be about that recommendation, if people are open to it.
How would that, are you talking about making any reconsiderations, or are you just talking about lowering the speed limit?
Probably 2 parts. One, we should put in there specifically that, yes, we agree that TxDOT should help make these recommendations that you are making to us for 1431. And second, we would ask that they give consideration to lowering the speed limit around the new entrance to Sunset Park.
But still do the asphalt driveway.
I'm just for this portion of it, that's how we include it. And then when we have that discussion, when you bring this back up, we can talk that way.
Well, I don't know if you need the lower speed limit if you're going to have a turn lane. Is that correct, Mr. West? There's going to be a turn lane?
There's going to be a turn lane. Right, Eric? Okay.
If there's a turn lane, is there any benefit of having a lower speed limit?
Well, there's always benefit to having a lower speed limit. But getting TxDOT to agree to it, they like to study things for a very long time.
That's what I was thinking. They're going to have to do. We have to do a traffic study or whatever.
Well, let's finish the consideration of this item, and then if we want to bring it back up, the other one, we certainly can. Any further comment on 10A?
Do you want to put that part in there?
Mm-hmm.
entertain a motion on 10A.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve Resolution 25-2141, the Travis County Safety Action Plan, with a stipulation that TxDOT is asked to examine the speed limits along the portion of 1431 by and near Sunset Park.
And I tell you what, but you're saying you would like the "be it further resolved" section to be enhanced to include that statement, correct?
Yes, and that the resolution only applies to us accepting the recommendations for Lago Vista.
Correct. That's what Mr. Song wanted. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Did you get that, Susie? Okay. So I have a motion by Mr. Benefield. Do I have a second?
Well, just a question. Sorry. Do I need to wait for the second?
Do you want to discuss the motion?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do I have a second? I'll second this one. Okay. Yes, sir. Mr. Prince.
I flipped back up to read the resolution, but weren't there more things on the 1431 than just the speed limit in this plan recommendation? And I say that to suggest maybe the wording should be something like, and request that TxDOT take all the actions under its jurisdiction recommended for 1431.
Consider all the actions that have been recommended by the engineering.
Yeah.
I would accept that.
Okay. So Mr. Prince has made an amendment request. Mr. Benefield accepted that, and I, as the second, also accepted. So, motion by Mr. Benefield, second by me, amendment by Mr. Prince, and both the motioner and the seconder accepted that amendment. Any further discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Hearing none, passes unanimously. Okay. We will move on to item 10B, discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve ordinance number 2025-06-05-05, amending Chapter 1, Article 1.500, purchasing, Section 1.503, local preference program of the Code of Ordinances, and receive an initial report from staff on how the program has performed since implementation. And this is Mr. Som. I got a question for you, Mr. Som. It should be LLP or LPP?
LPP.
Okay. Thank you. And so I will turn it over to you to introduce the item and tell us how you want to proceed.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm just going to make a motion to table this item till the next council meeting, as we haven't finished updating the language.
Okay. Is that you're making that motion? I've got a motion by Mr. Som. Do I have a second?
Second.
I think Mr. Durbin got that one. So I've got a motion by Mr. Som, a second by Mr. Durbin. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Hearing none, passes unanimously. Okay, we already did 10C. We'll go to 10D. Discussion, consideration, and possible action on referring an ordinance that amends Chapter 14 of the zoning ordinance, Section 2 and Section 16, related to home-based businesses, to change and ensure that the City of Lago Vista's regulations are in compliance with the recently passed HB 2464, which becomes effective January 1st, 2026. And Mr. Som, I've got you as our liaison.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this was one of those bills that was passed that I thought was interesting, because I recall within the last year we had a discussion about home-based businesses. I remember Councilor Prince talking a bit about it with your experience over here on Don Drive. And I just thought it would be prudent to go ahead and send to P&Z the bill, and then I had drafted a potential replacement of our current ordinance that deals with home-based businesses with these recommendations, and I just want P&Z to look at it, give us a review, and send their recommendations back. You know, some of my legislative intent goes a little bit further than the current bill, as that I see this as an economic development opportunity, right? They're creating a new definition for what they call no-impact home-based businesses, which they restrict cities from putting restrictions on. And I want to encourage those businesses that are no-impact that we're here to support them, and that others that may have them. You know, I think that while we have restrictions here in the city of what businesses can be here, home-based businesses are an opportunity, and that may be something we can lean into. And so I hope they keep those parts of that in the recommendation.
Okay. Comments or questions? Yes, sir.
I actually, as I was reading through this, it occurred to me that one of the things that I ran into is not addressed in here. And by not being addressed, I think something would be allowed that I was not allowed to do. Let me tell you exactly what happened. So we had a home-based art school business where we would have 2 to 3 students into our home on Parliament Cove. Property on Don Drive came up, which was residential, and my wife said, I would really like to do that home-based business in that building across from the elementary school. And so we, at the time, received a home-based business permit from the city, and then after we had been operating there, after I'd spent money attaching the house to the sewer and city sewer and done some other investments, the city came back and said, oh, you are not living there. It's a residential property. You're not living there. You're living over Parliament Cove. And we said, we're not trying to operate 2 businesses. We just want to move our license to this other location. It is a residential property. And they said, sorry, you're not living there. And I just want to say, in this language, it doesn't have anything about that. So that exact situation would be possible. Someone could buy a small residential property, and if it's zero impact to that area, they could run a business out of it, not physically be living there themselves, and it would be acceptable under this ordinance. And I actually think that's a good thing, and it cleans up a corner case that I ran into, which was pretty, and what ended up happening to me, I had bought the property under the guidance, frankly, of city that I could do that as a home-based business. I got into the property, then they said, oops, no, you're not allowed to do that. Your only option is to try to get it rezoned to C1, which is eventually what I did, but man, it was painful. But anyway, I like this language. I think it's a good step forward in helping people start a business, and it's good for the city, it's good for citizens.
I just have a question for you, Mr. Prince. Can you clarify, you are in favor or not in favor of somebody being able to buy a home, not live in it, but operate a business out of it?
I'm in favor of it under the umbrella that this document has of zero impact neighborhood. Right? So I'm not in favor of someone buying a residential property and turning it into effectively a C1 business in a residential area. But if it is a zero impact, zero footprint kind of business, I think that's a good thing.
And my only question was, within the sample ordinance that was attached, was state law incorporated into that? And my only question is, if that's the case, would it be better off just to say, in accordance with state law versus duplicating state law in our ordinance? I just as soon as they pass it, they're going to change it, and that means we got to come back and change ours too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just was trying to cover all the bases because we have, a little bit spelled out in our current ordinances. So I was trying to address each of the things that were in there. But yeah, if that works and it's simpler, yeah, I think that's a good consideration for P&Z.
Okay.
Is there any language that is in the state bill or that we need to clarify when it says no visible activity, but then goes back to say minimal traffic? I mean, one could argue minimal traffic is visible activity. I mean, is there any kind of definitions that we would need P&Z or others to clarify?
I'd be worried if we tried, then the state could come back and say that we are trying to undermine their intent.
I would worry about the preemption issue of a home-based business challenging your ordinance because you've varied from the state law.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying we can't do it, but it would require some careful wordsmithing.
Do you know if the state did any kind of clarifications on what no visible activity means? Because honestly, anything can be considered no visible activity. I don't even want to look at you.
I'd have to go back and reread the legislation. I don't believe that is further defined, but I'd have to go back and look
I
at the
would think the intent of that is no visible signs.
That's correct.
No visible blinking lights. I mean, I would think that that's the intention.
I would agree with you. I would tell you that as I sit here right now, I don't believe that it is defined, and I think that a court, well, from a statutory interpretation standpoint, they would take the common meaning of the words and that literal interpretation of no. I mean, if you live in your home, there's visible activity, right? I mean, so what they mean is, from a business sense, are there signs, as you say? Are there people parking, traffic? Are you creating? I mean, the whole point of this is that if there is any discernible impact beyond what you would the normal residential activities, right? Anything beyond that, that's what can't be. The city, as long as there's nothing beyond that, the city, your ability to regulate that has been taken away. So as long as it's this similar kind of activity that would be going on otherwise at a home, so that's, I think, what they mean by no visible activity, not literally no visible activity.
I'll just be curious, I know there's individuals that have home-based businesses here in Lago that have permits, but it's a dog grooming company, and I couldn't imagine they get maybe but 5 or 6 cars a day, people coming in, dropping off their dog. They leave, come back, pick up their dog many hours later. I mean, I would consider that to be minimal traffic, but I would just be curious when does that get challenged?
Well, I mean,
based on your neighbors.
Yeah, I mean, it's. Are you getting? Is the city getting calls about it? This as brand new legislation. Obviously, no court has had an opportunity to
vet it.
Yeah, to opine on it, but I would suggest that again, anything beyond normal residential activity. So you're going to have cars coming and going, people coming and going. The question is it creating either through is there any public nuisance aspect of it? If there's no public nuisance aspect to it, either through traffic or noise or the hours of operation or noxious fumes and whatever, all of those types of things.
Dogs.
Right. Yeah, but you got to bark. You know what I mean? So I mean, are they in violation? Right. So I think that's the consideration that the state's going after.
So I have a slightly different interpretation of Mr. Prince's example. Not that I am in disagreement with what he said. I mean, I would have no problem somebody living next door to me and having a no impact type based business. But I do believe, in my personal opinion, it's out of the spirit of the law that somebody would buy a house with the intention of using it as the sole purpose of running a business, no intention of living in it. It would be interesting for me to see if that qualifies as truly a home-based business. It's not really a home at that point, it's a business.
Now that's a distinction. That's because if you are operating a property in a residentially zoned area strictly as a business and not living there, I would agree with you that that's probably a violation of your zoning ordinance, and you still have the opportunity, notwithstanding the home-based business aspect of it. It's not a home-based
it's
business.
A business.
It's just a business at that point. And so you're treating it as a commercial property and not a residential property. So it would violate your base zoning. And that has not been preempted. So it's still got to be, you live there. It's residentially zoned property. It's almost like an accessory structure. It's an accessory to the basic use, which is residential property. That would be my guess. I mean, again, none of this has been litigated yet, but that'd be my guess.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So a couple of things. First, I want to clarify. The state law is saying if these conditions are met, the city cannot prohibit it.
Cannot regulate, yeah, period.
Right. But this ordinance allows for some things that state law doesn't say we have to allow, like signs, for example. Mm-hmm. And we can allow things. So this state law would not prevent us from having this ordinance saying someone doing a home-based business could put a sign up.
Correct. Yeah. So the preemption simply, as we are interpreting it, the preemption simply applies to this concept of no impact. Yeah. And so if it's not otherwise discernibly different from the normal activities that would occur at a residence, You as the city can no longer regulate that. But the moment that it becomes discernible and it goes beyond no impact, then you may regulate it. And the law specifically clarifies, or goes on to say that that prohibition only applies to that no impact. And if it is impact in these other ways, then you still have regulatory authority.
And then my second comment, Mr. Benfield, I appreciate you bringing that up because I think it's an important point. Right now in this ordinance, it does not say anything about actually living in the property is required. Right now, we had this legal discussion where the interpretation was maybe it means that even though it doesn't say it. I would suggest when we do something here, we make it explicit so it doesn't require a lawyer having to answer it, because this is exactly the problem that I ran into, where the first answer from the development services director at the time was, I could do this, and then later he said, no, you can't do it. And so whether we say it's required for someone to live in a home-based business or not, I'm actually going to be agnostic to it. I just want us to be explicit rather than have it be vague, as I think it is worded right now.
I think one challenge you have, and I'm not here to open up a can of worms, but I think an Airbnb is a low-impact business. And so if you were to stipulate that you did not have to live in the home, I think you automatically disallow the city to regulate anything to do with SDRs.
I think this law addressed that, did not.
Say that again.
I think this law addressed STRs at the bottom.
I believe it does. I've got to pull up the legislation.
It doesn't apply to short-term rentals.
Yeah.
If you added the stipulation that you did not have to live in the home, and you could prove that an STR is low impact, it just would be an ambiguous way of excluding them.
I agreed. I think I sent the same question to Brad, and then he pointed out they put in the law, in the state law, that this doesn't apply to short-term rentals. I think to cover that.
Well, I agree with the way the state law is written, but if we add into our ordinance that you do not have to live in there,
for us,
then you are now creating an unfair disadvantage to the STR community. Because I think the intention of the state law is that this is a home-based business. You're living in the house. And that's why it doesn't apply to SDRs. You're obviously not living in generally you're not living in the house. It would be something for P&Z to consider.
It makes me think too, because I did add other things to this ordinance when I think of the mayor, your comment about can they just shorten it? I guess just have to be clear to them that not everything in my ordinance is in the state bill. So where they can shorten it, please do.
Yeah.
And make sure that you're looking at our current ordinance too and repealing anything that needs to be taken out. Right. And then take into these extra considerations that we're discussing.
But yeah, instead of beating it up too much more here, let's make the referral, let them take a look at it,
Okay.
get appropriate legal advice, and send something back to us.
Okay. All right, Mayor, can I make a motion?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we refer this proposed ordinance to Planning and Zoning Commission, and that they take into account the discussions that we had up here on the dais.
Very good.
Second.
Good. A motion by Mr. Salmon, second by Ms. Owen. Is there any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Okay. We'll move on to 10F. Discussion, consideration, and possible action directing the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff to review parkland dedication requirements, including but not limited to impact fees, fees in lieu of, amount of land to be dedicated as related to Chapter 5 of the subdivision ordinance. And this was Mr. Roberts. Mr. Somm, did he give you any direction on this one?
Just that he'd like to see it move forward.
Okay. And given that this is nothing more than a recommendation to planning and zoning, do we need to talk about this a whole lot?
I just have one comment.
Sure, go ahead.
The only comment that I have is, we approved the concept plan earlier, and you know, they did not want to at all talk about parkland. For them, they would much rather write a check for $15,000 and not have any park within their community. And I think that's exactly what this is trying to address, is that the fee needs to be more painful than the piece of land, or proportional at least. You know, when you have a developer or builder that just says, yeah, I'll write you a check for $15,000, that's nothing compared to, you know, the land, then that's an indication that the fee is too low.
Yeah. And my only comment would be, the one that we talked about earlier, relatively small, at 15 lots. I mean, I get it. When you got to Sarah, absolutely, you want them putting in parkland. But for 15 properties, do we really want to? But that's something for planning to talk about.
Maybe that's a bad example.
Yeah.
But I do think that as the price of land goes up and the value of that land goes up, the fee needs to probably be proportional to that.
Sure. Yep. Okay. Any other comments on this one? Yes, ma'am.
Well, in the recommendation, he does mention about initiating a nexus study in this recommendation to move forward. Would that be the P&Z Commission to look at it and then refer to that? Or is that, I was starting to look at this a little bit. My notes, I didn't explicitly put them because the nexus study is like $25,000 to $60,000. So, or is that something that the planning and zoning would look at based on this moving forward?
Well, planning and zoning doesn't have that kind of budget.
No, they would recommend go back to us, is what I'm saying.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments on this item? I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we refer this item to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Somm. Any second?
Second.
I've got a motion by Mr. Somm and a second by Ms. Owen. Is there?
Well, discussion. I didn't hear any feedback on Ms. Owen's question around the Nexus study. Are we moving that city staff would initiate a Nexus study? Because planning and zoning, I guess, they wouldn't do a Nexus study. So what? That's explicitly in here. If we just approve this, sending this to planning and zoning, I think it would be. If I was on planning and zoning, I'd want to know what council intended around this Nexus study.
Can they give recommendation whether they think the Nexus study is needed or not?
But hang on a second. No, the one place I see a Nexus study is that there's a paragraph that says, additionally, under Texas law, any changes to parkland dedication formulas or fee amounts must satisfy the constitutional rough proportionality standard fee. And it says C, the sour tap, sea flower amount. It says typically supported by a Nexus study or parkland impact fee analysis.
So if you, Mr. Durbin, if you look up top of that page, under subject, it says referral to the Planning and Zoning Commission for review of parkland dedication requirements and direction to initiate a Nexus study.
That's clearly written by Chatty.
I think you're right.
I kind of don't care what it says, but yeah, let me know what you want me to refer to P&Z, because I'll do it.
So are you, Mr. Prince, are you suggesting an amendment to the motion
just
to
make a
the Nexus
recommendation
study?
the
Yes,
study's
I
needed?
am.
Okay. Mr. Somm, did you hear that?
My suggestion, amendment to the motion to remove the direction to initiate a Nexus study.
Can it also state that it is P&Z can give a recommendation whether they believe that a Nexus study is needed?
That's fine.
Okay.
Not initiate one, but they can make a recommendation that they think one should happen.
Yes.
Is that, you're good with that?
I'm good with that.
And you're good with it? Okay. So I have a motion by Mr. Somm, a second by Ms. Owen. Mr. Prince asked for an amendment, and both Mr. Somm and Ms. Owen were okay with the amendment. Any further discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Okay, we are on 10G. Discussion and possible action on RFP number 25-03, effluent pond number 17, repairs, and pond number 2, improvements, change order number 1 and 2, and authorizing the city manager to approve the change orders. And I've got Mr. De La Cruz.
Yeah, so this one's being brought before you for a couple of different things. During the design phase of the project, it was determined that the city would be responsible for obtaining the tree removal permit, while the contractor would be responsible for replanting the trees. The tree removal permit has been submitted, and that cost has come out to $73,750. Actually, that's the mitigation price. Sorry. So that mitigation price is $73,750, and the proposal to mitigate those trees or replanting the trees is $160,000. And then change order 2 addresses the necessary modifications for the intake screen and wet well, which will pull effluent to supply the golf course irrigation pump house. So for these two, we need council's direction on whether to proceed with payment for the tree replanting or pay the mitigation. $73,000.
Comments? Yes, Mr. Summer.
I guess my ask, do we have any ability to go get other bids to see what replanting the trees could be, if there could be anyone out there for lower cost? Or we have to utilize who we're utilizing here, Tree Man Solutions?
So that kind of works in two ways. One is either we take the responsibility of replanting the trees ourselves, and then we have to maintain and water these trees consistently. Jordan was asked to go out for the quote, and that's who they chose, and that's where the quote is coming from. Because as you see, there's a price for the tree removal, there's also a price for the irrigation tap to uphold, to maintain the trees, and then there's also a markup which has a weirdly 5% and then a 10% after that. I'll be speaking with them to get that adjusted to where it's a total of 15% markup, because it does lower the cost, not by much, but it does lower the cost.
I mean, I'd be interested in going back to them saying I'd like a lower estimate if we can find one.
Any other comments? I'm sorry, but I'm for paying the fee and saving the taxpayers the money, to be honest with you. And I'm for the better screening, the by amendment too. I'm for that.
Question?
Yes, sir.
Victor, these trees are all around Pond 2? It's all Pond 2 we're talking about, right?
Yes, sir. This is only around Pond 2. There is no clearing of trees within Pond 17.
To be honest, I'm shocked that there's that amount of protected trees. I just had the perception it was all cedar ash out there.
And that's kind of one of the issues with the tree ordinance. Basically, the only non-protected tree is cedar, but there's also Chinese tallow out there, which is an invasive species, but it's still categorized as a protected tree.
And we need to fix our ordinance.
It sounds like we do.
Yeah.
I can't say that, so you go by there every time you golf, and there never was really any screening by trees on hole number 2 as you went past this area, but there was heavy screening when you're on the number 3 tee box. And while I'd say the screening is not as substantial as it was before, it's still fairly substantial. It's not like it's been denuded of trees. It's not like that at all. You still have trouble seeing through the tree to the pond 2. That's my experience.
There has been some citizen outreach towards asking if these trees are going to be replanted. There is an individual that is selling their house, and now they have a view of that construction, and they have voiced their opinion to me, and I told them they're more than welcome to come to council during this item and speak on that. I think there might have been some issue with them coming today, not knowing exactly the time that this was going to be, but I do want to reach out or let you guys know that there has been some concern of replanting the trees.
Sure.
Part of paying the mitigation fees is taking utility fund, or I believe it's the utility reserve, and sending that to the tree mitigation fund. One thing that I was going to propose, completely up to you guys, is paying the amounts of what it costs to mitigate those trees from the utility reserve, but then utilizing the funds that are in the tree reserve fund to pay the difference to ensure that we're planting the trees back. But completely however you guys see fit on that.
Yes, sir.
I have so many issues with this. I mean, for me, it's this kind of garbage that's put in front of me that doesn't make me trust anything that is ever put in the packets. I'll give you a couple examples. Well, before I do that, let me ask you. It said, quote, upon review of the project bid tabulation, staff identified that the cost for replanting the required trees had not been included in the contractor's original bid. How was that missed?
That is missed because whenever we went for the tree mitigation permit, that's when this cost came to. It was missed by Freeze and Nichols to actually allocate a bid item in there, and that was discussed with Freeze and Nichols as well.
So Freeze and Nichols is the one that missed it?
Yes.
The other issue that I have is, the Planning and Zoning Commission was asked to relook at our tree ordinance last year. Kathy Koza, Rachel Rich, and myself was on that. I know there's been a push to get them to reorganize that subcommittee. Part of the issue that I have is with this mitigation fee, the city is literally doing the exact thing that we are trying to avoid, which is to simply pay the mitigation fee in lieu of going out and chopping down a bunch of trees. I mean, we are literally setting the worst possible example we can for future developers by saying, oh, let's save the money, plow the trees, and just pay the mitigation fee. And so to me, that shows the massive deficiency that we have in our mitigation fee, right? Number three, I plant trees for a living. So you can imagine the first call that I made on Monday morning, called my secretary and said, hey, how much would it be to replace 295 calibers worth of trees, right? On a low end, it's $370 per tree, up to $570 per tree for a 4-inch tree, right? So that was $44,000 in trees delivered to Pond 2. So you're trying to sell me on the idea that it's going to cost $120,000 to install 70 trees? $160,000? That's crazy. I mean, there are so many contractors right here in Lago Vista that would install those 72 trees for $20,000. They would do it that fast. $300 per bubbler. Has anybody ever in this room seen a bubbler? Do you guys know how much a bubbler costs? 99 cents. And you want to tell me that they're going to charge $300 per bubbler? And that's our contractor? That's the people we have to use because of a mistake from Freeze and Nichols? No. It's not happening.
Do you want me to answer anything?
Sure.
Or,
Sure, absolutely. I'd love to hear it.
I guess from your second comment, the decision is going to be made by you guys on whether we pay for mitigation fees or go back out for another additional quote, or if the city will maintain these trees and replant them ourselves. We have full ability, and that's why it's been brought to you guys' attention. Because if this was up to me, we'd pay the fee and be done with it. Save the taxpayers money. But it's being brought to you guys to make a decision on whether we're going to continue planting trees and uphold our ordinance, or just pay the mitigation fees and save the taxpayers money. The third item, which I completely forgot it already. What was the third one?
No, I was ranting.
Okay.
I think the option you were going to say we can rebid and go out, and we might save more taxpayer dollars if we get a cheaper bid on planting the trees.
But I guess my only question is, Jordan is in charge of this project, and so we don't have to allow them to do it, but if they don't do it, we have to do it? We couldn't go out to another vendor and allow them to do it?
We can go out to another vendor. We have the ability to do anything we need to.
Okay.
To satisfy the tree mitigation permit. The city is the one who, my name is on that tree mitigation permit.
Sure.
I'm the one who has to continue forward and get those trees planted.
Okay.
Now, when we do that, we also have to worry about how the trees are going to be maintained until they seed.
Sure.
The other question that would just be interesting is that truly the majority of that 295 caliper inches is for an invasive tree. I mean, what's our ability to modify the tree ordinance to exclude that specific one and then bring this back up?
I couldn't answer that because, I mean, you're talking about modifying a tree ordinance just for the city of Lago Vista, but
I'm talking
who's
about.
to say that hasn't happened to developments?
I don't know if we did it for everybody.
Yeah, we do.
Exactly, if we do it for one.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if it's truly an invasive species like an ash, like any other tree that we wouldn't want in the town, right? If it's truly that's what we're talking about, you know, we light the fire to P&Z, make the recommendation, we get it before city council, we make that exemption, and then now you're coming before us with 50 inches worth of caliper trees that need to be replaced.
I don't believe it's that many. Chinese tallow, I don't believe it was that many inches of trees that's going to make a difference, and I don't know about the others. But there are some quite large oaks that were taken down to ensure that the pond could be expanded.
So the oaks were already taken down. And that was done without a permit by the contractor?
No, I applied for the permit way before the contractor got started.
If you had to guess, would be half of that caliper inch be?
Maybe like 20 inches, 30 inches.
Or the invasive species?
Yes, it was just that one specific tree. I was like, I've kind of made a fit to development services about it, but they showed me the ordinance and it specifically says only the cedars are technically a non-protected tree.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm a little offended on behalf of staff at the tone you were using.
That's okay. You can be.
And so, actually, I would request that you, in the future, moderate your tone. That was very attack-oriented. What Victor brought to us today was the options based on the constraints that he has. You know, do you want to buy out, just like all these other contractors are doing? It's cheaper to buy out than to plant. That's why everybody's doing it. And while we have asked planning and zoning already to reconsider the tree ordinance, we've actually suggested they make it more expensive, not cheaper. And so, you know, if we're going to replace trees, then you know, it's going to be expensive, right? If we're going to buy it, it's less expensive today. And so he's just saying that you guys tell me what you want to do. My thought is that we should do a replacement. If we can find if we, the city, can find somebody that can do this as a better, at a better price than what we're seeing here tonight, that's great. There's no reason, in my mind, why the contractor who is doing the pond work should be making margin on top of the trees. We should manage that independently. And if you have some specific suggestions of companies that could use to get a better deal, I think that would be great. But I would be in favor of us using some of our funds to do replacement trees, and let's, you know, certainly consider the ones that are an invasive species, get that ordinance cleaned up to take that out for our benefit as well as all of the other contractors in town.
Mr.
Yeah. This may be just a question of practicality, but if we're paying a mitigation or in lieu of fee, who are we paying it to?
Ourselves.
Ourselves. So
Transferring it.
that's a net. That's a zero, right? So my suggestion is why don't we pay a mitigation fee, keep the project moving, and then replant as we feel like replanting. Does that make sense? Yeah. But we don't need, I think we reject all of these bids and next time go out and look for something a little bit cheaper. That seems to me to be the way to go.
Does the mitigation fee go into our tree fund only?
Does.
And just on your topic, these are two separate change orders.
Yeah.
One 1 change order is for the intake screen and prepping for the effluent line, and 1 is for the tree. So don't deny both.
That's why I said earlier, I'm for the paying the fee, and I'm also for the additional screening. Any further comments, questions? Mr. Song?
Just a question, I guess, for you and Councilman Durbin is if we pay the fee, but Councilor Durbin, you said, but then go plant what we feel necessary. So are we committing during this to go plant trees like near the neighbor who was complaining that they want to see trees replanted?
Well, my suggestion is to plant some trees later to make it look good. But we don't have to figure that out now, I don't think.
Well, the other thing I'd comment on is that I feel for that neighbor, but bottom line is any trees we plant today, they're not going to cover what the previous, and not for 10 years,
Yeah.
you know, and when they've grown. So I don't know that we can solve their problem immediately.
So those trees are already done?
Yeah. Yep.
I just want to address Mr. Prince's comments that were directed specifically at me. I understand how my comments could be considered forceful or rude toward staff. I would expect by the time someone brings a proposal to me that they have put forth their very best step, that they have vetted it, and that they have done everything that they can to save the taxpayers money, that they've got the very best prices and quotes, and nothing in here tells me that that was done. In my opinion, the barest of minimalist work was applied to this agenda. And if that hurts anybody's feelings, I apologize. But if you're going to bring me your best work and it's subpar, I'm sorry. If I do a bad job up in this dice, I'm going to get called out on it, just like you did, right? And if somebody brings me trash, I'm going to tell them it's trash. And when you tell me you're going to charge me $300 for a bubbler, if I did that at your home, what would you tell me to do? You'd go tell me to pound rocks, right? Well, that's what I'm saying today. I'm not going to pay $300 a bubbler, and I think it's a sorry position to go out there without a game plan and plow 295 caliper worth of trees and have no game plan in place on how you're going to replace them. I think it was stupid. I think it's dumb. I think it's irresponsible, and I hope it offends somebody, because I guarantee you when I post to the community that the city plowed 295 caliper worth of trees without a game plan, and that we just spent money without approval, and I offended staff because of it, I apologize. I'm sorry for offending you, sir.
I think you also need to take into account, I picked up this project in February, and this plan has been submitted through the city, gone to you guys for approval. I picked it up as it was being constructed.
I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the situation.
Fully understood, and this is why it's being brought to council.
I understand.
I think Victor understands that because I got onto him pretty hard yesterday when we were talking about all of this.
This has nothing to do with you or Eric. This is just when you hear about government waste, and we all talk about how we're going to be better, and I'm not going to support it. I'm going to run on transparency and all these things that we commit that we're going to do. This is the exact thing that people hate. I mean, they just hate it. It just grinds them. And it grinds me. And if this was my personal living expense, like if my wife came to me and said, hey, Adam, by the way, you know, I wasn't really sure what to do, but I went ahead and wiped out these 10 trees, and I had no game plan in place, and then I had to go out and pay $195,000 or $160,000 to replace them, I'd be pretty upset. And I'm upset as a taxpayer right now. I'm upset because somebody's going to call me tomorrow and say, hey, Adam, how did you allow this to happen? Weren't you on the tree mitigation subcommittee? It's just, it makes me sick to my stomach.
Does anybody else have any thoughts or comments?
I guess I still need clarification if you guys are going to make a motion. So, would your motion to pay? What is the fee? If we pay it, it's
approximately
73,000, right?
Yes.
But wouldn't it be better if, you know, like as Councilor Benefield said, if he finds a local company that can plant these for 20 or 30,000, now you just, in theory, you saved $40,000?
Well, if the tree mitigation is $73,000, you're going to pay $42,000. So realistically, you're going to get a quote from a local contractor between $70,000 and $90,000. Right? So the question is would you rather pay $75,000 towards our tree mitigation, or would you rather replace the trees? Now, I mean,
Yeah.
I guess at the end of the day, you can always replace the trees.
Right.
Do you want to replace the trees in this area?
I guess to your previous point is, what have we told developers, or what have we heard from citizens that they would see from a developer in the same situation? What is it the citizens would rather see?
Well, I know how they felt when the wedding venue went down there and plowed the whole top of the field, wrote us a check for $250,000 and said, thank you very much, go have a good day.
Yep. I think I heard that too, and we heard that with Sarah. My only other comment, I guess, is that I don't know if since you put two change orders on the same agenda item, can you divide them?
The motion can deal with them separately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Because I don't think I heard many issues with the second change order, right?
I mean, I think, I agree, I don't think we did. The question becomes, you know, what's the consensus with regard to the trees, and are we going to pay the fee, or are we going to, and then try and plan to plant trees later, or are we going to try and get another contractor and hope that we can get it for, you know, less than $100,000? I personally believe pay the fee, and we take responsibility for replacing the trees out of our own tree mitigation fund. But that's just my 2 cents.
The money would go into the tree mitigation fund and then come out of the tree mitigation fund to actually pay for the trees.
Right.
So
That was going to be.
and then we can work to get the best deal possible.
I was going to say that was going to be my preference. My only thing in this is that, I mean, obviously we want trees planted again, but I don't know, is there a way to capture that so that there definitely, Charles is something there that we do go back out and have that as part of our future work plan, I guess is what I'm saying, because we're saying it here and everybody knows that we're going to plant trees, but day-to-day business happens and then no trees get planted because it's just in our minutes. So how do we record that here? That's my question.
Well, it is in our minutes, and the only people that have to understand the requirement are our city staff that are here today.
Okay.
So, bottom line, it's not like we're communicating with Travis County or anything like that.
My recommendation is let's get the pond finished, we'll come back and we'll plant the trees. So I guess it would technically be paying the tree mitigation.
And I would go out for an RFP just to plant trees within this area.
Yes.
By the time the pond is done, that way the contractor, there's no
That's what
confliction with the contractor.
Thank you.
No problem.
So could we put that in the motion, whoever makes it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So, would someone like to make a motion? Because if not, I will. I make a motion that we approve change order number 1, and the option that we choose is to pay the tree mitigation fee of $73,750 with the intent that city staff will utilize that money out of the tree mitigation fund to plant trees on this location after the effluent pond project is complete. And that we also approve change order number 2.
I'll second that.
Okay. We got a motion by Mr. Sullivan and a second by Mr. Prince. Is there any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Oh, that was unanimous. Very good. Okay, we are moving on to 10H. Discussion and possible action on amendment number 2 to the effluent pond repairs design, which includes plan for a pump house wet wells, electrical, SCADA, and pumps for Pond 2, 14, and 17, and to authorize the city manager to approve the amendment. And I've got Mr. De La Cruz as our liaison.
All right, so this one's Amendment 2 for the effluent pond repairs to ponds 2 and 17, and I guess in 14 with Amendment 1. So Amendment 1 was approved by council to expand the scope repairs to pond 14 in addition of a new transmission line. This amendment proposes further expansion of the project to include the redesign of the golf course irrigation system, replacing pump house at pond 2, and the addition of wet wells, electrical, and SCADA for those systems at each site. The pump is only for pond 2, clarification. The amount is going to be an additional $553,745. And that money is coming from utility reserves.
Thanks, sir. So I had some email communication with Victor and Charles earlier this week about this item. I was concerned that the amount of money for the irrigation system to redesign was like $194,000, if I recall correctly, and that was more than twice what we paid Les Hill to design a system capable of twice the affluent flow. And so I believe Victor, in one of his responses to me, indicated he'd like to pull this item back, potentially not take action on it tonight, and reinvestigate possibly alternatives with regard to the irrigation redesign. Is that correct?
Yes, and there is a couple items on that one. I know a lot of the scope that Friesen Nichols is looking at. After speaking with Curtis, who is the plant superintendent, we both decided that the SCADA, the observation wet well pumps, all the electrical work, that could definitely be done for a cheaper price within the city. The other portion of that, the scope, is the transmission lines from 14 to 2. That would all depend on how we design the irrigation. And the big thing about the irrigation is the one pump house versus two pump house. I know the committee wanted to see two pump houses, but there is some design constraints with having pond 2 completed, but then pond 14 is still in rehab work. And of course, there's a timeline to get this done, but if we were to put temporary pumps at pond 2 and get that up and going, then we would be putting temporary pumps there in very large sizing to actually feed the whole golf course versus we might need smaller pumps because there's two pump houses. And after speaking with Les, he is willing to work with the city and revise do an amendment to his scope and get us, and basically do that analysis and get the project moving forward, which I believe it would be at less cost than the change order brought to you.
Yeah. And that was the reason I wanted to make sure that we talked through this, because I believe some of the folks here on council had some heartburn about potentially reusing Les Hill for additional work on the redesign. But bottom line is that he's less than half the price when he designed the system that we had originally designed than what we've been quoted here by Hines through Friesen Nichols. I just can't see paying Friesen Nichols / Hines more than twice than what we might pay Les Hill to redesign the system he created for us previously. And so I just wanted to make sure that before Victor goes off and down that path, that everybody up here is comfortable, or at least a consensus of the people up here are okay with him going back and speaking to Les about making modifications to the design he had put together to reflect what the subcommittee came up with as far as guidelines are concerned. Mr. Song.
My question would be towards Brad, and I'll try to word it in a way that doesn't take us back into executive session. Is theoretically, if somebody lost a contract and there was another vendor tied to that, and the one entity that lost the contract is potentially taking legal ramifications towards the city, would it be creating any additional liability for us to go back into business with someone who's connected to that?
That's a broad question that's hard to provide a precise answer to. The answer is always that, there could always be liability, right? There could always be the potential to get dragged into a lawsuit. You can sue anybody for anything. Whether or not there's liability is another question entirely. And so without more, I couldn't provide you a specific percentage or something like that. I can just tell you that, as we talked about earlier, as a general proposition, when a city contracts with private individuals, the law waives immunity to a greater extent than when you are engaged in purely governmental functions. So if it's contractual based, then depending upon the nature of the contract and the services either being obtained or provided or what have you, there can be liability for that. Now, so you act more like in a proprietary capacity as a city when you do that. Your immunity is not always waived in all situations, and there are certain requirements that must be met in order for that to happen. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly more conceivable that in a contract setting, liability can be present. I don't know if that really answers the question or not.
Yeah. I guess I'll make a statement that isn't a question to you. Is that when I consider this, I just have concern that I don't know the status of the where we are legally with that situation that occurred, and this person is central to the event that kicked it all off. I just don't know that there's not an issue there.
Quick question for you, Brad. Is there any further investigation that you could do that would firm up your answer to us vis-a-vis this, or have you pretty much just now given us what you think you could give us?
Well, I mean, if you want to send me a specific question, then I can provide in the scope of a memo. It's always difficult to provide, I think, reliable opinions kind of on the fly like that. Certainly, if you want to send, if Charles or you or whoever sends me a question, I can provide a memo. We can discuss it in the executive session next time.
Yeah.
I've got a better opportunity to give you a better answer, is what I'll say.
I'll say, if no one else has an issue with it, I mean, I like saving money, but if I'm the only one that has a concern about that, then don't let that hold anyone back.
Okay, give me 1 second. Just been feeling coming. So I want to make sure I'm really clear, because you sent me the email, and I kind of get the impression you were in favor of tabling this item for tonight. Not only is the irrigation system kind of up for debate, the design, but you seem to have some issues with the other side of it where you think the city can do it. So am I correct in saying that you would kind of like to table this, or did you want some action tonight?
I definitely need action on whether to go with Hines to do the irrigation golf course, because this is a high priority item that needs to be constructed in order to rehab Pond 17, which is the current contract, Pond 2 and 17 at the same time.
So, I'm sorry, I just want to again clarify.
Yeah, no worries.
You need some motion on the design of the irrigation system, whether it's Hines or someone else. You just want us to make some kind of decision and allow you to move forward with that part.
Yep.
Okay.
And it was not just anybody, but it was the original designer.
Right.
And I know that you said that there was issues there, but from my standpoint, he was the architect engineer to design it, and the contract issue was with the contractor.
And the
kind of two separate issues.
Correct. The only issue, that's a really good point, Mr. Song, that we had a separate contract with Les just to do the design, so it was not part of the irrigation system replacement project. Mm-hmm. There were two separate projects. So if it gives you any, satisfaction, that might be, they're two separate issues.
So I think, and Mayor, if I may, I don't want to interrupt, but I think I think I better understand the nature of the question now. And as to the city's exposure liability or so forth in the events that have already taken place that we've discussed in executive session, entering into a new agreement moving forward doesn't change those facts. They are what they are. And so whether or not there was a claim or not is going to be dependent upon those historical facts that aren't going to change. On a moving forward basis, my entering into a new contract with them. My only suggestion would be we need to be very circumspect and not discuss prior events, and make sure that any new contract has appropriate controls and provisions in it so that potential scope of work is not exceeded, and that staff understands that these are the four corners of the document, of the agreement, and these are the only duties that we're asking you to perform, and don't go beyond those duties. That was part of the issue.
And Victor, I just would say the concerns I had were not the same that Mr. Somm just voiced. It was more, I felt like there were some council members that didn't want to potentially go back to Mr. Hill. But if that's not the case, then I'm all for it if it's going to save us money.
And I have spoken with Mr. Hill about this, and just more of, because originally I was told that he was not willing to work with the city. We would not be able to go back to him. And since Freeze and Nichols is doing the pond, let's see if we can get a quote from them.
Right.
That's the path I took. But after your email, I took it upon myself to get in the call and see where he stands on working with the city. He has a current contract with the city. He has an issue with how everything was handled and all of that, but he has no issues making an amendment to the contract in order to fulfill what the city needs. He's voiced that adamantly, saying he's an employee, or he's
independent contractor of the city. Sure.
Yes.
One last thing, and then I'm going to turn over to Mr. Benefield. Did he give you any indication as far as what he would charge to do the redesign work that we need?
He actually said if the city gave him a budget, he would do the design parameters within that budget. That was possible.
Okay, very good. Mr. Benefield?
I think Durbin had his hand up first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and all I was going to say is if Mr. Hill wants to do this again, then it can be probably a separate contract, and we just have to make sure Brad gets any indemnification and release language in there or whatever that separates it from the previous stuff. I don't know whether it ought to be a separate contract or an amendment to his old one, but
I'll tell you right now what I suggest.
Yeah.
New contract.
Yeah, that's what I would suggest. and he can paper it up so that they have nothing to do with each other.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but just remember, his contract to design was completely separate from the contract we had to...
I understand, and honestly, I have very little faith in Freeze and Nichols anymore in terms of getting estimates from them. I mean, we've had several that have just been, they come in and, then we get a change order, and it's 2-3 times what the original one was. And so, I'm happy to look elsewhere.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought his original contract was for like $85,000 to do the initial design.
That's past me. I was on the bare end of that one.
It was 60. Okay, so less than one third what would be proposed by.
But there is a difference in that. It is, the old design was incorporating tying into the existing 17 pumps, and this design would be looking at either installing 2 pump houses, one at 14 and one at 2, along with potentially having some intermediate pipe between the two.
But he's also being requested to do half the effluent flow. So the difference with the pumps, but half the effluent flow, half the heads. I mean, there's a significant lower requirement. Ms. Benefield.
Yeah, I don't understand the math that is being used. I understand on page 899 the total is $194,500. I remember Les Hill's quote to be in the 70s of thousands, not in the 60,000. So I think it was around 75,000. But regardless of that, on page 899, the breakdown of task 1 through 6. No, I apologize. 1 through 5 versus 6 through 7. So when you look at tasks 6 and 7, let me just make sure I'm saying this correctly. Yep. I'm pretty close. Les Hill's originally $75,000 design did not include tasks 6 and 7, from my understanding. Like Les Hill was not going to come out here and stake out all the heads, and he was not going to do all these site visits, and he was not going to do site observations, and he was not going to be doing these floating visits during install and stuff like that, right? That just wasn't included. And so you cannot utilize those numbers against Les Hill's $75,000. So when you take out that $100,000 worth of added fluff here, what you're talking about is Friesen Nichols at $90,000 versus Les Hill's much simpler design at $75,000, right? So we're really talking the same money here, right? We're not talking about different funds because, you know, if we said, okay, hey, Les Hill, we also want you to do tasks 6 and 7, he's not going to do it for $75,000. He's going to do it for $194,000, right? So that's just my opinion of this. I understand the design is half the flow, and that probably feels like it's half the work, but it probably isn't. Honestly, he has the design. I mean, I would think he should be able to go in there and just delete 50% of the heads and space them out, and be able to do it in an afternoon pretty quick, and then do these designs of the pump. So I think Les Hill's a fine option. I mean, his design was good based on the information that he has to design. I don't think there was any issue there. But if Les is going to come back and say, hey, I'm going to charge you $100,000 or $90,000, then I would probably personally rather go to Friesen Nichols and just make it clean.
But now Victor just said, and I don't know what he meant by this, but he said, give me a budget and I'll work within that, is what Les Hill responded to you about.
Yes, if we have a budget that needs to be met, he was willing to figure out what he could do within that budget. Of course, with Friesen Nichols, you're going to pay for what you get, or you're going to get for what you pay. These are high dollar amounts, but I can tell you that they're doing a lot of due diligence when it comes to designing these ponds.
Mr. Benefield, do you feel like the amounts that Friesen Nichols is charging us for 6 and 7 seem reasonable?
No.
So I'm just looking to save money, and if we can go down this path with Mr. Hill and save money, and maybe we do some of these things, or we pay him a little extra to do some of these things, and we can cut the cost in half, I'd certainly like to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I install hundreds of irrigation jobs a month, and I have never had anybody walk out to my job site and place stakes and heads, and they give me the design, and it's my job to follow it.
Okay. So do you have a recommendation?
Well, I think Les Hill's, his design was great. If Brad doesn't have a concern and he can do it for a cheap price, I just wouldn't want to do it for the same price.
Sure, agreed. Well, can we go back to him and say, Les, can you modify your old thing for $10,000?
Yes, we'd have to give him a little bit of design parameters, and including either 1 pump house or 2 pump houses.
Sure.
Based on his design and where his tie-in point was, it does change the design.
Sure.
Because you're going to have different size pipes, and you're going to have potentially more piping if you have 2 separate lines with 2 different pump houses.
Yeah.
It's all about what the design scope is and what we're going to expect from it.
The reason, do you mind if I speak?
Go for it.
The reason there was a recommendation of having 2 pumps was overpressurization. Right now, the pumps at 17 are pegging at about 125 psi, and even at that, we're not getting good pressure at the top of the hills because of how far it is and how much vertical rise there is. And so the thought was, and maybe it's not a good thought, I don't think the goal is to spend millions of dollars doing this thought, but the thought is that if we had a pump at the lower elevation at pond 2, and then if we had pumps at the higher elevation at pond 14, this system could operate at a much lower operating pressure, and this system would be able to operate at a much lower pressure, and that you would have more optimal distribution of water. Whereas if everything got operated out of pond 2, it's still going to work better than what pond 17 is, but it's still going to have to pump all that water vertically uphill. So you're going to be generating about 100 pounds of pressure, just barely to get it to work over here, but then the heads that are downstream of pond 2 are going to be operating at 125, 130 pounds of pressure again, which is way outside of the parameters of manufacturing specs. So unless he was going to put in like pressure compensating valves, and which certainly can be done.
site, you really can't put a pressure reducing valve because now it doesn't get up. You're not gonna, you can't reduce, can't it basically boost the pressure uphill.
So that was kind of the idea of having, and also if you have two independent systems, they can be operating simultaneously. You can have pond 2 pumping water, and you can have pond 14 pumping water, and you can actually maximize the 8 or 9 hours of time frame of irrigating, you know, and you can distribute more water in that with a smaller system.
Yes, and I agree. The other thing that needs to be taken into account is the volume of these ponds. Pond 2, we just expanded to around 9.8 million gallons, while pond 14 is probably around, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but it's significantly smaller.
But that was the idea of having a transmission line feeding pond 14, so it was basically a pass-through. You know, that pond 17 was literally as water's going in, water's coming out, and that was kind of the way pond 14 was going to function.
It would still need to be regulated by some kind of pump float systems
No,
and all that.
absolutely. No, for sure. Absolutely. But water was not going to store in pond 14 for very long while it was actively pumping. And then once it was done pumping, it would fill up, do its thing.
And that was part of Heinz's quote, was investigating that situation. And part of Friesen Nichols' quote was to look at how we could make those transition meet. And if it was, I guess, conceivable to actually have 2 pumps versus 1. Because I do know that was something from the committee that they were pushing forward. And there's a lot of things that get involved with that. But the overall thing, I do think it's much more beneficial to just have the single pumps at pond 2, because we're about to finish construction with it. It'll be ready to go. Once we fill it up, we can only fill it up once without having it being able to pump out to the irrigation or to the golf course.
But to your point, what you're trying to say earlier is that you feel like they would have to over-design or install larger pumps to pump to the top of the hill, so we're...
Well, yeah, if you're going to have all 18 holes by one pump station, of course, they're going to have to have larger pumps, but the cost of having 2 pump stations, 6 pumps in them...
But pond 14 is not a major repair, is it? It's just a liner. I mean, we know pretty much where the leak is at. I mean, I would think,
It's the whole liner. It's the whole entire liner and the underdrain.
And the pump house is...
Well, I know the pump house wasn't good, but...
it's about to fall into a ravine.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I went by there the other day, and it is tilted like this, about to fall off a cliff.
The pipe?
No, the pump house.
Oh, yeah.
The foundation, everything is like this.
It's kind of exciting.
Yeah.
So, that's a fairly new liner. It's an HDPE liner. The water is holding consistently at a very specific spot. I would be interested to learn or understand why the recommendation is a full replacement. When Taylor and I walked the property, the idea was it's a fairly easy liner to repair. We know exactly the water line of where it's at. Lower the pond, throw down a 10-foot sheet, weld it in place, and boom, you're good. Is that not your understanding?
Not from reviewing the scopes.
From who?
Friesen Nichols, of what they're doing what the contract was signed for them to do. It was my impression that this was already an item that was discussed, and it's already been approved and everything, and that we are moving forward on that project. If it needs to be reevaluated and you guys think differently, I'm glad to look into that.
Yeah, if I missed that, I apologize. From my understanding, pond 14 was just a simple repair to a leak that was likely caused by a deer. There's not adequate fencing in there, and so we found evidences while I was there of deer getting in there. In fact, one deer was dead, and what happens is they're getting it through that little wire fence. They're falling into the pond trying to get water. They can't get out. They're clawing their way out, and we've got a hoof hole in there that just needs to likely be fixed. I mean, I don't think that liner's but a few 10 years old.
And the only thing that's around that pond is post and cable. There's no fence at all. It's post and cable. So it's real easy for a deer to get through there.
Right.
So, I mean, maybe what we'd be better off spending the money putting a fence around that damn thing and repairing the liner as you're talking about, versus doing a full-on liner replacement. Because it's going to happen again.
Yeah, absolutely.
It absolutely is going to happen again. The deer get in there and try to claw their way out. So I think to answer your question, Victor, I don't know if you posed it as a question, but we didn't talk about Pond 14 to this deep level of detail previously. Not that I recall. Yeah. All we were told was that Pond 14 had a leak and it needed repair. And that was pretty much it. And so if there's the ability to just repair the liner at a much lower cost, I think that's the way to go. But I do believe instead of allowing the condition to remain the same, that some kind of fencing needs to be put around that so deer can't get in it anymore.
The interesting thing about 14 is it was actually built really well. It has the concrete that comes and overlays the liner, which is something we don't have like at Pond 17, right? So Pond 14 was actually built quite well. We just have this damage that occurred to it. And like I said, from my understanding, that water line is holding strong. It's not going up or down. It just holds strong. So unless Freeze and Nichols or you guys know something that we don't, or like Taylor didn't know, the recommendation was lower that water, put a piece 10 feet wide that just overlaid where the water line is at, weld it in place, and call it a day.
I guess with that in mind, there really wouldn't need to be a redesign.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to be looking into this issue a little bit more, because from what I reviewed, it's replacing the liner completely and the underdrain system.
Well, I don't disagree that there's that drain up underneath it is showing signs of collapsing. I don't know how that affects the integrity of the pond. But I haven't heard or seen anything that there was an issue with the actual pond.
That's very concerning.
So I know you said that you really need some kind of answer tonight vis-a-vis the design, what direction we want to go, let's say Freeze and Nichols, what have you. Is it truly necessary tonight, or could this come back on next Thursday? We're going to have another meeting next Thursday, and you all do a little bit of investigating, and then including speaking with Mr. Hill to find out, what we could get away with charge-wise, but also taking a look at Pond 14 and what we need to do there, and then have this come back next Thursday for final decision.
That's not a problem. I just needed to know if I was able to reach out to Les Hill.
Yes.
And get that quote. And that's kind of why I was like, just take this off the agenda at this point. Because I'd rather, before I even brought this to you guys' attention, to speak with people in-house, see what we can do, and see if we can minimize the scope to a lower cost.
Right.
And bring you two proposals using Hines. Well, I guess Freeze and Nichols, and then there is a 10%
charge.
Yeah, subcontractor charge, or just going with Les Hill. But the whole contracting with him is why it's been brought to you guys' attention.
Got it. Cool. Yes, sir.
Well, I'd like to, so there's two separate issues. There's who does the work, and then what is the work. And as Adam, you laid out very nicely, there were a lot of reasons why we in the subcommittee thought that two separate pump loops on the golf course was a really good idea. And we even thought, as I recall our discussion going, we thought it might have the opportunity to actually be a lower cost implementation because you could have, cheaper pumps for the ones because they don't have to generate as much pressure, all those things, right? No doubt there's more design work to go to the dual pumps. But what I want to be clear on in instructions to Victor is if he's going to go talk to Les Hill, are we going to ask Les to modify his design, including the dual pump the method that we had as a subcommittee, we had recommended that Taylor then pass through to Freeze and Nichols, and I'll especially invite my other two subcommittee members to comment on that.
I think you would ask them, right? I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, is that going to increase this cost?
You will find that the amount of money that you pay for the electrical, not just the amount of the size of your pump will be significantly smaller, because we're going from a 1.5 million gallon design to an 800,000 gallon design, and now you're splitting it in half. So now each of those pumps only need to be able to be capable of 400,000. So I mean, the size of pumps are a fourth of what they were in the beginning. So your electricity is way down, not your consumption's down. What you need as far as size of power, controllers, pumps, all those things are significantly smaller. I think there's real cost benefits there. Also, you have two independent systems that can always be operated. So if pond 2 goes down, there would be you have an irrigation system operating by pond 2. You have an irrigation system being operated by pond 14. But then somewhere in the middle, you have a ball valve that's in the off position. And so that if you were ever in a situation where pond 2 was down, for example, you could open up pond 14 to water those lower.
There is a pressure issue.
Well, if you're going downhill.
And the other portion of that is pond 14 has not been prepped for this work. We're redoing liners in that. We have no wet well to actually pull from. How are we actually going to pull from pond 14? We don't have an intake screen. We don't, pond 2 has been prepped for the pump house. And we're at 95% design for pond 14. And now with having 2 pump houses, now we will have to go back and have an amendment to the scope in order to prep it for a second pump house.
Which unfortunately we were told incorrectly that in the original 5 million irrigation system, that included our new pump houses and all the electricity and all the designs, and that wasn't true either, right? So that was an amendment that was coming down the pipeline that nobody here knew that was going to happen. We just caught it after the fact.
So I guess on those agenda items, was the proposal attached?
It was, but so what was being told to us was different than what was in writing.
I asked really specifically, both Taylor and Sean, were the pump houses included because that needed to happen. Yes, sir, they are, and they weren't.
Yeah, from going through those, the only time it talks about a pump house is the pump house to 17 would be the transmission line we'd be pulling from pond 17, and even in the drawings, everything, it just says existing pump house. There's no word whatsoever in any of the drawings, the amendment scope or the original.
Yeah. I just knew from having gone by the pump house at 2 and 14 when I play that they're trash, and I knew they were going to need renovation, and that's the reason why I asked. So it's disappointing that they weren't included initially.
It sounds like your recommendation is that we just have one. I guess my question is this: are you leaning toward? I know pond 2 is almost ready, and I think that is what would be the goal, is to get pond 2 fully operational as soon as possible. Get that pump installed, get water, transferring from 17 to 2. Get that plugged into the irrigation system. Get that up and running. Would that not allow you then time to do what you need to do at pond 14 to get it up and running?
So are you saying just have the whole pump house only at 2 and not 14, or do half the course for pond 2 and the other half on yes and no? Oh, I guess yes overall it would. Doing half the design for those pump houses and everything, and then prepping pond 14 for it. But in the end, I still would like Les Hill or another professional individual to give us guidance on this and give us the proper quotes and get actual numbers tied to these options.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. But that's what I would envision, is getting pond 2 fully functional fully operational, and then once it's alleviating your burden at 17 so that you can start doing pond 17 repair, then you start looking at pond 14.
I think the larger issue at hand is pond 17 is probably double the size of pond 2.
Yeah.
And we can probably push out 800,000 gallons per day. And that's pretty equivalent to what the plant produces. So even if we fill the pond up, start irrigating, and now we're only doing half of that, where does that excess half have to go in this time frame to actually empty pond 17? The longer we prolong
Empty pond 17 so we can work on it to repair its problems.
Because that's within the current contract of pond 2, and that's the overall issue that I'm seeing right now. Is the longer we prolong this, the more pond 17 gets filled up, and this water has nowhere to go.
Yeah. So let me try and summarize here. I think the main thing you need tonight is to know, is it okay for you to go talk to Les Hill to get some quotes from him and potentially talk about these issues with him and maybe get some more information around this? And I believe everybody seems okay with that. I'm seeing a bunch of nodding of heads. So if we could, the direction from this meeting is you go talk to Les, get some more information, and let's plan on having this back on the agenda next week, and we can talk about any information you get and any additional decisions that we need to make. We can try and make them next week if you get enough information back from Les.
And what I would recommend is that once I do get that proposal back from Les and the scope of work, I would send that to the advisory committee to double check and see if this satisfies everything before bringing it to council.
Yeah, and that's fine. You guys good with that?
Yeah.
I wonder whether it might be a good, I know we've talked about this appropriate separation between the contractors and the subcommittee, but there was so much in terms of design concept and ideas that were floated that were all dumped on Taylor. And then Taylor was the conduit to get that information out. I wonder whether it might be appropriate or helpful to Les to actually have a meeting with the subcommittee so we could do some summaries of the, why we were looking at 2 ponds and how we envisioned the management of the transition time and all of that. I know, if I was him, I'd rather have all of that information given to me up front rather than after the fact the subcommittee says, oh, no, that's nice try, but that's not at all what we had.
And I'm totally comfortable with that. If you guys have the bandwidth to have that meeting with Les, I say go for it.
The interesting thing is I'm sure Les is going to have, just being very honest with you, you have spoken more logically about this project than anybody else I've talked to, right? So I appreciate that level of intelligence that you're bringing to the conversation. My guess is Les probably has the same level of, and he might be able to say, look, this is why it's a bad idea. Like today you very articulated why you're having these pressures at pond 17 and how that's going to have an adverse effect if we don't, So Les may also be able to share some of those concerns and change the way that the subcommittee's thinking based on practical knowledge that he has and we just don't.
So, bottom line is, no action on this item tonight other than provide direction to staff. It's okay to talk to Les and encourage the subcommittee to meet with Victor and Les so that Victor and Les know what you guys were looking for and why you had the design requirements you did. Have that conversation and then come back whenever you're all ready.
Do you want to reach out to Les before I send him the design criteria? Or because I don't think he'll have enough time before the next council meeting to get this on the agenda item.
What I would suggest is whatever's the quickest way for y'all to reach out, do it. And we'll have a placeholder on the next agenda for this in case you're ready, but if not, we'll have to deal with it the first one in August. Yes,
yeah, that's what I was going to say is let's go ahead and put it on the agenda. If you reach out to Les Hill and just ask him when he's available and let Mr. West know, then we can have the subcommittee do a Zoom phone call with him, whether it's Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of next week, and then we can do any reporting to the council on that Thursday of what we discussed, if he's available.
Makes sense.
And with Mr. West's permission, I would love to see if you would be interested in replacing Mr. Witchard on that subcommittee.
I don't have a problem with that.
Not a problem.
I'm gonna ask for more money. Just throwing that out there. Who all is on the subcommittee though?
Mr. Prince, Mr. Benfield, and Mr. Song.
Okay.
From council, and then we had a couple of citizens that were
Jim Case
regular
and-
attendees on it.
Yep.
I think there were 4, but they didn't all attend all the meetings.
Tom Monahan?
Tom Monahan.
Tom Monahan.
Jim Case and Tom Monahan's, and then the other 2 guys who I didn't personally know.
Would one of you mind sending me an email saying these are the people on the committee? That way I have those email addresses and
Yeah.
we'll be invited to the meeting.
Because I want to attend any of these meetings.
I'll send you the email, and I'll also send you the last 6-page packet of recommendations that were presented.
I've got them.
Okay,
I was the one who took all those and combined them all
Perfect.
into one.
okay, great.
Okay. Are we good on this item for now?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so 10H is done. I think the only thing that we have left is staff and council liaison reports. Mr. West, routine reports from city staff. I'll let you take the lead on that.
I believe our HR director would like to give you an update on her,
Okay.
or give her quarterly report that she's required to do.
Okay?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Mr. West. Hope you all are having a good night. I am here to give you the quarterly report that I promised you, Mr. Durbin, of our staffing needs, and you, Mr. Benefield. So for Q2, we had lost 10 employees. 4 of them were key employees, being our development service director, our city secretary, Parks and Recs manager, and our IT director. A couple retired, some left on their own, some were dismissed. We in turn hired 15 people, and those were to fill some of our labor positions. We got our new city manager, which we are all super excited to have. We did get a water and wastewater superintendent, and he's doing really good. And then the rest of them were all operators and or part-time people. Now, tonight, we filled 3 key roles. So thank you guys, and congratulations on all of that. Super excited about it. City secretary, the Parks and Rec, we hired a Parks and Rec director, which I think you guys are all going to be really excited about. He comes with 35 years experience. He's a grant writer. And he lives right here in Lago Vista. So it's pretty excited for that. He'll come in August. And then we promoted Nicole up to the finance director position. So we're going to have to fill her position now as well, too. But that one will be a little bit easier to fill than the director position. I'm still using TML, the website. Wiley's helping me try to vet some people for our public works. We just haven't got any good candidates for it yet. But we are well on the way of going that way. So if you guys have any questions for me?
Ready? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Great, appreciate it.
Mayor and council on Public Works, we will let y'all know that we promoted Ernesto up to Assistant Public Works Director.
All right.
Been trying to convince him to take the full position, and he's considering it. But
Baby steps.
I think Ernesto has proven to be a really good asset to the city, and I think he can fill that role real easily. And then Victor has stepped up and taken on some responsibilities in that department. So if I don't fill that position, I'm confident between Victor and Ernesto, they can keep things moving forward there. And Curtis is doing a fantastic job with the plants.
Very good. Anything else from staff?
I don't think I have anything else.
Okay. If that's the case, then.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Charles, what's the status on Development Services Director position? And have you spoken with Roy J. Board all this week?
I have not spoken to Roy yet. We have been busy with other things, and I have not had a chance to reach out to him this week. But
what other efforts have been made to fill that position this week, if any?
This week I haven't really worked on it because we haven't, and I don't know if Tiffany's had any new applicants or not.
No, there has been, we had an applicant, we made an offer, and he backed out 2 days before he was supposed to start because the city he lives in offered him a job. It is, if you look at most cities around us, they are still looking for the same exact position we are looking for as well. And it's not even just the cities around us, it's the state of Texas and across the nation that it's happening. So it's just, I'm working with Charles, that's what Wiley's helping me with it, that we've got a lot of people out there looking and talking to people. So we've got it on TML, we've got it on the website, on Indeed, and multiple people.
Are there any other positions in that department that we're actively trying to fill or intend to try and fill?
In that department, well, we just hired a new inspector, and we hired an administrative assistant for that as well too. City planner, the city planner one has been on hold. We put it on hold because we thought we had a director coming in. We're going to leave it to him. So it's kind of one of those that without a director, if you don't have a really strong city planner, they're going to fail how our last city planner failed.
I can tell you that I have been in conversations with another city staffing, but I'm not going to name the city or the people, but
Do y'all have
Okay.
the Development Service Director on the APA website?
yes, we do.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You know, the only advice there, I mean, you know this, I'm just talking out loud, is when you find somebody good like you found last time, I think probably what hurt us there is the time between the time that you wanted to hire him versus the time that we actually gave him the green light. And in that time frame, he was able to get another job offer, or, you know, I think if we narrow that gap as much as possible, by the time you hire him and the time you're able to offer him the job, if we make that as short of a time period as possible.
Mr. Benefield, we did that within a 24-hour.
Oh,
From the
really?
time that we interviewed him, that's we did a special counsel with you guys, and we
Oh,
offered.
look.
It was, he was still. I think he was still actively looking because of the drive. He lived in Manor, so
For some reason, I was thinking like a week and a half went by.
no,
No.
Oh.
it was immediate.
Okay.
Pretty
I stand corrected.
No, that's okay. It was actually pretty funny. We were both in our own offices interviewing,
Yeah.
and we both came out. We knew it was like an instant connection, but so we did the special counsel the next day, and then he literally on Thursday, he was supposed to start on Monday, sent me a text message or a voicemail that I then sent to Charles that he was offered another position in his city that he lives in.
You said that other cities are having a hard time hiring for this position. Is it just truly a lack of individuals, or are other people getting the talent because of the money?
I think it's a lack of individuals, honestly. It's the same thing with city secretaries. It's one of those things that I don't think are put out there in the communities for people to go and get their licenses to do them. It's like a lot of these things are dying arts that people are just not thinking about going to. The trades aren't going out. I mean, it's not a trade, but it's one of those things that people just aren't thinking about. It's been a problem on all of the forums that I've been on everywhere. Even city secretaries.
Is there anything, and this isn't an answer tonight, you can think about it, but is there anything that we can do to stand out? So if there's one applicant for 10 cities, you know, what are we doing to stand out? You know, it's either we offer them a boat, you know, or like what are we doing to stand out? So when they read it, saying, hey, you know what, that actually I should, you know, I don't know what that looks like. You don't need to answer.
No, I mean, on that note, though, there are things that I'm trying to change, and we're changing our benefits out. We have really good benefits. I actually found better benefits for us. So, you know, when we can start promoting some better benefits, we did actually up what we were paying for those positions, trying to get people to commit to come out here and stuff. And so, but yeah, there's lots of things that we can look into, and you know, it's really. The hardest part is our location. If they're not within, you know, Marble Falls, Burnett, Lampasas, Liberty Hill, Cedar, it's a trek for them.
I guess what blows my mind is you found this like amazing parks and development director who was out doing an internship in California, right here in Lago Vista. I just wonder if could you imagine if there's a development services director that lives in Lago that's working in Cedar Park?
get the word out there, you guys. You guys are more popular than me, so in Lago. But if you know somebody, send them our way. I mean, I'll interview them all day. So.
Any more questions for Tiffany? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I'm good.
Okay. 12B, routine reports from city council boards, commissions, committee liaisons. I've seen quite a few laptops being put away. I'm more than happy to bypass this item if people are ready to go home. Or we can report, whichever you want to do. Go ahead.
Thank you. So first off, EDAC didn't meet, but with learning news about Mr. Daglish. So I'm just saying again, we've got vacancy on the desk. I did want to just say, hey, at Lago Vista ISD, they are actively full-blown engaged in getting a new superintendent. So
Darren retired?
Darren retired, or is retired. He was still there.
He told me he's got less than 365 days.
Okay.
They were talking about speeding up getting a superintendent in there, so that's coming up pretty quick. Lago Vista Property Owner Association, of course, they're working with us on Saturday to have places people pick up. It was a great meeting. Their new manager, Chris. So anyway, I just want to say a lot of transition there. I just wanted to kind of give a heads up on that. Oh, sorry. How's that? Well, now that I'm done, I don't want to repeat everything.
Mr. Song, anything? Hey, Mr. Benefield? Mr. Prince?
Yes, I do. So Library Advisory Board only meets once a quarter, and we had a meeting on Monday of this week, and I just want to call out a couple of things. They've had a number of grants, which I think are good for you all to be aware of. Lago Vista Women's Club gave them a grant of $900 to update young adult teen book collection. HEB gave a grant for $6,500. Texas Commission on the Arts granted the library $400. Our own Lions Club granted them $1,000, and the Sharon Make Estate granted them $500. So those are all things that are greatly appreciated, obviously. And then I will say that they are working to have their LAB annual report in here in August. So if I don't know if Jan has already requested a time slot in one of the August meetings, but we need to schedule that. So that's library. Parks and Rec also met recently, and I don't know that we have a lot to say here. There was a lot of discussion about better coordination, their desire to have better coordination between KLVB and themselves, which I think is a real good thing, and I encourage them to follow the model of Library Advisory Board and Friends of the Library and do good things. So I think that's a good thing. Carolyn Douglas, who is on Parks and Rec Committee, it was her husband that passed away, and so the committee was passing their condolences along to her as well. And that's all I have.
Okay. Mr. Durbin?
P&Z met, but there was really nothing for them to come up to council. Oh, sorry, P&Z met, but they really didn't ask me to bring anything up to council.
Okay, very good. Youth Advisory Committee is getting prepared to have a meeting in August, and it'll kick off with the new folks then. And then Cap Metro, one piece of news, Mr. West and I continue to meet with them. They are going to expand pickup service down into Highland Lakes area in one little small part. It's a minor win, but we're going to try and get that passed, and they could kick that up as soon as sometime this fall. So just FYI.
Where do we leave off on doing an audit of Cap Metro? I know I'd sent, I think, a recommendation to Charles from Plano.
Yeah.
I have it on my list, my to-do list,
Mm-hmm.
but it's down the list because I've had other things, but I do have that floating out because I do think we need to do an audit.
Anything else from anybody? If not, I will adjourn this meeting at 9:17 p.m.